And that appears as though it may be in that primary rough.
It's actually a little left of that, Billy, in the pine straw.
Players just try to stay down this left-hand side as close as they possibly can. And Keimer likes to work the ball the other direction, Craig. He likes to work it a little left or right. So I think this is a hard tee shot for Martin Keimer. Wind just a little bit right to left, so helping the shot off the tee a little bit.
Second easiest hole of the week, playing at 4.64.
Yeah, this is a pretty tee shot right here. This is right down the center and never wavered. Beautiful tee shot by Keimer.
Yeah, the mentality as these players start off early in the morning is maybe try and sneak a birdie at the first, but definitely make the birdie at the second.
We will follow Charles Schwartzel and Martin Keimer, a couple of major champions this morning. Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman in the afternoon. Follow a group all day long at the Players. 144 of the PGA Tour's top competitors. 4 dramatic rounds. 1 coveted crystal. PGA Tour's best take on Pete Dye's greatest creation at the 40th installment of the Players Championship. 40 years of drama.
Be the right club. Be the right club today. Yes!
Excitement.
Johnny, that's better than most.
How about him?
That is better than most. Better than most.
And heartbreak.
I can't believe the wind that hit that ball.
What will it take to become this year's Players Champion?
And that is going to put it away. Matt Kuchar is the 2012 Players Champion.
The stage is set. The contenders are ready. This is the Players. PGATour.com welcomes you to the continuing race for the FedEx Cup. This is Live At. From TPC Sawgrass, it's the Players Championship. Brought to you by proud partner PwC. Yes, and it is Championship Sunday at the Players. Already it has been a full and eventful morning with the conclusion of the 3rd round. After yesterday's 2-hour weather delay, they went back out this morning at 7:10 a.m. Eastern Time. That included the spicy subplot of Sergio Garcia and Tiger Woods concluding their 3rd round. They share the lead at 11 under along with 25-year-old rookie David Lingmerth. 7 players within 4 shots of the lead with 18 holes to decide the PGA Tour's flagship event. 72 degrees right now. Little sticky out there. Humidity up to 85% after some storms came through here yesterday afternoon and evening. Winds out of the west at 10 miles per hour, blowing a little earlier than they have throughout the week. Happy Mother's Day to all moms watching, and here on the grounds this week in honor of all the moms, it's a pink out here at TPC Sawgrass. A lot of the competitors, a lot of the fans wearing pink shirts. Doug Bell, Craig Perks looks splendid alongside me. Bill Kratzert on the ground following Schwartzel and Keimer. I'm John Swantek. Welcome to our final round coverage of the Players. We'll be with you all day long here from TPC Sawgrass. We've got great weather. We've got a diverse, eclectic leaderboard. This is going to be a fun Championship Sunday today.
Oh, cannot wait till the climactic finish later today. But our featured group, 2 major champions. And for PGA Tour Radio, I've had the opportunity to follow both of these gentlemen a lot over the last 4 or 5 years. And for Keimer, it'll be interesting. Swanee, only 5 rounds all year in the 60s. He has really struggled in search of finding some semblance of a game. As for Schwartzel, it's been a solid year. Hasn't won this year except over in his native South Africa. But he always is there and has one of the best swings in all of golf.
Back-to-back major champions here. Craig Perks, Keimer at the PGA at Whistling Straits in 2010, and then Schwartzel at the Masters in 2011.
Yeah, Martin Keimer, 28 years old, spent 22 weeks at #1 golfer in the world, has dropped all the way to 34th in the world. And Charles Schwartzel, one of the best swings in all of golf, diminutive South African, can launch it a long way.
That's the lie that Schwartzel will have as he places second at the par 5 second. Both players at +2. Was a 75 during yesterday's third round for Schwartzel.
Well, both players in a pretty good mood, Swanee. Kind of jokingly, as they approach their tee shots down here on number 2, Keimer looked over and said, "Would you please make sure that he knows that I'm going to hit second?"
Well, there are a few salvos being fired from Sergio and Tiger, and I'm sure both are glad that they're not paired together for the final round.
That was a reference to a little dust-up that developed yesterday right at this hole.
Yeah, but these are two personalities that you probably, the public really doesn't know that side of them, and out here to kind of be joking around and just having a good time. I think it's going to be a fun day with these two. Just waiting for the green to clear. But Craig, I think you're right. You look at golf swings, ones that you would like to emulate. I think Schwartzel is probably one of the top 3 in my opinion.
Well, it's so efficient, and when you have very little moving parts and can generate a lot of power, everything's in sequence, everything's in sync, very little manipulation with the hands, and can hit any single shot he wants at any time.
He's just going to try to hit just kind of a low penetrating shot right here and just kind of scoot it up, whole location back right. Ooh, this is really low and moving left.
Yeah, it sounded very thin. He had 220 to the front, and it's gone over in the deep rough left of the second green in the moguls. He will have plenty of green to work with. Whole location just 3 paces from the right-hand side.
Keimer now in the neighborhood of 225 to the hole.
Yeah, 225, and loves to work the ball left to right. That's his natural shot. It's a 4-iron going towards the center of the green.
Yeah, it's been well documented after he won the PGA in 2010 with that left to right shot. Tried to go right to left, more so because he didn't have any success at Augusta and wanted to try and play that golf course and win that major championship. And after dismal couple of years, he's gone back to his more comfortable movement of the ball from left to right.
Now these guys began their final round before we came on the air, just before 9:30 Eastern time, over at the par 4 first. This was the second shot for Keimer. Had to dig one out over there.
Yeah, 142 yards from the rough. All depending on the lie. Obviously it wasn't too good with the hands coming off, and was able to get it right around the front edge of the green.
Now Schwartzel from a better position, slightly over at the first.
Yeah, it looked like maybe a flatter lie, 134 yards. And this one also came out very slowly. With the rain last night, about a half an inch of rain, maybe had a little bit more overnight, a little bit more moisture in the rough. Hard to get that thing to jump. It jumps when it's dry, Doug, but not when it's wet. It comes out like it's like hitting out of a sponge.
So Schwartzel had this one left for par at the first. Yeah, that looked like the stroke that produced 4 straight birdies and the green jacket a couple years ago, Doug.
I tell you, if you watch Schwartzel, as we will today, for 4 hours and 15 minutes, I guarantee your handicap will drop. It's such a great rhythm in his swing, his temperament on the greens. Schwartzel and Oosthuizen, in my mind, the 2 best swings in the game of golf today.
Well, it'd be tough to. I agree with you from a South African standpoint. Tough to beat Adam Scott. I think Scotty's got the best one out there. Got the power and the precision and the elegance, but you don't have to drop down very far to find these two.
No, this is really a hard golf shot right here. This is that 50-yard bunker shot that You just have to hit perfectly, but you have to play short of the flagstick.
I think you play the chunk and run with,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, with 20.
You don't have any option here.
Maybe 20 yards, 25 yards of green.
Yeah, and more times than not, that's going to be the result, and that's the safe play. That's a smart play. That's a sensible play. I mean, you go over from this angle right here, you've got nothing.
Those little pot bunkers peppered all over this Pete Dye design just swallow up errant shots, don't they?
Can't believe how far Schwartz's ball moved to the left. This ball started at the center of the green, got up in the air, and now as I look at the flags over on the hill on number 3, I can see why.
Well,
The wind's going to be right in their face on that par 3, Craig.
Martin Keimer second this week. Greens in regulation hitting about 78%. The scrambling numbers horrendous. 2 out of 12. That is 16%. Obviously he hasn't had to chip much, but maybe he's missed it in the wrong spots.
Well, this miss is definitely in the right spot. I mean, you can't have any more green to work with than he has right here. Not bad.
Well, you know, these guys are both tied for 66 currently, have absolutely no chance to win this golf tournament. All of these top class players play with a lot of pride. They're going to go out there and go about their same routine. They're not just going to give a half-hearted effort. They're going to go out there and try and, you know, shoot 66 or something like that and get them moving up the leaderboard and give them confidence from when the next time they play a professional golf tournament.
Keimer looking for the straight flush here at the second this week, Doug, after his 4th straight birdie here.
Yeah, let's see if he can keep it going. Really a nice gentleman. And a hero in his home country, along with Bernhard Langer, both major champions. And he credits Langer with obviously his inspiration at a young age. Both of these men today, 28 years old, and certainly their future and their prime is ahead of them.
And like his idol, Bernhard Langer, both former world #1s. There was a brief stay at the top for Keimer, and actually came the Monday after he finished second to Luke Donald at the Match Play Championship a couple of years ago. Now Schwartzel for birdie.
And going conventional with the grip. Actually dabbled with the left-hand low last year a little bit. Got off to such a good start at the beginning of the year, and really didn't get got a couple of wins at the end of last year, but not this year. But he played so well at the beginning of the year.
That was well documented. We were talking about it at Accenture, John. There was a stretch of, I think, 7 events where he never finished outside the top 3. He won 2 events by a combined 23 shots. Those were in South Africa.
That's a different gear.
Yep. First start of the year in the States, it was out at Riviera in the Northern Trust Open. He finished 3rd. He had a chance to win, missed out in that playoff by 1 shot.
Yeah, I think I had him in my pool.
5.5 feet for Keimer's 4th birdie of the week here at the second.
The shadow over the hole. Not much in it. It's a nice looking putting stroke.
It looks like the one that secured the Ryder Cup for the Europeans at Medina last year, Billy.
Well, you know, you go back to that Ryder Cup, and you also go back to when Greg Norman selected Adam Scott to the President's Cup team. I just think the same thing, or it has a chance of happening the same thing to Martin Keimer as did Adam Scott. All of a sudden you take off. It's that confidence. You make that big putt. You win the match against Furyk, and you know, a lot of good things can happen.
He rode the momentum through to winning the Nedbank down in Sun City down in South Africa at the end of last year. Schwartzel makes the 5. So you're 100% correct there, Mr. Kratzer.
Germany's Martin Keimer makes his American base in Scottsdale, Arizona. Plays a lot at Whisper Rock out there. Charles Schwartzel making his way over to the tee at the 3rd as well. First par 3 on the golf course. Looks like 180 yards today at the third. And for the first time this week, where the winds have primarily kicked up in the afternoon, they'll have a little breeze to contend with here at the third. Lots of pink in the gallery today for Mother's Day. Even the flowers out here on the stadium course are pink today.
I think all three of you guys look pretty nice in pink.
Right back at you there, partner.
This is really a tough hole location. There are 77 players today.
Single digits birdies.
I would say that there won't be. There'll be less than 10 balls on this back shelf.
Yeah, and the scary thing is he's only about 4 paces beyond this flagstick before it drops significantly off. I think if you can get it hole high, even on the right-hand edge of the green, Billy, that's really the ideal spot. This is the hole location right here. You're shooting it in this area here. It's really all you want.
Yeah, if you're looking anywhere else but the center of the green, and I totally agree, and if you just shade it a little bit to the right, you certainly cannot be blamed for doing so. This ball moving left needs to get up.
Well, he was aimed right. He was trying to be aggressive there and turn it back to that left hole location. I admire him for that, but it wasn't quite the perfect execution, and now he's in that deep front left-hand bunker.
A rare miss from Keimer, second in the field in greens hit this week, as Craig mentioned, at 79%. Schwartzel.
A little unusual here, Craig, just taking it off the deck. Just kind of, it tells me he's going to try to trap this just a little bit more. Just try to maybe flight it just a little bit lower.
Yeah, land it short of that ridge and kind of scoot it up.
Yeah, this ball up in the air also, that needs to go. That's short too. But that's going to be okay.
Schwartzel choked about halfway down the grip with that one. Ought to be able to get a putter on that one. Keimer, though, will have his hands full. He appears to have found the left bunker here at the third. We'll see how they deal with it when we come back with more live coverage. That's the ball of Martin Keimer, just splashing out of the greenside bunker at the par 3 third. That left for par.
Yeah, not a bad effort. He's right in that 7.5, 8 foot neighborhood. But actually short of flag high. Actually had a little more green to work with than what I initially thought. If you're not flag high, you're going to have 18, 20 feet of green to work with from that bunker. If you're flag high, you have about 9 feet. Schwartz will just about 4 feet of this fringe that he needs to putt through. Once he gets up on top, the green should move it a little bit to the left at the end.
Billy still got that west wind today, so that hole playing maybe in from the left.
Yeah, I would say more in today, Craig, but a little bit out of the left. Just makes this par 3 so difficult. You know, it's coming over your shoulder for a right-handed player. You feel like, you know, you want to try to draw it back up against the breeze, and just a hard golf shot.
Keimer 8 feet to save his par here.
Yeah, tied for 20th on the PGA Tour. Hits this putt 63% of the time. And the one area he's struggled in all categories except putting, inside 15 feet, really, really good.
Well, he has a very long putter and actually goes about halfway down the grip.
So, after birdie at the second, Keimer gives it right back here at the third. Winner of the HSBC champions in 2011 after the PGA championship in 2010. Schwartzel to stay 2 over here. No problem. Three straight pars for the South African to begin his final round. So it will be Lingmerth and Garcia in the final pairing of the day. They're off at 2:38 Eastern time today. Tiger Woods plays with Casey Wittenberg at 2:28 as Schwartzel and Keimer head to the fourth.
It's another brilliant short hole. Pete Dye designed here. 381 yards, water not at all in play. That bunker is a very long, flat bunker. You're going to hit about, fairway runs out about 280 on the left. Generally, most players will hit the 3-wood off the tee. Then the fun begins. Water on the left, a lot of slope in this green. There's a ridge here, there's another ridge here, and where would the pin be today? Challenging the players on that left-hand side. So you can take it. So you don't have to take it at the flag. You can utilize that slope that dissects the middle of the screen. But you better be spot on. Leave it up on top of that ridge, and that's exceedingly fast putting down the hill.
How different is today's hole location, Turksy, from the one we had on Friday?
Well, this one's a little, if I remember rightly, which doesn't happen very often. And this is a little closer to the front of the green. I think the one on Friday was a little further back, but it, from a visual standpoint, talked about it all week long, very intimidating when you have to kind of look at the water and you've got to be very precise with your line. First things first, you have to get this ball in the fairway. You miss it left, that rough is deep down the left-hand side.
Yeah, and Schwartz will go with an iron to do exactly what you said there, Craig. Kind of a right to left wind, really not a hurting wind, just more right to left. Yeah, that's going to be in the bunker. That's a bad miss.
Well, he hit the thin 2-iron out of the the pine straw on the second hole, and this was very thin and poor shot for South African.
That's the first hole of Dye's Valley course to the right there, the fourth here on the stadium course.
They play the Web.com event, has been the last event on the schedule prior to the Tour Championship. I believe it will be the last event of the finals. The Web.com finals is 4 events, culminates giving players their tour cards next year.
Well, now all of a sudden the wind has changed. It's behind Keimer with his tee shot. But with the fairway metal, well, this is a good looking tee shot, but it's riding the wind. Okay now.
Yeah, landed,
should be center.
Yeah, it landed softly in the fairway down the left-hand side. I actually like down the left here at the fourth because you're hitting away from the water into that slope up by the flagstick.
We're following a group all day long on PGA Tour.com. Schwartzel and Keimer in the morning, Westwood and Leishman this afternoon. Back at the fourth, where the drive of Schwartzel was a bit of a foul ball. Looked like it climbed down into that narrow bunker. There it is.
Yeah, and certainly far enough back that you can go ahead and play this as a full shot, and it's certainly much easier to clip with a full than what Kuchar had yesterday when he was trying to maneuver it and try to be delicate with it. But still, you're kind of looking 30 feet right of the hole here. You've got a couple of towers behind the green that you hit it at the one on the right. I would think that would be the perfect line.
Yeah, the scary thing about this shot, you're hitting right alongside the water. Well, that's the view you have. You just got to commit to that line that Billy talked about, 30 feet right, and trust that. Don't try and pull it over to the flag.
Boy, this is great contact. Watch out.
Oh boy.
That was headed for disaster.
Yeah, that was just a pull. I mean, if he goes at the tower, it would have been fine.
So Schwartzel, compounding his problems here at the fourth, has found the hazard with his second shot.
Martin Keimer far enough back that can go at with A little more than a 3/4 lob wedge. High in the air, just barely right of the flagstick.
Oh, and it backed up on him a little bit there from 103 yards.
Well, he's 150th on tour from that distance, 100 to 125 yards, and he's probably averaging about 22 feet, a little further away than that. A little unlucky that spun back. You're probably expecting it. It's Sunday at the Players Championship. You expect these greens to be very firm and fast. And I know it's early in the morning. Some moisture in the air, the humidity, but these things should be getting rather firm.
Doug, he admitted to being a little burdened by the #1 world golf ranking. He says he wasn't quite prepared to deal with all the peripheral things that went along with being #1.
Yeah, we've seen that. We saw it with Rory McIlroy, but Martin Keimer, he has fallen off in a big way. When you look at his numbers, he's outside the top 150 in all the big categories.
This will be the 4th shot of Schwartzel.
Yeah, and has elected to drop well back. I've got him down for about 94 yards to the hole.
All right, and
that's a nice piece of work there.
Very reasonable chance for a 5, yeah.
Well, you have to avoid the big number. Charles Schwartzel had 2 double bogeys yesterday late in the round, one at 14 and one at 18. It looks like he may make one here as well.
So this afternoon at 1:48, Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman will begin their final round, tied for 10th at 7 under. They begin the day 4 shots off the lead, and that is our afternoon featured grouping. Both players with strong showings at the Masters a few weeks back. Westwood continues his pursuit of his first major championship, his first Players Championship. Leishman's top 5 there at Augusta, his best ever finish in the major. He was the winner in Hartford last year, his first tour victory. At 74 from Westwood, featured 2 double bogeys, including one at the first where he actually whipped when his back was up against the tree as he played his second shot.
Yeah, he fought his way back nicely. Mark Leishman's really turned into a great player. Won the Rookie of the Year in 2009, the first Australian ever to do that on the PGA Tour, and playing with a great deal of confidence after that stellar performance at Augusta National.
Boy, we caught a break with the weather here today. We had a 2-hour delay between 4:10 and 6 o'clock Eastern yesterday, nearly 2 hours. There was a time where the forecast today looked very dreary, but we've got only a slight chance of showers early in the afternoon for a couple hours.
Yeah, typical Florida weather. Always a chance. You say there's a chance of that afternoon thunderstorm. It's possible, especially you can kind of feel the humidity building. But right now, wow, it is delicious out there as far as the temperature.
Birdie chance for Keimer here, just inside 20 feet.
Yeah, this is the kind you want right here. Just kind of feed it out to the right of the hole, let the slope, the grain, work it down towards the hole. That's too hard.
So an even par start through 4 holes for the German. A birdie at the second, a bogey at the third. That's the Whisper Rock logo on the hat, in fact, isn't it?
That is the Whisper Rock logo.
Jumbotron tells the story of Charles Schwartzel's events here on the 4th. After his second found the hazard, he's got 8 feet and 1 inch for bogey.
Pretty much the same line as the putt we just saw from Keimer, maybe just a little bit to the right. Still, the putt should just drift a little bit to Schwartzel's left.
7th best on tour this year from 8 to 9 feet. 17 of 23. That's excellent.
It's not often you see that index finger of the right hand pointing downward like that.
Yes, the pointer finger kind of keeps the shaft moving in the right direction. But now 3 doubles and a triple on the week. 28-year-old South African. You talk to any of the champions or guys that play well, it's avoiding the big numbers, and he has been unable to do it this week.
.71 in the opening round for Schwartzel was his only, or second round rather, his only under par round of the week as they head over to the fifth.
Yeah. Fifth hole, fourth most difficult hole of the week on the golf course here at the TPC Sawgrass. 463 yards. Play a little bit downwind today. Kind of gentle move to the right. Quite a wide fairway down to hitting the second shot will be slightly downhill to the largest and flattest green on the golf course. Hole location today, 20 on and 4 from the right. It's another one. You have to kind of just make sure you get the tee shot in the fairway, and then you can just kind of hit a gentle fade into that right hole location. There's a slope from the left-hand side of the screen that'll help you get it close to that flag. So very strong par 4.
And there's the numbers for the week. Just 37 birdies made from this world-class field.
You know, Schwartzel has that beautiful swing. Does have the Masters victory, 8 victories internationally, and his statistics are outstanding except for final round scoring average. And he struggled all year, 106th, a scoring average of just under 72. So Schwartzel needs to somehow get it together on Sundays.
Well, the drive today is somewhat simplified with the wind direction. A little more downwind.
That was a fortunate break. Landed very close to that bunker and kicked it forward all the way to the crosswalk. It's a huge tee shot.
Yeah, it was kind of right on that line, as you said, Craig, and kind of hit that speed slot over there. We saw it the other day with Bubba Watson. You kind of hit that area where it is firm and hard, and it'll go forever.
Found a little drainage cover there. Get relief.
3 wood for Schwartzel.
I think it's a good play.
Not good memories on this hole for Charles. 3 straight bogeys.
Yeah, that one's clinging to that side also.
And the 3 wood wasn't enough to cover on that line, and a little out of sorts right now for Mr. Schwartzel.
But a big drive for Martin Keimer all the way to the crosswalk. It's the second longest drive we've seen at the 5th here this week. Now is your chance to order the 2013 Players official film by visiting shop.pgatour.com. Relive all the excitement of the official film. $14.95. And the folks at PGA Tour Entertainment already put that together. Won't be ready for Mother's Day, but be a great Father's Day gift. Go to shop.pgatour.com to order. By the way, Bo Van Pelt out first this morning by himself.
Has he finished yet?
He played the front 9 in an hour and 20 minutes and shot 34.
I heard that he had to play with a marker today and could not play alone. That was the tweet that went out through Twitterverse.
Or it would have been even faster.
Yeah, you're right. Surprised they didn't. I know Billy Kratz is walking, but I'm sure if he got the call to be the marker, he would have been clubs ready, ready to go.
Absolutely.
All right, how's the lie over there, Billy?
Good lie. Poor angle. Coming over the bunkers, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 little bunkers on that right-hand side. Plus, you're trying to fit it over that mound. And Craig, I was looking at the hole location sheet, and I see a lot of 4s and 3s from the edges. It's like this one at 5, 4 from the right. Next one's 4 from the left. 4 was 3 from the left. 2 was 3 from the right. They have gotten stuck on 3 and 4 from the edges.
It is Championship Sunday and got a brand new hole location at 18, front left. 6 on, 3 from the left. That'll get that turning in there and go too far left. You can land on the green, go in the water.
You saw the graphic there. Schwartzel 11 over par on the par 4s here this week. He's had his hands full. It's something that all Players Champions have done successfully, Craig, and that's handle the 4s.
Yeah, I've mentioned this numerous times this week. The last 10 champions have played the par 4s under par for the week, and that's where you make your hay on the par 5s. They are the 4 easiest holes on the golf course, as they are this week. And if you can get under par on these par 4s and hang in on the par 3s, you will be raising that crystal.
4th appearance here for Schwartzel, who owns a 71.90 career scoring average.
Now I'm putting for 185 yards. And with this wind direction, this is pretty much just a stock 7-iron. Left of the flagstick, about 15 feet. Beautiful looking shot.
That didn't
Just didn't quite carry.
Yep, kicked it back well left to the front of the green.
I think he thought it was fine. The wind direction looked like the ball was going to carry over that slope, but did not. How about this drive right down here?
Oh,
this is in Bubba land.
Whipped it out there 320.
Yeah, I was going to say this is Bubba land right here.
Just a small wedge from 138 here, Billy.
Yeah, and can easily fit it in there. This is not a good shot.
Yeah, ball below his feet and kind of went down and got it and pulled it. But
wasn't that far below.
Hole high.
That was just a bad shot.
He is 176th on tour this year from that distance. He's about 28 feet proximity every time. I mean, that's not good for a world-class player ranked 34th in the world. That's way off the mark, guys.
Well, we talked about his statistics. 155th in total driving, 165th in ball striking, strokes gained 152nd. It's, you know, it was 9th at the WGC Accenture, and then really his best finish all year in a stroke play event, 35th at Augusta National.
And he's trending in the wrong direction here in his last 5 events at the Players. Most recently that 76 during yesterday's 3rd round.
And he's experimenting with the putter that Billy described. It's the longer shaft. It's not a belly putter. It's just a longer shaft. He chokes down on it. Several players are trending to that. So for Keimer, he's really in a state of flux, his game right now.
And you talk about that putter, Doug, and Craig, you can address this. I like kind of the theory, the thought process is that you keep the end of the club, the end of the grip, kind of the same distance in between your arms throughout the whole stroke.
I always said that some of the best advice I ever got was from Scotty Cameron, the famous putter maker. He said, you point the butt of the club at the navel and it should never move, you know, and because there's a little arc to the stroke, there's a little release of the hands. And to me, if that point never changes, as Billy said, as it relates to the forearms, but it points at the navel, never changes. It's anchoring without anchoring. You're never going to go too far off.
There's a good look at it right there. Scotty Cameron, not a bad guy to get putting advice from there, Perksy.
I was very fortunate enough to, I met Scotty my rookie year on Tour 2000, and he took me in, and I went to a studio out in Carlsbad, California, and he said, I'm not going to tell you how to putt, but I'm going to tell you how the best putters in the world putt. And it was some great information, invaluable information.
Name dropping again, Perksy.
Wow. Scotty's a good man.
I think that's the great thing about this game, Craig and Doug and Swanee, is that the information, the help, we saw it this year, and down at Doral, Stricker and Tiger, and the relationship that Byron Nelson had with Tom Watson. That's the beauty of the game. Everyone's trying to help one another.
It's out there. The information's out there. You have to just go ask for it. People are willing to give it.
Schwartzel just inside 60 feet here.
Kind of a slow putt, the first 2/3 of this putt. Uphill into the grain.
Easy.
And then once it gets over that little crown right there, and this whole location over on that right-hand side, then all the grain kind of shifts down to the right. I think the players have had to deal with a lot of grain this week. In years past, not so much, but a lot this week.
Yeah, they're going to close the golf course in July to replace the fairways and the tees with a new strain of Bermuda grass called Celebration, which is very hardy, recovers more quickly, but these Mini Verde Bermuda greens will remain untouched. Keimer for birdie.
Pretty much going with the grain from this direction. I imagine we're going to see a little more rollout this afternoon, Craig.
Well, I'm sure with a little bit of rain, they've got that sub-air system that sucks all the moisture out of them. And you want to see that championship tint to them. Nearly turns a purple. And with all the rain we had late last week, 10.5 inches, it's been tough to get in the speed they wanted to. And you have mentioned it all week, Billy, about the grain, but Charles Schwartzel is first in 3-putt avoidance. He's only had 4 all year, but he has had one this week, and he's got a tough one here to avoid his second 3-putt of the tournament.
Nice little hook putt right here.
Oh, well done.
The whole routine is so confident and self-assured. The stroke is beautiful. He steps over it, no wasted time, and just pops it in from 7 feet. Just a touch outside 3 feet for Keimer now. Ooh, okay. In the left-hand side, but found the bottom. Keimer at +2, Schwartzel 4 over par. And it looks, by the way, that the streak of never seeing a defending champion repeat will remain intact. Matt Kuchar at 4 under par begins his final round. 7 shots off the lead, Doug, after 75 yesterday.
Well, it's a course that is so unpredictable from year to year. A year ago, Matt Kuchar never hit in a bunker, and he's been in at least a dozen bunkers so far this week.
Well, another great short hole here, 386 yards today. I'm glad we went by that tree very quickly that overhangs the tee box. really what you want to do is you want to hit this tee shot about 265 yards down the right-hand side. Got some palm trees to protect the right side of the screen. These little pot bunkers. And today, down in the little bowl, 16 on, 14 on and 4 from the left.
Well, I know it's one of Bill Kratzer's favorite par fours out here. It offers a little bit of everything, doesn't it, Bill?
Yeah, it really does. And when you really kind of give it an overview, the stadium golf course, these guys are getting an opportunity to probably hit between 8 and 10 wedges. If they drive it well, they're going to put a wedge in their hand. You got the par fives, but then you're going to have 8 to 10 wedge opportunities at the stadium golf course. Yeah. So if you're on, you can clock it.
Golf course yardage.
It's just not that long.
No, 7,215. The ball's traveling a long way this week.
Keimer with a 3 medal, going up against the breeze with his shot shape. This is a pull. Going with the wind. Watch out, bunker. Saw the splash. I don't know if it kicked out or stayed in.
That's pretty severe bank at the end of that bunker, so hopefully it's back far enough we can get it up and over that.
This is an interesting play right here by Schwartzel. There's that leaning palm tree to the right of the green, the bunker to the right of the green. That is your directional going with driver. Take it at that bunker.
Better not pop it up because he'll hit this thing.
You must have bad dreams about this. This is a shove to the right. This is in the trees unless it kicks out.
Yeah, there's no need to hit driver on this one unless they move the tees way up. You can, it's 340 to the end of the fairway. This is an iron hole. Just get it in play and then even hit just an 8-iron to the green.
But I like your way of thinking. I like that idea. Move it up. Maybe give the guys a shot to put it on the screen.
Yeah, then at that point you put the hole right on the very front. So
exactly.
So Schwartzel off the mark here. We'll see what kind of look he has for his second shot at the 6th when we come back. There's a look from behind the green at the 6th hole here at the Players Stadium course. Look at those skies overhead today. That's what we were looking for to celebrate Mother's Day after some really ominous and threatening conditions yesterday before they blew the horn at 7:58 last evening. It was really dark out there as we finished up with Mahan and Kuchar.
Well, my man hadn't hit a fairway yet today, Charles Schwartzel. Now we're looking at Keimer, who it actually did go through the bunker.
Well, this is, as you can see, on a severe upslope. I don't think he can hit it far enough to cover the yardage because of the elevation. This is kind of like right at about 45 degrees, so he's going to have to elevate this quick. The only way he's going to be able to get it all the way to the hole location is if this ball flies a little bit, comes out quick.
Palm trees in front, an issue, Billy?
No. Marvelous. Marvelous shot. Well, maybe not so marvelous now. That ball went a long ways.
Well, there it is behind the green at the 6th. Got a little bit of heater from the upslope there.
That was the only way he was going to get it there.
Now, these two drives are about 45 yards apart.
Yeah, I'm out of breath trying to get to him.
Well, he's got 120. Let me see, 113 yards. Just trying to pitch it low.
Yeah, I had to keep it underneath the canopy of the tree, bump it into the hill. You cannot execute it better than what he just did right there. That was perfect.
That had a little sneak peek as it went by. Nearly clipped the flagstick. Wow, I thought he had no shot from over there.
Yeah, sure. Martin Keimer just looked back at Craig Connolly, his caddy, and said, there's no way the ball can travel that far.
Big crowds continuing to filter throughout the golf courses they have all week long. It was an absolute sellout. Nary a ticket to be had early in championship week. Going to be close to 170,000 folks pushing through the turnstiles this week. So be sure to get your tickets for next year's Players Championship well in advance by logging on to PGATour.com. One of the general parking lots a couple of days ago was completely full. They had to turn people away. They've never had to do that before.
We had a little trouble this morning getting to where we had normally gotten to the early part of the week.
A couple of big shots like you guys? Come on.
Man. I said, I'm riding with Doug Bell. Come on. And nope. Gave us the Heisman. Sent us packing.
I pointed at Craig and just said 2002. And the guy just went no mas.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's 2002 parks here, and you can have the last one.
We tried.
You could have taken the spot with your name on it there, partner.
Yeah, that's
so
very kind of the PGA Tour to give me a little reserved spot, but we're in a little different location this week.
Actually, that spot's taken.
Yeah, it's got a shiny silver car in it. There's some Florida tags and University of Georgia.
I'm very appreciative of you letting me use that spot.
Very welcome.
Keimer, I cannot. He couldn't believe it, and I still can't believe how far that ball traveled from that lie. He's 20 yards over the green.
Just no green to work with.
How about this one, though, Perksy?
Oh, my
How
goodness.
about this one? That is a 10 out of 10 right there, my friend.
Man, look at it. Just kind of release on by. It's gone probably 10 feet past. And, yeah, that's straight downhill where that ball landed and down green. And
It hasn't been the purest display of golf from these two, but it's been fun. They've hit some shots.
Yeah, having fun out here. You got to do it on a Sunday morning when you start of the day. Tied for 66th and 13 shots out of the lead.
Martin Keimer, so far this year, now we don't want to be too negative, but overall scrambling 179th on tour, gets up and down from tough spots 52% of the time. The best scrambler on the PGA Tour, Graham McDowell. Very imaginative, gets up and down 73% of the time.
And I was very surprised. I think he's leading the tour in driving accuracy. He's a great scrambler, and he missed the cut this week. That's a perfect recipe to play well here. The players.
This putt for Schwartz will bust to the right.
Yeah, Graham McDowell, one of 11 major champions to miss the cut this week, along with Tim Clark, former Players champion, Ian Poulter down the road, Ricky Fowler, who had a share of second place last year, also missing the cut.
Yeah, Justin Rose. That was the big Phil Mickelson. Doesn't treat anyone nicely.
Ricky Fowler says he's close, guys. Very close.
Well, this would be a whale of an up and down. Now, this does not look like 10 feet to me. This looks more like 7.
Yeah, you're right. 6.5. 6 feet 9 inches. Man, you're good.
Okay. This would be a whale of an up and down.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him 10 out of 10 there.
Why wouldn't you?
Missed the fairway by 20 yards. Missed the green by
20.
10 yards, 20 yards. It's a 4 for Keimer. It's a line drive in the box score. Birdie at 2, bogey at the 3rd. And the former world #1 makes his way over to the tee at the 7th. Even par for the day. And +2 for the championship. Schwartzel at 4 over, stung by that double bogey back at the 4th. So Garcia plays with Lingmerth today, Woods with Wittenberg, as I mentioned. Henrik Stenson and Ryan Palmer also at 10 under, same score as Wittenberg. They'll tee off at 2:18 local time. Henrik Stenson trying to win this Players Championship for a second time today.
Yeah, 441 yards today, the 7th. Love what they've done with the 3 staggered bunkers after the renovation 2007. Those are anywhere from 260 to 290. Keep it left of those. The fairway kind of pinches in. And then it's a difficult green. Historically, the 7th green has been the 5th toughest green to hit in the last 10 years. Field averaging just over 50%. And today the whole location way in this back right hand corner, new runoff in this area. This is not good, nor is this. So probably today, when down from the left, players will probably hit 3 wood and then probably just have a 8 or a 9 iron in here.
9 doubles or worse on the week. 89 bogeys produced here at the 7th, which has surrendered 57 birdies. It's a 3 wood for Keimer.
Yeah, right on cue.
A little Sergio-ish. Took him a little divot.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Really swung left beautifully on that one. Got that ball started left. Cut it back. Seen a lot more and more of that, Billy. Guys taking divots after the ball with their driver, really hitting down on it and trapping it.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the way that the clubs are constructed now, with the CG so far back in the head, Craig, I think that gives the player the opportunity to do that. And that's why we're seeing more and more of that. Schwartzel also with 3 now. He is more of a sweep, but pretty much right on the same line as Keimer.
Dancing partners here today. Down the 7th.
The good news for both of these guys, they're only 28 years old, each of them. So, I mean, their careers are ahead of them, and they each have a major championship. So it's fun following these guys.
Back with you on Championship Sunday. The Players Stadium course. Group ahead on the green in front of Schwartzel and Keimer, just finishing up. That is the twosome of Brian Davis and Padraig Harrington. Davis, one of the stories of the second round after opening with 78. Shot 66, birdied 18 to make the cut and get to the weekend, and played as a single yesterday in the third round.
Yeah, I saw Padraig yesterday too. I thought it was interesting at Valero. He put glasses on because of stigmatism. Went with a belly putter last week at Wells Fargo and shot 82. Said it was the worst instrument ever invented. And yesterday he got rid of the glasses. He's back to no glasses.
I think he's still using a long putter this week.
Yeah, said he was very much in favor of the ban, has always said that, but he said as long as it's legal, I'm going to try anything out there. Keimer ready to go here.
Yeah, I've got him for 164 yards. And pretty much just a really full 9-iron for Martin. This wind direction helping. Ooh, this is right of the flag. Another poor shot. I think the wind just kind of knocked that one down. That might have been short. Not only right, but I think it was well short, Greg.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this green, right? Short-sighted himself. And he 12, 15 feet of green to work with. Big mistake. You got slope left of this flag as well. Pretty much the same yardage here, Billy.
Yeah, and you know, only 4 paces from that corner over there on the right. Also, a 9-iron way up in the air. This is a really nice line if it's the right distance.
I don't see Charles swinging that hard very often, but obviously he wanted to launch it up in there, create some speed and some spin, and pretty good result. Trucking right on line.
Charles Schwartzel looking to join the International President's Cup team for a second time. He was on the team that competed for Greg Norman at Royal Melbourne. Nick Price will captain the squad this year at Muirfield Village in October. Top 10 will qualify, and then Price will have a couple of captain selections to complete the team, which only has 1 victory in the history of this competition, which began in '94.
Yeah, 7-1-1 the Americans are, and that one win was down in down in Australia at Royal Melbourne, and coincidentally they just announced the World Cup will be at Royal Melbourne this year. But for this competition to get any teeth, especially for the international side, they have to win in America, and it's at Muirfield Village this year up in Dublin. Jack and Barbara Nicholas will be gracious hosts, but great. I think Nick Price will be a great captain, and it's good because he's got 5 or 6 or 7 South Africans on the team this year.
Fred Couples captains the American team for the 3rd time. Doug looking to run his record to 3-0. Newest member of the World Golf Hall of Fame. That was the kickoff to Players Championship week with the induction ceremonies down in St. Augustine on Monday night.
Yeah, what a terrific speech that culminated with Fred getting very emotional. So laid back, so Fred until the very end when the emotions got the best of him. That was a terrific moment. You have that every year at the speeches. There's always something that jumps out at you, and the way he closed his speech described the whole moment.
He is the king of cool, but as he couldn't get cool out without breaking down. It was good to see. You don't see too much emotion from Fred Couples generally on the golf course.
Colin Montgomery part of the induction class as well. He and Freddie battled right here on the stadium course in '96 when Fred won his 2nd player's title. There's the lie for Keimer.
This is very awkward right here. Ball well above his feet. No green to work with. Downwind, down grain. The only way you're going to stop it is hit the flagstick. But that really was not that bad a shot, even though it's about 18, 20 feet beyond the hole.
I talked about it yesterday with Tiger. Tiger hasn't been on song completely with his game. Starts the day in a tie for the lead, but he said with the greens that Tiger has missed, he's missed them in all the wrong spots. And we've seen the guys that are struggling throughout this week, they miss it. We saw it yesterday afternoon. with the group that I was, yesterday morning, the group that I was out following with Kyle Stanley and Bubba Watson. You miss it in the wrong spot, you're going to pay dearly, and that was the case here with Martin Keimer.
So he's got 23 feet remaining for par.
Coming across the green, and as the ball was releasing past the hole, he watched it come to rest, so he knows exactly what the putt is going to do. It's just that the grain is going in a different direction, may break a little bit more. Or it may break just how he thought. That's a great up and down.
How about those
the last two up and downs?
back-to-back up and downs? Wow.
And a guy that leads the tour in scrambling, you would not probably pick Charles Howell III.
So Keimer preserves a level par final round. Schwartzel underneath the hole. Chance for a birdie about 15 feet away.
It should move a little bit to his left, only because of the grain.
Was that Blue Heron coming in for a little closer look in front of the green there? But that putt, Billy, just didn't take the grain and didn't move left at all, pretty much dead straight. There he is.
Very respectful too. He stopped as Schwartzel settled over the ball there.
Very quiet. Now he's walking across. He missed the crosswalk. It's a little further back. Remember that snapping turtle that did the belly flop off the, what was that, the 18th a couple of years ago? Great wildlife around the stadium golf course. But here's the longest par 3 on the golf course. Playing a little shorter today, but over 200 yards, 210. It's played as the 3rd most difficult hole throughout the entire week. We have seen a hole-in-one, Michael Thompson, the first round. Today, I think this is a tough hole location, right in the very front. Hole location here, right in the middle, but you've got a huge slope here, and everything is pitched downhill. So you must be very precise with a long iron shot of over 200 yards.
A couple of hole-in-ones this week, Doug, but still on the schneid over at 17. Have been for more than a decade.
Yeah, which is really amazing. And yesterday's hole location, you thought it might happen. There was Sergio this morning hit the flagstick at 17 as he wrapped up his round. But this hole is just a bear. You know, Martin Keimer won his PGA Championship at Whistling Straits, which is a Pete Dye design. Very similar. Of course, that week, a lot happened that opened the door for Martin Keimer. Dustin Johnson's snafu and what was a bunker grounded his club. And, of course, Bubba Watson played poorly in the playoff with Keimer, so he wins. But the big difference this week and that week, Keimer's wedge play was spectacular at Whistling Straits. Not so much this week.
Dustin Johnson withdrew from this championship, by the way, prior to the start of the second round. He was supposed to be playing with Ernie Els and Billy Horschel. We followed that group in the afternoon earlier in the week.
Well, I actually think this pairing could probably play in about 3.5 hours if we could somehow get around this pairing in front of us. But Keimer, on the way over to the tee, he said, you know, I like that feeling that Freddie Jacobsen gets a lot. And I just proved it on 6 and 7.
You know, Freddie Jacobsen is notoriously one of the best scramblers on this tour, and I used to watch him play short game, play practice round, one club. He'd walk around the entire 18 holes with one club, and he'd just go to different spots throughout the entire golf course and just chip. And you see so many amateurs go out. They'll hit balls at the tee. They'll go drive to the driving range, hit balls, and rush to the tee and just completely neglect their short game, and that's where you can save so many strokes, as Martin Keimer has the last 2 holes.
Breeze, Billy, what do we got?
Should be a little left to right. Maybe just a touch of help. But this whole location probably the most accessible this week, Craig.
Yeah, you got to be, you know, the front part of this short of the green, the little run up there is soft. Now, I don't think you can land this on the green and get it anywhere near the flagstick. This green is usually very firm. I always thought the front hole location was quite difficult.
Tee blocks moved up a little bit. They're going to put 5 and 6 irons in their hand today.
Yeah, it's been over 230 all week, and now it's, oh my goodness. That one had a look, and 5 feet behind the flagstick. Gorgeous shot from Martin Keimer. Yeah, 210. I like what they did. They moved the tee up and then put the flag in the front.
Yeah, they're going to have that club in their hand. I just think it's going to be the easiest it's played all week.
Well, these guys are good, and that was a spectacular shot. Look at this, right on line, right there. Just about had a second ace of the week here at number 8.
Schwartzel now.
Going with 1 club less. And that's going to be the rough just short of the bunker. That's going to be an interesting little pitch shot there.
Not enough club for Schwartzel. He'll have his hands full here at the long par 3/8 when we come back. Schwartzel's drawn a pretty clean line in front of the green here at the 8th.
Yeah, he has, but he's going to go for a little flop shot here, try to take that slope out of play, land it in a little bit flatter portion of the green. And well executed.
Yeah, you landed on that downslope. It's probably can't keep it within 15 feet. Took the major flop. That was a 3/4 swing. Shot with a square club face might have gone 50 yards, but he probably flew that about, what, 15, 20 feet in front of him.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be interesting. With this hole today, Craig, I actually was a little surprised when talking to Charles going up to the green. He actually hit 7 iron. So I think 6 iron is pretty much going to be the standard club today, unless the wind flips.
Yeah, that's a long
ways.
Yeah, he really swung so hard at the previous shot on the shot on the previous hole, and now 7 iron, 210 yard. I know it's helping. That's a long way to hit a 7 iron, and came up short.
Gorgeous shot from Keimer has left him just 13 feet above the hole for birdie.
Yeah, just get it started on the correct line, because slope, grain, everything working to that front right corner of the green, just a little bit to his left.
Great read there, Billy. That he had that start on the right hand edge, and he pushed, and it went further right. You're so defensive on that putt. It's really hard to get the ball started on line. It's not like you have to decelerate, get a little frisky. You can knock that thing 3 or 4 feet past in a hurry.
Five-footer now for Schwartzel to avoid another drop shot.
Get this one up and down. I will have witnessed 3 pretty good up and downs on 6, 7, and 8. 2 by Keimer, 1 by Schwartzel.
6 pars sandwiched, or 7 pars now for Schwartzel, sandwiched around that double bogey back at the 4th.
I think I just need to take some notes out here, Craig.
Well, they're putting on a clinic. Class is in session. Also, they're missing it in all the wrong spots, but able to get them up and down.
Keimer in for his par, remains even for this Sunday round. 2 over for the championship. Par 5 9th is ahead. Best round on the golf course today. Bo Van Pelt 4 under through 13. He was first out this morning.
540 yard par 5 9th today. You see that Sawgrass down the right. That's the run out 315 yards. It's all down, actually maybe back into the wind today. Most players, if they don't hit the driver off the tee, will lay it up into that area right there. This is a great green. So much slope from left to right. Everything peels this way, and the whole location today in the front right hand corner, right here. I've seen Adam Scott hit a 4 iron into this hole on his second. I've seen numerous people lay up. Tiger laid up in the second round and at a 140 yard shot made the birdie when he shot back-to-back 67s the opening 2 rounds. 4th easiest hole on the golf course the entire week, 540 yards.
Yeah, tee markers moved up to the tee 1 forward of that back tee, and you know, the enticement. This drive is a little scary from this forward tee, and Keimer's going with driver, but he's going to have to take it at the bridge. Cannot afford to go 5 yards right of the bridge. If he hits it at that Sawgrass, it's wet.
Yeah, I like how they moved this tee up today.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like to throw a little teaser at the guys.
Planned 40 yards, 45 yards shorter than the scorecard yardage. But the through now becomes about 330, even all the way through at the bridge in the water.
Yeah. This one's peeling to the right. This one's going right at the Sawgrass, Perksy.
Yeah, he hit it, necked it enough, and it's come up just short. And that's a great lead because you've got a really good angle up the chute.
I don't like it.
Very narrow opening front part of the screen.
Kind of has that same shot routine, the pre-shot routine that Ernie Els has. Just kind of takes it to the top, holds it. Just a really good-looking golf swing. Maybe just a touch out of sync right now, but yeah, this one's down the left-hand side. Needs to peel a little bit to the right.
Got a
Looked
favor.
like he got a nice kick.
He
Craig.
did. He did. Sometimes it kind of throws these players off. Remember at the U.S. Open last year, the Olympic, they moved that. What was that? 17th hole up 100 yards.
Yeah, they didn't know what
last day.
They didn't know what to do.
Yeah,
on
no,
Sunday.
they never didn't know what to do.
Green light par 5 for Schwartzel and Keimer when we come back.
Martin Keimer and Charles Schwartzel, our featured group on PGATour.com. Doug Bell with Craig Perks. Billy Kratzert walking inside the ropes with our featured group. And you're also invited inside the ropes on this Mother's Day. John Swantek will be back shortly. A gorgeous day right now, Ponte Vedrea. And as always, fun to get inside and listen to the players talk to their caddies, talk to themselves, and really watch the best players in the world operate on this fascinating golf course designed by Pete Dye.
Excellent bunker, that's best. Yeah, you have to go left of this.
Well, Billy Keimer necked it enough. He's only hit the drive 270, but got 263. Should be enough firepower to get home.
Yeah, it's everything you've got to get it there, Martin, to be honest. That breeze in off the left.
Still waiting on the green to clear.
You're looking at I'm saying 250-ish to the front.
Martin Keimer 263 to the pin, Billy.
Yeah. So yeah, a little over
about right.
250. But yeah. So
Good chance to put it down there.
If you miss that little bunker, that little pot bunker, is a good place, or the bunker left. Anything right, no good. And he's trying to take it up and over those trees. It is right on line with that little pot bunker in front. And it looked like it just came straight down out of the air.
Yeah, we did not see it down.
That may be in the bunker, the long bunker that continues to go around the left-hand side, Craig.
Yep.
It might be in that first bunker.
Yeah. Well, that shot to me called for a draw, and I know he's more comfortable hitting the big high fade. The draw takes the trees and the bunkers left out of play.
Now, Schwartz was down here a little past where Adam Scott hit the 4-iron on the green the other day.
Yeah, he whipped it out there 320 off the tee.
Yeah, this is down here in what Ian Baker Finch would say the mayor's office. Easily enough club to get there.
Yeah, that's the only trouble though. He drove it very nicely down the left-hand side, but then he's got to launch a shot from over 225 yards up and over those trees. And very difficult green complex. That's what Pete Dye, he's a master, you know, and especially on the risk-reward par fives, creates a lot of trouble if you go for the green and don't happen to get home in 2.
The tell of the tape, these two 28-year-olds, Martin Kaymer 34th in the world, Charles Schwartzel ranked 16th currently. Schwartzel with that Masters victory, and Kaymer the PGA Championship at Whistling Straits, another Pete Dye design. Terrific picture, Schwartzel, Trevor Immelman, and Gary Player at the Champions Dinner in Augusta, just a few weeks back.
The other win there for Martin Kaymer was 2011 WGC HSBC champions in China. Kaymer with 10 international victories. Charles Schwartzel with 8.
Been just jotting down some notes, trying to come up with my favorite Pete Dye designs, and Billy would love to hear you chime in. Obviously, Craig, you love this place.
Do, yeah. First indoctrination to Pete Dye was the golf oak tree in Edmond, Oklahoma, when I was at school at University of Oklahoma. That's always been one of my favorites.
Harbortown?
No, Harbortown was too tight for me.
Billy, what do you think about Pete Dye designs? What's your favorite?
Well, I certainly could not disagree with Hilton Head, Harbortown. Then you have to put in TPC Stadium. I put those as probably my 2 top.
You got Kiowa, you got Whistling Straits, you've got Crooked Stick.
The Honors Course,
yep,
up in Chattanooga.
The Honors Course would be my 3rd.
Yeah, that is a terrific course.
That is unbelievably good. Unbelievably good.
And boy, is it hard or what?
Well, they're all different.
Those greens are perfect at the Honors Course.
He's done a lot of golf courses and a lot of good tracks.
Lives at Crooked Stick. And last year during that BMW Championship would see Mr. Dye walking early in the morning, getting his exercise across the property back and forth.
All right, what are we looking at over here left of the green, Billy?
Well, underneath probably 5 feet from the level of the putting surface. Pretty straightforward bunker shot. I would think 3 or 4 feet. Easily doable from here.
Yeah, nicely on the upslope as well.
A little outside 4 feet.
It's been a tough week getting out of the bunkers for Charles Schwartzel, at least getting up and down. 3 for 10 in that category. That's 65th so far this week, 30%.
You know, Kaymer's ball got a little further up than what I thought. I knew it avoided the little pot bunker, but I thought it actually came down a little short. But now he's on the upslope. I think this is a pretty easy shot from here, Craig. You're on the upslope. You got a decent lie.
Yeah, he
All
just
you need to do is push it maybe 12 feet forward, and it's going to release to the hole.
looked like it came out a little hotter than he expected. Nice thing there, though. He's got it by the flag and underneath the hole, kind of putting back up the hill slightly.
Our featured group later today, Craig Perks will be out as we get ready for what should be a fascinating afternoon. We'll be following Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman, who are certainly right there at 7 under par, just 4 shots off the pace. I think both of those gentlemen have a legitimate chance, don't you think? 4 shots back?
Yeah, starting the day 4 back. I'm not sure if it's an issue with its 4 shots, but they have basically 10 people they're going to have to jump over, which is, you've got Tiger in there, you've got Sergio, Henrik Stenson, all champions of the, or past champions of this event.
Well done for Charles
That was a
Schwartzel.
very confident stroke there.
Now 4 of 11. Sand saves for Schwartzel.
Keimer has a putt right at 4.5 feet.
Well, this plan is the 4th easiest hole for the entire week. Mr. Keimer has yet to make a birdie. Let's see if we can get off the snide here.
Well, this is get him under par for the round and get him to +1 for the championship. Needs to start putting together a few solid rounds of golf. You need to elevate the confidence.
That's a good job. So Keimer will shoot 1 under 35, get to +1. Very tidy birdie here at number 9. It's been a tough year, only 5 rounds in the 60s, 9 events so far in the PGA Tour for Martin Keimer. And one of those rounds happened here on Thursday, outside the top 150 in all the big categories. It's been fun watching them on this Mother's Day. Let's follow them in the back 9. How about it when we come back? Hey, Mom.
We're a real tight-knit family. Mom came to every game and every sport that I played in. But from what I understand, she was a tomboy growing up. She liked to play sports and loved baseball growing up. Her dad took her to baseball games. You know, that was instilled in me early, that, you know, the love of sports, the love of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and always being around sports my whole life because Mom loved it so much. I think that had a lot to do with you know, my love of all sports and love of the game.
When he was 8 years old, he wanted to play football, but he wasn't quite old enough, so he just wanted to be on a team. So he just started learning how to swim that summer, and so we took him to the Y, and he made the swim team. Then he played the other sports. The first thing he gave up was football because it was the same season. Then he gave up baseball. He decided that golf was going to be it.
Golf was not a cool sport when I was in high school, and I still had a little bit of a chip on my shoulder about taking my golf clubs to school before I could drive a car and leave them in the trunk of my car all day. I was not carrying a set of clubs down the hallway with 1,000 kids in the school, so Mom would drive me to school early. I would get my clubs in the coach's locker, wait till the hallway's cleared, and then I'd go in his locker and I'd walk out and get to the coach's car so he could drive us to practice.
When he could drive, he was picking up the younger kids on the way to school that were on the golf team.
They wanted to hide their clubs too.
When he's not playing well, you feel so bad. You know, as you're watching, it's like ups and downs, you know, like he'll do really well on a hole and then he'll bogey and you feel really bad.
Yeah, I think it's just a helpless feeling not being able to help. There's a lot of kids that had the dream to play the PGA Tour, and I could just say that I got a lot of great guidance along the way. I think that you know, a lot of love, a lot of support. I think the idea is that you always want to do better for your kids than what you had, and it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough, a tough act to follow.
Oh, thanks.
Poignant moments as the players honor their moms on this Sunday. And remember the times growing up.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day to my mother. She's in New Zealand. Still probably asleep. Well, it was Mother's Day yesterday. So I'm a day late, as usual.
Charles Schwartzel.
Well, good play here going with the iron. Wind direction right behind, a little help. Players will go less than 3 metal today simply because of the wind direction, Craig.
Yeah, and kind of run out down the right-hand side. Depending on the line, about 285.
Schwartzel was the last to hit. Martin Keimer stroked one just a moment ago.
Yeah, I like the play here with the. This looks like some sort of hybrid club. From all indications, he's looking like he's lost that one to the right. Well, right of the fairway. Might even be across the cart path.
Yeah, that was a big miss for Keimer, who birdies the 9th along with Schwartzel. Again, Schwartzel at +1 for the day, +3 for this Players. And Martin Keimer was 1 under 35 in the front. Now has it +1.
Well, the 10th hole today, 429 yards, and Billy Kratzer talked about the wind down from the left, but it's a gentle turn from right to left. Can't go left. You're in that bunker, you get blocked out by those huge pine trees on the left. Fairway kind of slopes down towards the end. It runs out at about 300 yards. And a lot of slope and undulation to the screen. You've got a little quadrant. You've got some movement here. You've got another little low spot down here. You've got another spot here. And today, way back at that new spot here, I like this little runoff. If you get out of position at all, it's going to go all the way down to that low area, and you're pitching back up with 10 or 12 feet of green to work with.
77 birdies, 229 pars up to this point at the par 4 10th. 7th easiest hole here at TPC Sawgrass. Just a slight breeze in the air. As you can see, the pine trees swaying in the breeze. And that wind should pick up as we get into the afternoon, as it always does. We're very close to the ocean here at TPC Sawgrass.
Yeah, it's less than a mile away, isn't it? Just across A1A.
Beautiful venue. Stadium Golf.
What's that? It's the flagship event, and it's the home of the headquarters of the PGA Tour.
No question. You can order the 2013 Players official film. Shop.pgatour.com. I know many people have ordered those each and every year and have a library. And great shot making we've already seen this year, and what happens today will certainly be on the highlight reel. Now Keimer on the pine needles, deep into the trees, trying to get a yardage and also a path up near the green. This has not been a favorite hole for Martin Keimer. He's played it 3 over par. And needs to work very hard to avoid another big number.
Well, I'm sure it's a tee shot that really doesn't fit his eye. It's one that you actually need to maneuver the ball right to left, but wind a little left to right and down just doesn't lend itself, or it just doesn't fit his eye.
Billy's only about 145 to the front edge of the green if he can get there. He's listed at 179 to the hole, but I think for him, just getting it somewhere in the vicinity is what he's hoping to do.
Well, from the situation he's in, I think the contact with the ball is not the problem. I think making sure that you cover the bunker with this shot is the first thought. Boy, he caught it solid, but it's moving right. Couldn't tell if it caught any part of the green from back here or not.
No, it's right of the green, Billy, but really not in awful shape. Right in front of the gallery rope. Not all bad. Now Charles Schwartz will be next.
Yeah, Charles, really good tee shot right here, and with this whole location, this is all about the yardage. You want this ball maybe just to jump forward, just maybe 1 or 2 bounces. Well, he's taking this straight up in the air again. He's trying to fly it all the way to the flagstick.
I was surprised that it landed that softly. May collect back a little bit.
So Schwartzel with a long birdie putt coming up, and Keimer will have to get up and down from the right side of the green. Twitter's always interesting. Billy Horschel has been wishing his mom a happy birthday all day, and he finally admits, he said, I messed up. I meant to say Mother's Day. Said he's been distracted, and tweeting is very dangerous. Young Billy Horschel. Got to be careful.
Don't hit send.
All I could think about is that Florida education.
Didn't Herm Edwards in the NFL symposium say, don't hit send?
That's right. Type whatever you want, just don't hit send.
That's right. It's a great form, I think, Twitter, of getting information out. We're all following up to the nuances of the championship and from all the great riders in this game. And you get some great insight from players.
Well, in the drama with Tiger and Sergio, it has been just a hot topic on Twitter. Social media is so huge. And say what you want, but everybody is talking about it. The interest in this afternoon, even though they're not playing together, it's a lot of people will be watching the drama.
Well, I liked what Frank Noblo said. He talked about the transparency that Sergio has. He's an open book, but it's good. We want the transparency until we don't like the answer that we get, you know, and both players really have probably the two most talented, or have been on this tour for the last 10 or 15 years. Maybe Sergio hasn't quite lived up to the potential. Tiger's had the bar set so high and raised it for everybody for many years, and they just don't get along, which I have no problem with. I know it's a gentleman's game, Billy. I have no problem with guys not getting along out of you. You're out there to try and win golf tournaments, not to make friends.
The most important thing that Noblo said to me was the fact that they both respect each other's talents.
Yep.
And go from there. You don't have to like the other person, but you do have to respect their ability.
And Keimer kind of fluffed that chip shot. The ball was sitting down, wasn't a terrific lie, and so he will be outside Schwartzel for his par save.
You know, he's going to be in the neighborhood of 25 feet for par. It's one of those kind of lies, Craig, that kind of sits down, get a lot of grass around the golf ball. You know that you can't make good, clean, solid contact, and it's a guess. And more times than not, you just kind of decelerate through that impact. And that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, that's what I love about 2.5, 3-inch Bermuda. It's not just the smash and gouge. You've got to have a lot of touch.
26 feet for par for Martin Keimer. Good effort. So he birdies the 9th and gives it right back at the 10th.
Well, it was very wayward tee shot with a hybrid, and with the you know, with this whole playing downwind, it's you know, it's a reasonably benign opening hole. It mirrors the first on the scorecard. The first is 423, the 10th is 424, second's a par 5, the 11th's a par 5. These opening holes on the first and back nine's basically the same, but get out.
Exactly what Dye and Beeman wanted.
Yep.
Good looking putt here. Good looking putt. Yes, sir. You can see that about 5 feet short, that it was going to be right in the gut.
Yeah, that was a good stroke from 22 feet.
And back to back. Getting back to even par after that watery double bogey at the 4th.
And Keimer for bogey. Our featured group moves on to the 11th. Keimer quickly takes that head cover off the driver onto the par 5.
11th hole today, 529 yards. The 10th being downwind. This will be back into the wind. That huge bunker there not in play. Wide fairway. Bunker on the left. We see about 330 off the tee. Players don't hit a good tee shot. You have to lay up down the left. Very few players will lay up down the right. Small sliver of fairway over there. And all sorts of trouble around this 11th green. You've got the bunker, you've got the water for the mishits. This whole location is on basically right in the center of the green, right in the front, 5 on. And another good par 5. This has been the 3rd easiest hole on the golf course this week. 10 eagles, 128 birdies, only 5 doubles. Or worse.
I like the fact that they took the head cover off, took the driver back to the tee.
There you go.
Caddies get a little bit of a shortcut here.
Yeah. Hunter Mahan made a what we call albatross in 2007. This in the last 10 years has been the 3rd easiest hole on the golf course. It's one, as the par 5s are, you must make hay on.
Well, the key is position off the tee, and for Martin Keimer, that has been an issue all week long and really all season long. Driving accuracy. Let's see if Schwartzel can put it in the garden spot or the mayor's office.
Well, if he can clock one like he did on the 9th, he can reach this par 5 easily. Ideal tee shot right now, Craig, is to hit it right center, maybe turn it down just ever so slightly.
Take it this B tree and just hammer it.
Yeah, that was a good looking swing, good looking tee shot. Ooh, that ball carried well down the fairway. That carried over that little upslope that a lot of players hit into, and it kind of kills the drive. That hit over that little rise. They have a right to left wind, so this is going to hurt this tee shot, Craig, unless he flights it differently. Well, that too a solid strike.
Looked like he may have turned that the other way.
Yeah, he hit a nice tee shot right here. One of the longer ones that Keimer's hit today.
Well, there they go, walking side by side. Two major champions, both at +2. Good look at the par 5 11. And our featured group back in the fairway, Charles Schwartzel, Martin Keimer.
Keimer's going to have somewhere around it looks to be like 240, maybe a little less than 240 to the front.
Right on, Billy. Hit that about 290 yards off the tee, which leaves him 238 to the hole.
hard hole location here. If you're going to miss here, you want to miss in that bunker right up underneath the green.
Just comes up short. It's okay. 3 and pardon? Yeah. I'm 50 on the green. Exactly.
Craig, the wind started to turn just a little bit from the 10th to the 11th hole, maybe a little more right to left as Keimer gets ready to hit his second shot.
Yeah, it's supposed to be out of the west, and maybe it's swinging a little bit more to the north.
Well, that's a big swing. This ball launched straight up in the air right at the left corner of the green. Oh, and it just lacked about a yard from being okay.
Liked how he really got into his left side. There's a little lateral shift to get. That's how you kind of generate the power from the transition backswing to the downswing, and posted all the way up, and that was really close to being a good shot.
Schwartzel hit it 304 off the tee, leaves him 225, Billy.
225 and just a touch of a downhill lie. And with this wind direction, this can't be any more than 5 iron.
He's been swinging really hard with his irons. He hit the 7-iron from 210 at number 8. And we'll have to get after this one if this is a 5.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. It's a pretty line. It's a very pretty line.
It's going to carry. Oh, it did indeed. Wow.
These guys are actually enjoying the round. Pretty good buddies.
Had a couple of folks clapping out there.
Oh, why wouldn't you?
We'll have a good look at Eagle, and we'll get him back to even par. And here they come. Schwartzel, by the way, we said 304 off the tee, and that was club head speed of just over 117 miles per hour.
Yeah, you know, when you get those sort of numbers, the tour average is probably, I don't know, probably 113, 114. You get 117, you know, you're probably carrying that ball with this ball speed 173. You're probably carrying it over 300 yards, as long as you got to get the ideal launch conditions. But we talked about it from the outset. He's got a very good golf swing, very powerful, very efficient. He's 18th and inside the top 20 in driving distance. He'll certainly get it out there.
That's what he's done so far this year on the PGA Tour. 2 top 10s at the Northern Trust and the Honda Classic.
Doug, we talked earlier about, you know, good scoring average. Hasn't missed a cut. It's just his 4th Players Championship and hasn't had a good performance. Best finish 3 previous starts, tied for 26. But he had that run late last year, early into this year. Played 7 events, didn't finish outside the top 3. Won 2 events down in South Africa by combined 23 shots. That is lapping the field.
Now, all smiles right now. His numbers are terrific. As you mentioned, 18th in driving distance, 297 yards. 13th strokes gained putting. 4th in scoring average at 69.58. Tied for 19th in birdie average. Right at 4 birdies around. So Schwartzel is a factor each and every week he tees it up. Now Keimer, remember, lying 2 here at the par 5, just in front of the putting surface. An awkward stance he'll have, Billy.
Yeah, it's an awkward stance,
Yeah,
but if you can fit into it, the shot itself is not that hard. It's just a matter of gaining your balance. How far do I grip down on the club? I mean, you're tossing it right back into the breeze. And again, I think 4 feet is the acceptable distance from this situation.
And short game's been exquisite on display today. That the advantage there on the upslope, and then a little softer, but you can still see down grain there, and it just wandered by a little bit. You know, it's Sunday. They're out of position, Doug. They started the week, started the days tied for 66. You can learn a lot about yourself on days like this. You can go out there and start hitting some shots, start gaining some confidence. Martin Keimer, you know, in stroke play events hasn't finished better than 35th this year. And so you're not just out there just going through the motions. You're out there trying to build on something for when you play. Could be next week at the Byron Nelson. They could be going overseas. Could be just a shot that gets you moving in the right direction.
And Schwartzel's going to play the next 2 weeks. He's going to play the Byron Nelson. He's going to play Colonial.
I always enjoyed that swing through Dallas. Colonial is a great golf course. Got to maneuver it both ways and should suit the South African.
Just outside 17 feet down the hill.
Just a little too frisky there. If that had a little less speed, Graham may have just pulled it to the right and it might have snuck in that left corner.
Schwartzel will throw down the mark, aiming for his 3rd consecutive birdie. And Keimer taking aim at a bounce back birdie here at 11.
You know, Keimer just inside 5 feet. Just not much in this putt. Maybe just off center.
And the birdie falls. 3 birdies, 2 bogeys in the card today for Martin Keimer. Now Schwartzel will look at this from behind the cup. Uphill putt, Billy.
Yeah, uphill, and you know, you factor in the grain, but still, I think this is a putt that going back up the hill, and Craig has said it a couple of times. When you're into the grain or you got any kind of cross grain, the key always is to hit the putt solid and get the ball rolling.
That's what he did.
Yeah, it played the hole beautifully. Good tee shot, good long tee shot, towering 5-iron, and had a great opportunity for a eagle. But now 3 birdies in a row for Charles.
What's that, Perksy?
No, I've got Charles with 3 birdies in a row. That gets him under par on the round after the double.
What's that? A turkey?
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. It's still early on a Sunday morning.
Okay.
You're right. It's a turkey. I am a turkey as we go to the 12th hole, 365 yards. We saw Bubba take driver. I'm not sure if that's the right play. Although today, back into the wind from the left. It's just a hybrid or a 3-wood off the tee. A lot of slope in the screen. You got some runoff areas in here and back here. Today, 23 paces on, kind of right in the middle of the green. So I'm thinking right in this area right here. Leave it enough back where you can hit the full wedge. Give yourself a great opportunity. What's 4 birdies in a row, Doug?
I got to come up with a name.
That's a great plan, I can tell you that.
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
That is a game I'm not familiar with. 107 birdies so far at the 12th. We'll see if Schwartzel can keep it going for 4 in a row.
And I like the play going with the iron. He's done that 2 or 3 occasions today. Actually, the wind's starting to pick up a little bit, Craig. And with this wind direction is starting to shift just a little bit. It's going to be right to left off the tee on 14.
So what is this now, Billy? Is it back in their face from the left, or
no? It's just pretty much straight across from left to right. So has to start this down left side of the fairway. And this ball is working left. This is going towards the mounting on the left. Needs a kick to the right and stays in the primary rough. And he's going to be right on top of the mound. I can see the ball from here, so it appears as though he's drawn a pretty decent lie in that primary rough on the left-hand side. And Keimer also choosing to go with iron. Just a positional par 4. Just kind of put the ball in play. Get back on track. And then this ball leaking to the right. This ball going up the right-hand side. Needs a little kick to the left, and that catches the right-hand side of the fairway. That's going to give him a pretty good look at the green, but he's going to be a few yards further back than what Schwartzel is. A little bit longer shot, but in the fairway, so I think that's going to be the key.
And Schwartzel is looking for another one, which would be 4 in a row. Our featured group at the Players. Up at the green, here at the 12th, the par 4. And we are following Charles Schwartzel and Martin Keimer. And Schwartzel has 3 birdies in a row. You see him up there to the left.
I tried to Google in the break what 4 birdies in a row is.
What is it?
Well, they said a condor, but I'm not sure if that's
a condor.
Yeah.
Not sure I've ever heard of that.
I think you should go with it.
Yeah, why not?
Like this in the middle there.
A condor.
What does it look to you? Left. It's not. Is it really? It's actually, yeah. You got one.
I've got Keimer for 134.
Oh,
Well, you are spot on there, Mr. Cratchit.
No, sorry. 4. Yeah, 6. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. Well,
Got this whole location.
wedge, you can be aggressive for the wedge because the breeze is. See, look at that now. If anything, I mean, there should be no hurt there at all. And it's just off that squeeze, isn't it?
I see that.
I do like, yeah.
I like what Conley just told him there. There's no help from the breeze at all. Not from this angle.
23 paces on, 3 paces over, just a little small little tear. So a little left, a little long, give him a flat putt.
Win.
Yep. Nicely done.
Good shot for Keimer, who +5 in the back 9 so far this week. You saw that graphic. 4 under on the front and has really struggled on this backside.
Well, there's some opportunities out here. 10, 11, 12, but 14, 15, 18. You can make a mess of those holes very quickly.
Schwartzel has drawn a pretty good lie over there on the hill.
Yeah, he's drawn an excellent line. He's got 108 yards by my calculation, and actually went up to the. Actually went up to the mound in front to take a little better peek and see what he had in front of him.
Completely blind.
Yes, cannot see a thing from here. Has to go. Has to go. Okay.
And releasing up and over that ridge and coming out of the rough, all in all, not too bad.
So Schwartz will have an opportunity to go for Condor.
I don't think we should go with it. You know, an albatross is a 3 under on a par 5. Turkey's 3 birdies in a row. Well, Condor's got to be a bigger bird than a turkey, right?
It is a big
and
bird.
An albatross.
And I've never heard that before today.
Well, you probably never hear it.
Never use it again.
There's a lot of good information on the internet, but that was probably what wasn't some of the best stuff out there.
Yeah, from that left side, we saw Schwartzel was totally blinded by his second shot, had the big mound in front, choked down on the shot. You almost have to pick an aiming point behind the green, right?
You do indeed. Yeah, and it's tough with your depth perception. That's what's great. Listen, the hole today is just playing. It's just over 360 yards. From a yardage standpoint, straightforward. And he had an iron off the tee, and you can't miss it like that, you know. And he's missed it way out of position, and he's paid dearly for it. He's genius. Pete Dye is genius with the visual intimidation. You know, he said golf's not a fair game, so I'm not going to make a fair golf course, and he lures you into that false sense of security. Oh, it's just a short little par 4. I'll just whack it down there. Don't really pay much attention, and it becomes more and more difficult.
So Schwartzel will get the first opportunity to make it 4 in a row from 18 feet.
Yeah, and a few years back when they shut down the golf course and resurfaced the greens, and this was one of the greens that they completely rebuilt. More of a push-up. They pushed it up in the air. That bunker on the left-hand side, really that is a tough bunker to play out of. A lot of movement in this green, but where this hole is located, pretty flat.
Oh, that's 4 in a row. Boy, he jammed that in there with authority. Good job. Back to even par now for the championship.
Yeah, open was 72, followed that up with 71 and disappointing 75 yesterday when he played the last 5 holes and 4 over par, but could be the best round of the week.
Yeah, now Keimer, see if he can follow suit. Watch the end of the grip of the putter. I mean, it just stays in that location the whole time.
Yeah, pulled that one right off the putter face, Billy. Never started on line. Thought, motioning, thought it was going to go back to the right, but never really had a chance.
So Keimer taps in to stay at +1. But Schwartzel is getting hot. 4 birdies in a row as they head over to the par 3 13th. That familiar back left hole location. Schwartzel smiling for good reason.
Well, the 13th playing 170 yards today, and it's familiar back left hole location. 14 aces on this hole since 1983. One yesterday, Chris Stroud early in the day. Previous to that had been Robert Garrigus in 2008. Way back in this spot. Oh, I've got the wrong thing going on, but right here, huge slope here, and really just get it up here and just let everything funnel down. But don't miss it up above the slope, because putting down here, you can putt it nearly off the green.
As Craig described, one ace happened yesterday. That was a terrific shot.
Yeah, bounced it off the fringe. You know, I remember Phil Mickelson doing that. That was way back in 1995. What I remember was Craig Stadler did kind of the same thing. That back right hole location, 2002. He was in contention through 3 rounds. Don't know who won that year, but he didn't play very well on Sunday. 2002.
But he survived, especially those last 3 holes.
That's right.
Whatever that guy's name was.
Okay, guys, I'm going to give you a little,
all right, here we go.
Something to effort. Schwartzel just walked by me. I said, hey, nice going, 4 birdies in a row. He said, yeah, but I've made 19 over par scores.
Today, this week.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, he's 7 bogeys. I think he's got 3 doubles and a triple.
7,
3, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 over par holes.
Oh, well,
he's close.
He's not giving himself enough credit. Just 17.
10, hold on, 10 bogeys, 3 doubles.
There we go.
That's 16.
And 1 other. 19.
Oh, that's a triple. There we
yeah,
go. There's
is.
the 19.
I'm the one that New Zealand math is not good.
There we go. There we go.
He erased the triple. Doesn't want to.
So he
doesn't want to remember that one.
But it's amazing. Here's a guy, the middle of his final round, and he walks by and he knows that he's had.
What are you thinking?
Plus 19.
All right, but here's the key. He's made 19 birdies this week. When KJ Choi won the championship in 2011, he made 19 birdies. Obviously, KJ hasn't made the numerous mistakes that Charles has.
Well, that's just the elimination of the miscues.
You see the fans behind the green moving, trying to get in position where they will camp themselves for most of the afternoon.
I will say his miss today with the irons has been left.
Don't miss it left here.
But he's been the shot at 10 and the shot at 12.
Well, he swung so hard at those irons when he missed them left. This one a little bit more under control.
Yeah, he needs to go though. Needs to get up.
Oh.
You know, it flew just short of hole high, Billy, but it was left of the flag, and that is a watery grave.
Yeah, the miss is left, and now Keimer, he'll kind of throw this back up against the wind. I think this is just kind of a hold off for him. You can see the moss up in the trees moving right to left as the players play the hole.
Here's the flag here. He better still aim it in this spot here, because that wind right to left. Don't pull it too far left of the flag.
20 feet right of the hole is ideal, Craig.
Yep.
Kind of where this one is.
Catch the slope. Yes, indeed. Kick forward. Beautiful golf shot.
Well done for Martin Keimer. Schwartzel into the water after 4 consecutive birdies. And we talked about the adventurous week that he's had with a triple bogey, 4 double bogeys, 10 bogeys, and now he's headed in that negative direction again. He will walk up to the drop area. See the circle in the front of the teeing area.
You've got to believe that the positive that he can take to the next 2 weeks is the fact that he is making a lot of birdies. He is making a lot of good swings, and there's been a lot of efficiency to the game. And if you can just avoid 1 or 2 mistakes around, he made the mistake at 4. Now he's made the mistake here at 13. You avoid that, then you become a contender.
Yeah, you can make mistakes on any golf course. You just have to make them in the right spot, and he's made them in a completely wrong spot at 4 here and 13, both balls in the water.
Trying to utilize the slope as well.
Trundle all the way down. Just inside Martin Keimer's. Yeah, it was. Yes, indeed.
Needs that for bogey 4. Playing quickly. They're not wasting any time. Marching along here on a beautiful Sunday. See a lot of pink. Not only our featured group, but in the background, many of the fans have.
It's a pink out.
Yep. Looks terrific
today for Mother's Day. As Brent Snedeker tried to put on Twitter, he put punk out, but he said that autocorrect.
Our featured group this afternoon, Craig will be out with Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman, both at 7 under, 4 shots behind David Lingmerth, Sergio, and Tiger Woods. Looking forward to watching the Aussie and the Englishman this afternoon. You know, Major League Baseball uses the orange or the pink bats on this day. What about maybe everybody hitting a pink driver? Bubba's the only one.
They do. They have pink flags as well. The NFL has breast cancer awareness. That they have all the pink sweatbands and socks and towels and all that sort of. It's great. Great for Mother's Day. Nice gesture from the Players Championship. The officials, the executive director, tournament operations people, so many. So what over 2,000 volunteers this week, and they're everywhere just doing a phenomenal job. You cannot run a golf tournament without them.
Again, Schwartzel will have a bogey putt coming up, and Keimer a birdie try. Both around 7 feet or so.
I think the putt on this green, especially when the hole is located in this lower left-hand portion of the green, as a player, I always felt as though they thought this putt was going to actually try to move a little to the left. But I've seen more putts move right Craig, from here.
Yeah, you know, you definitely know it breaks significantly from left to right long of this flagstick. But yeah, maybe just the grain's pulling a little bit more coming off that slope that's behind Martin as we look at him.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong just inside the hole. I just don't think you can give the hole away.
Great view here. Looks like he's aiming right. And it broke all the way across the hole left. And he can't believe it. Shocked.
Almost looked like he gave it the step as though he made it.
The dreaded early call.
Never fall.
No, that's right. Martin remains 1 under on his round. 1-0 for the championship.
Now Schwartzel for bogey. Solid stroke.
That is a solid bogey. Good up and down from the ball drop.
Schwartzel using that Nike method putter with the grooves on the face. What do you think of that, Craig?
I've never used one. Never used a putter with any grooves on it. I'm just a traditionalist. Never used the long putter. And I don't know. There's so much technology out there. Whatever you feel comfortable with. 14th today. No one feels comfortable on this tee. 460 yards is played as the second most difficult hole for the entire week and for the last 10 years. Wind today will be back in their face from the right, mounding down. It's a huge fairway. It's dissected in the middle from a ridge. You've got to get it in the fairway here. Long, sloping green, and an unusual hole location for the Sunday's final championship. Just in the front right, 13 on 6 from the left. The one we saw yesterday, way 33 paces on the back left. That's the normal Sunday spot. So take it down the left-hand side a little bit more to get a good angle to that right hole location.
A little easier drive today with this wind direction. Even though it's still a little bit in, it's coming from the players' right, so they can send it just inside the mounds. And that is A1 for Martin.
Right at 58% fairways hit for the week. Ranks 54th in the field. Martin Kaymer.
I would think if Charles catches this one, he's probably going to be a good 15 yards ahead of Kaymer. This is a perfect wind direction for him. This heading towards the mounding on the right needs a little bit of a kick. Looked like he got it.
He did indeed, and got back in the fairway.
Wow.
That's a great break. Landed in the primary rough.
So Schwartzel has hit 64% of his fairways. Our featured group moves on a Sunday at the Players.
Final round coverage of the 40th Players Championship continues on PGA Tour.com. John Swansek with Craig Perks, the 2002 Players Champion. Bill Kratzert following the pairing of Martin Keimer and Charles Schwartzel. And they have reached their tee shots in the fairway here at the tough par 4 14th.
And just waiting for the green to clear. Brian Davis, Padre Carrington in the pairing ahead. Charlie Wee, the pairing ahead of this pairing that we're waiting for on the green. So play maybe a little bit slower than what these guys would like to go. Teeing off fairly early in this last round.
You eased your way around that one, Billy, very nicely.
Is long bad? Well, it's up in that knuckle, so if it's long there, you come back up the hill, you come back up the hill, you know. So either or. Okay. I would say so. You got 5?
Yeah. I think if I get a high cap.
Yeah, you need to hold. You definitely need to hold that into the wind.
But if I had a high cap, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
I think.
Yep, should be ideal.
Now I've got him for 194. So going with the 5-iron, trying to hold it up against the breeze.
Love it into that right hole location. Wind out of the right. This should really set up nicely for Martin. You just now have to execute.
Yeah, up on this right-hand portion of the fairway, the green sits just slightly below him. I like the club.
Oh, right over the flag. What was that? Maybe landed about 4 feet beyond. Looked like it came right down on top of it. And 5-iron into the wind, still ball kicked forward about 30 feet. Good shot.
Yeah, I thought that was really going to be the perfect club, kind of going up against the wind.
Yeah, we just got a replay of it, Billy, and it was coming right down the length of the flagstick.
Schwartzel 12 yards closer.
Yeah, 182 yards. Also trying to hold it up against the wind. And just going to be 15, 20 feet left. Near flag high.
Well, those 19 over par that he is on the holes that he's had, 3 of them came here yesterday when he made a disastrous 7.
Well, tickets for next year's Players Championship are already available. Might want to grab them. It's been a sellout this week, and a lovely Mother's Day Sunday here in North Florida. Another big crowd on hand. You can get your tickets by logging on to PGA Tour.com. About 170,000 folks.
Yeah, you said last year was 169, so they're going to break that record.
They're on track to do that, yeah.
Man. Hope the weather holds off. No delays on Championship Sunday. I know the entire year's been besieged with bad weather, and they wouldn't dare do that to the players. Our own championship.
We've had delays and suspensions for wind, fog,
snow,
lightning, frost, snow, and rain, of course.
And a squall that had, what, 80-mile-an-hour winds come through Bay Hill.
Just about everything but locusts this year.
Or meteorite showers or something like that. It's been fun to watch these guys. We've seen some good shots. We've seen some wayward shots, and they've come up and hit some pretty remarkable recoveries.
9th event of the season for Martin Keimer. Won a couple of matches at the Accenture, where he went to the championship match against Luke Donald a couple of years back.
You talked about it when he won the PGA in 2010. Jumped to #1 in the world. Spent 22 weeks at #1 in the world. Now officially 34th in the world. He's really struggling with all facets of his game. He's outside the top 150 in really total driving, ball striking, greens and regulation, scrambling, and strokes gained. And it shows his best finish in a stroke play event, 35th at the at the Masters.
He was tied for 9th in Qatar in early February, the week in which he recorded his first career ace on the European Tour. 186-yard shot on the 7th hole at the Emirates Golf Club. That was at the Dubai Desert Classic, actually, where he made the hole-in-one. First ever in his European Tour career.
Well, he is only 28. He's young. Getting ready to walk right into the prime of his golfing life.
So that shot, which sailed just over the flagstick, settled about 36 feet away here.
And he's going to have to deal with a little grain change here, because about half the putt, the grain is working from his right to left, and then all of a sudden it changes. I think the difficulty here is judging the speed, the pace.
Yep, you had it read perfectly, Billy, with everything, even the pace. The ball broke right to left, left to right, and then gone on a significant distance by.
And just because the Schwartzel doesn't have to deal with the grain change, and plus he's going right back into the grain up the hill. This is one that he can go ahead and be pretty aggressive with, much like the putt that he hit back on number 12. Wouldn't surprise me if he made this. A little more steam and he had it. I think the grain, the hill, just ran out of enthusiasm, Turksy.
There you go. I love, you coined that saying, right? Just as you created moving Saturday when you won. Where was that? Milwaukee? Shot you a little 66?
Hartford.
Hartford. 66 on Saturday. 4 victories for a man walking on the grounds following this group, PGA Tour.
Always good to be lucky.
Much rather be luckier than good. That's what Hogan said. The harder he practiced, the luckier he got. And good putt from just inside 10 feet for Martin to avoid a 3-putt and remain under par on his round.
Both players 1 under for the day and 1 over for the championship. Bo Van Pelt shot 68 today. That's the only round in the clubhouse. He went around in 3 hours as a single, recording his best round of the week. Of the rounds going on the golf course, handful of players at -3. Charlie Wee, DA Points, Chad Campbell 3 under on the day. Tim Herron is -3. So that's the best round going here as our pairing hits the 15th.
448-yard par 4. Shoot looks pretty narrow from this vantage point, but it's truly not. You can. The hole generally calls for a left to right. I always like to take it down the right-hand side. Kind of, if you miss it, it's in the bunker. Everything's fine over there. Fairway runs out at about 320 yards. A couple of little pot bunkers, large bunker. Got some, definitely quite a large tier movement in the screen here. Hole location way in this back left-hand corner. And the new chipping areas that really surround all of the screen. Another good strong par 4 coming down the stretch here on the back 9 on Sunday.
Those chipping areas really part of the new look that we first saw in 2007.
I like it a lot. It gives you so many options, and you have to be committed to the one that you choose.
Keimer has chosen driver here at 15.
This wind direction, it just kind of keeps flipping around from the hole to hole. Now a little more into the player's face with this tee shot today, Craig. You can go up that left-hand side and be okay, I think.
Yeah, the run out down the left, 290, 295.
This is peeling hard to the right.
We'll catch that bunker. And with the hole 4 from the left, as long as the lie is okay, good angle. It's been numerous times, all my career in that bunker, and I made a couple of birdies from over there.
Well, I can promise you the bunker down the right hand side of 5 and here.
Yep.
You look at the 7th hole. They're playable, and that's your miss. And now Schwartzel. Oh, because this one's crushed. I mean, crushed.
Quick look up at the ball flight. Quick pick up the tee and start moving along.
Just after noon Eastern time as our live coverage continues and will all day long on PGATour.com. Back with you live at 15. Schwartzel arriving to his ball in the fairway. Keimer's in the bunker over there. Getting closer to the afternoon groupings. Craig Perks will be out with Mark Leishman and Lee Westwood. They're both at 7 under par, and they'll get things going at 1:48 Eastern time. Hunter Mahan, Greg Chalmers together at 1:58. Jeff Maggard and David Lynn at 2:08. And then Stenson and Palmer at 2:18. They're 10 under.
Short flag, puts it underneath. Each one is
Guys, I have Keimer at 173 yards.
Yep, it's shot length has it a little couple yards longer than that. You're good. How's the lie?
Lie is good, but he's going to have to come up and over the tree that you can see in your screen. Oh, really good contact. Wind trying to push it a little bit to the right.
Yeah.
Boy, that was a solid strike.
Yeah, it's hole high, but it is short-sighted himself, and it's nestled down. It is on the upslope. We can see it barely. He missed a lot of greens short side today, Mark Keimer.
Come on.
Okay, you were hesitant to give me the exact yardage. What does Keimer
Well,
have?
you tell me, and 152. How are we doing?
152, and then that would make my number very much on the money over there.
Of course.
Okay. Just trying to give it a little touchy-feely. Trying to keep an 8-iron down out of the wind.
Really like what he did there. The abbreviated follow through, but he kind of turned the hands over and to kind of turn it back into that wind. And he's surprised that it's gone over the back of the green.
Yeah, that was a good shot that just didn't turn out well.
May have the edge of the collar to deal with as well, judging from where that one came to rest. They require some creativity for the birdie attempt of Schwartzel. Under par rounds going for both players here. Temperature starting to warm up a little bit. Expected to creep into the low 80s here. Schwartzel toned down an 8-iron. Thought he struck it perfectly. This was the reaction. Oh no.
Oh, not long. You can't go long. Yeah, and if we did see it up against the primary cut of rough, that doesn't influence it too much. He's got some green to work with, so it's kind of see the shade of the green. That the green on this hole runs from front to back, so he'd be chipping slightly back into the green, but still be an awkward shot. You know, when these greens get a little pop-up greens and they have those runoffs down below the level of the green, and if the lies, especially from the closely mown area, your contact has to be so precise.
And we should point out, as we did earlier in our coverage this week, that it's only been 7 days since nearly 11 inches of rain fell on this golf course. The island green was nearly at water level at 17.
And I was out with some of the players on the practice fair on Wednesday and out on the golf course with some of the same guys. They were shocked and in amazement. They were pumping 90,000 gallons a minute from this place and dumping it in the intracoastal waterway. And when these guys came out on Wednesday, they couldn't even tell it had rained. Tom Black, and he's got over 100 superintendents from throughout the world that have come to help him this week. Remarkable effort.
This will be testy for Keimer.
Yeah, this is going to be really testy. In fact, most guys would try to cover more distance upward than they would straight ahead with this shot. Just no green to work with.
Oh.
Or you could just go ahead and hit the flag stick.
Wow. That landed softly too. That was probably a little unlucky that it hit the flag. Maybe if the flag stick wasn't in, it might have just hit the back of the cup and gone in.
He has hit a number of very clever shots around the greens today.
The one at 6 when he was over the green, the one at 7 when he was right of the green, although it was nearly impossible. He made the lengthy putt, but yes, indeed.
Flag sticks out. That one probably goes down. Okay, we thought this might be a bit of an issue for Schwartzel here. He's got a wedge out, Billy.
Yeah, I like the play. You just treat this shot as though you're putting it. You just kind of get a little overspin on it.
Not quite enough overspin that time.
I would still like to see the banks or the bunkers
shaved a little.
Shaved
Yep.
down.
Yeah.
I would love that.
You know, Jeff Ogilvy wrote an article last year, and he said he would like to see it a little bit more unkempt, a little bit more wild, a little bit more like Pine Valley, this golf course. Maybe get rid of a little bit more of the rough, turn the water off. And because, you know, we're always used to, we always look at a golf, we want to see it manicured beautifully. We want to see it green. And in actual fact, I think when golf courses have that brown tinge, like at the Open Championship, although they're not as fiery as over here, but well, they can do if it doesn't rain. But we're always conditioned to want it to see green, and I think players would like to see this golf course play a little bit more with a brown and a wild look to it.
Yeah, I think the courses on tour are a little too pristine. You know, it's the same every week, and A miss there by Schwartzel, and that was after a good drive, a well-executed second shot. And, well, that's just that's a maddening bogey right there, because you hit two really quality shots. But I would just like to see, you know, some difference. Change it up. You know, it's baseball. You don't see the same pitcher every time. These guys see the same green speed every single week. Change it up.
That's where we stand after the Schwartzel bogey. He drops to 2 over. And we begin the gauntlet, the final 3-hole stretch here.
We make the turn. The easiest hole on the golf course has been this week and the last 10 years, since 2003 during the ShotLink era. Just most players will hit 3-wood, maybe drive it, turn it from right to left. It runs out at about 300 yards down the right. Then the fun begins as we turn the corner. Water, we've talked about the visual intimidation. It's there. The water in play, absolutely. That pop bunker can save a mishit iron shot. We've got pop bunkers to the left, and the whole location, as it customarily is, in this right-hand side. And with the wind down and from the right, this will be just a driver and a middle iron for most of these players.
A cupcake, as Bill Kratzer would say. Played under 500 yards yesterday. 512 is the yardage today.
I've always said I'd rather have 17 and 18 downwind than, you know, 16 back into the wind. You can get home here no problem. But when 17 and 18 get into the wind out of the left, which it is today, that to me is the toughest wind for those two closing holes.
Great theater right in this area. NBC, the domestic broadcaster, Billy, they typically have a couple dozen cameras around the area here, 16 and 17.
Always like the one in the bunker cam. Got all the microphones around the bulkheads at 17, so you really.
I like the one in the water, Perksy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, periscope cam as well.
Yeah. And the one on the Y that comes down and zooms to the right of the 16th green and can go up and give great vistas of the 17th.
And then the big crane up top by the American flag, right in the middle of it all. There it is, off in the distance there. And that's a flag that a lot of players reference. It's a very true indication of how it's gusting.
Yeah, they certainly look at it when you're standing in the middle of the fairway at 16, and they absolutely get focused on it as they stand on 17T. Martin Keimer parred this hole the first day, but a couple of birdies in the second and third rounds. Charles got the turkey on this hole, the 3 straight birdies, first, second, third round.
You guys got that all worked out with your bird references?
Getting rid of it.
Okay. Come up with a good drive here, Martin.
Oh.
Check swing.
A little low inside. That was just kind of a hang-on swing there.
Yeah, that's going to kill the distance, cutting it back up into the wind.
That's well back.
Yeah.
I would think that Charles, after what took place back on the 15th, I think he's just going to give this one of those filthy, nasty hits where he just kind of just sends it out there.
Well, he's aimed on the very right-hand side of the tee. I think today, with the wind out of the right, you take it actually that we can see a great view of the crane. You take it right at that crane and just kind of take it over the edge of the trees there and just hammer it down there.
Well, there's going to be some club head speed here.
Oh, tried to swing it too hard.
Yeah, quick left.
Yeah, he was trying to carry that 400 yards with that swing.
Not what Schwartzel was looking for. That one rattled around, may have kicked backwards. We'll see where it is and how Schwartzel deals with it when we come back. Drive of Charles Schwartzel at 16 snapped into the trees. Looked like it may have kicked out of there, Craig.
Yeah, obviously it's a tremendous break with the quick hook. Billy's down there. Did he get the break that we think he got?
Yeah, he did. He
Wow.
did. In fact, he's just a couple of paces in front of the sprinkler head. That is 220 to the front, so 218 to the front and another 16.
234.
234.
That's exactly what ShotLink has it at, sir. My goodness, you're good.
Well, if the guys could hit and Schwartzel kind of had it in mind, but I'm down here a few yards down the fairway. I'm at the divot of Harrington, and Harrington had 199 yards.
The longest drive today, Bo Van Pelt hit one 331.
Wow. So if you can get it riding the wind, like you said, Craig, if you can get it kind of riding that wind, and ball's going to carry far enough to where it's going to carry on top of the hill. It's not going to hit into that slope. It's going to carry on top of that hill. Then it's going to release down the fairway even further.
Yeah, and then after he hit that 331, what do you have? He just had 175 and then downwind. That's probably just 8 or 9 iron.
Yeah, I think Harrington had like 199. I mean, he didn't have much either.
Brian Davis, Potter, Harrington finishing up their work at the green. That's why we've got a little wait time here.
Keimer, 226. Somewhere in there.
Keimer, Mr. Keimer has 225.
I'll have to talk to Shotland.
Good look there from behind Schwartzel.
I'm going to have to recalibrate everything.
Yeah.
Well, this little lull here will probably not make the official film, but it will be fabulous because people at PGA Tour Entertainment do fabulous work year in and year out. They're putting together the 2013 Players Championship official film, and you can pick it up for $14.95 by visiting shop.pgatour.com. It's a pink out here for Mother's Day on Championship Sunday at the Players. A lot of the competitors in the field, Keimer, Schwartzel among them, wearing pink shirts today. A lot of the fans as well here, part of this record-breaking crowd here this week. There's a few.
But I still think we got to hit this at that golf bag here. Eh? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, we've got our club here.
This jumps at the land too quick,
Back for one less, I believe.
Yeah, he said if it jumps at all, it's a 6-iron.
Make that fly, it should be sweet.
Gary Matthews caddy said the last advice, make it fly. You better with that club. 6-iron 234. Water short and right.
Didn't come out. Did not come out hot. Came out normal.
It's 40 yards short of the green. Wow. Try and get off the course right now without harming yourself, and get it in the house and move on down to Dallas for the HP Byron Nelson Classic.
Keimer. 226. Well, this is a 5-iron at the left corner of the green.
Yeah, nice. Well, it's going to run through, but it's a good shot. It's away from the water, but he faces a very difficult putt. There's a ridge. It's about 15 feet short of that. It'll be very quick. You know, even with a 5-iron in your hand, you're looking, you keep glancing at that water on the right. You go, man, I'm just going to go a little further, a little further, a little further left of the flag.
International winners through the years here. First was Sandy Lyle back in 1987. That was the year that Jeff Sluman had a good chance to win this Players Championship. Missed a short one at 17.
Someone dived in the water, right?
Nick Price in 93, Greg Norman in 94. That was the record-breaking total that Norman produced that week of 264. Steve Elkington in 97, our man Perks in 02. Adam Scott, the youngest Players champion, and Stephen Ames, who was second to Craig 4 years prior to that, wins in 2006. Garcia, Stenson, Clark, and Choi since the redo and the switch to May in 07.
And 2 Americans since the redo. Mickelson in 07, and then Matt Kuchar last year. 4 players won this championship twice. Elkington, Sutton, Love, and Couples. Jack Nicklaus won this event 3 times, but not at this golf course.
3 different venues.
Yes.
Including right across the street here at Sawgrass Country Club.
Inverary, and then Atlanta Golf or Atlanta Country Club. Came here in 1982 when Jerry Pate won with the orange golf ball and threw Commish and Pete Dye in the lake.
A little touch shot required here from Schwartzel.
Yeah, in that first cut, a little bit of a spongy lie. I think he just dropped it maybe 4 or 5 feet on, play a little bit lower. Kind of put a little overspin on it, or trying to put some overspin on it, and didn't work.
I think he chucked it. I really did. A huge divot. Should have just clipped it off the top. And
Schwartzel had 2 beautiful shots back at 15.
And it's demoralizing, John.
Comes to the easiest hole on the course.
It's demoralizing. I promise you. You know, you're not in the thick of anything, but you're grinding. You hit 2 great shots. You walk off with with bogey, and then you stand on the easiest hole and you duck hook it in the woods, although you got a good break. The enthusiasm meter has dropped below probably quarter full. Probably not allowed to say that, but I'm being honest.
That's what we're looking for out of you. 2 birdies on the week for Keimer, studying this one from all angles. "53 feet away."
You really don't see much with the grain. Not a lot of involvement there, other than the fact that he is putting with the grain, coming just off the fringe.
Well, the longest putt he's made is 23 feet, and let's double that plus. Not trying to make this putt, just trying to hit the right speed and cozy it up there close for his 4th birdie of the day. This goes down the slope. Good looking putt. Oh, just had a little too much speed.
Hit the flagstick back at 15 with his chip from off the green and caught a chunk of the cup with his eagle attempt here at 16. Keimer feeling it around the greens all day long. Must have took a little bit of the steam out of it.
Good effort.
Schwartzel for his birdie now.
This putt will be slow going in this direction. Kind of this little collection area here on the right front of the green. And as you said, Craig, disappointing with a 5 here after getting a good break with the tee shot.
Level par round for the 2011 Masters champion. 2 holes to play. Keimer for a 4th birdie on the day to get back to even par for the championship.
Yeah, 5.5 feet, and he's hit that in with some authority right in the center.
Nice work from Keimer after a 76 yesterday to battle it back to level par. As they make the walk over to 17. 135 yards today. We'll get a look at the traditional back right hole location. Go after it only if you dare to.
Only. These guys might go after it. Robert Allenby, the scoring leader at the 17th since 2003. 6 under par. 36 attempts coming into the week. I'm on this list.
You kept it dry here.
I'm not on too many lists, but I'm on this one. I'm 4 under par on this list anyway. It starts in 2003. 12. Yeah, I did. I did not hit it in the water, and it was funny. The last year I played, 2007, I was playing right behind Tom Lehman, and they had this huge board, and Tom was the leader in all categories. Had never hit it in the water. Scoring leader. It was like 86 attempts. What did he do? Dumped it in the water right in front of me.
Was the birdie on Sunday in 02 your only 2 of the week at 17?
No, I birdied it. I birdied it on Saturday as well, coming up and over the ridge. I think I 3-putted it on Friday. but it's funny. It's a hole that I found that I never really aimed at the flag, and I always tried to hit it, especially when the hole location was in the back. I always tried to hit it short of the flag. So I felt comfortable aiming it. It's a huge green, and if there wasn't the water there, and I referenced Jeff Ogilvy as well, he called this hole inherently dull. From a shot-making standpoint, you stand up there with no wind, it's a wedge, it's a wedge, it's a wedge, it's a wedge from a pretty huge green. Now, from a theater standpoint, it's riveting, but I just try to hit a wedge, pretty much 9-iron back in the day, in this middle of the green, and I was successful.
69-72 weekend, producing the Crystal for Craig Perks in 2002, holding off Stephen Ames by 2. Rocco Mediate was third that year at 5 under, tied for fourth Billy Andrade and Sergio Garcia, who's had a number of strong finishes here through the years, obviously, and trying to win for the second time later today.
Yeah, you had the second place to Phil Mickelson when Phil won, and then Sergio won the very next year. He's very comfortable around this golf course, loves this golf course.
Davis and Harrington finishing up on the island green. Let's take a look at what we've got here today from 135.
Said as much as we can. 135 yards. Hole location 15 paces on, 3 from the right. You take it just left of that bunker. There's a ridge that it can catch, as long as it catches over that bunker, and it'll feed all the way down into the right-hand side. Sunday hole location right there. You hit it. This is the ridge. So you come it over here and you get it here, and it just feeds down there. 6, what do we got here? 6 hole-in-ones here since 1983. The last, Miguel Angel, I'm gonna get it right today, Jimenez.
Got it.
2002, first round. That was when the front hole location was in the left, and that's when they had a lot more slope behind the screen. They've kind of the contour has been, uh-oh.
Oh, we're being told that Brian Davis found that little pot bunker there.
55 square feet, that pot bunker.
Hit it into the water.
Bladed it from there, so pretty much one of your options to go back from the previous point. You will have to drop it. Well, it's...
We'll sort it out. We'll say goodbye to Craig Perks. He's going to follow Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman this afternoon.
He was given a set of plastic golf clubs when he was born by his grandfather Bradley, and it was always his favorite toy, always. But you know, from as young as about 4, he could go to the range and stay there for a while, and actually want to stay there. I'd say like 3 or 4 years old, he was already entrenched.
My mom came to pretty much every tournament or game that I played, drove me around, make sure I had what I needed.
Keegan won his very first tournament at my father's golf course in York, Maine. My dad was his caddy. We reenacted the trophy presentation on my dad's front yard. Dad passed away last April, so it's a special, special thing for us. I have a really special, funny kind of memory. It was probably March, and we still had a lot of snow, but the racing season was over. Keegan was a fabulous ski racer, and he was miserable. He wanted to play golf, and there was snow on the ground. I said, okay, pack it up.
I knew that these guys down in Florida and down south would be playing, and I was sitting there doing nothing, and it drove me crazy. So, you know, my mom obviously figured that out.
And we stopped on Route 1 in Saugus, Massachusetts, where they have a double-decker range, and he hit, I don't know how many buckets. I didn't think the smile was going to ever get off his face.
Seen her at the Ryder Cup walking around with some of the parents. At the PGA, winning the PGA Championship with my mom, sister, and nephew there. You know, being able to share that moment of driving home with the Wanamaker and putting it on the coffee table in the house that I rented, and just kind of looking at each other like, what's going on? This is ridiculous. I think we're going to look back at those moments and think, how did that ever happen? How did we ever line these up to work out perfectly? But, you know, those are really great times. My mom always believed in me that I was going to make it. There was never a question. You know, a lot of people did doubt me, but never my parents, never my mom.
I am so utterly proud of Keegan and all his accomplishments, but it truly means almost more to me when someone comes up and tells me what a nice kid he is, and that means so much to me. I mean, you know, like I said, I never ever doubted he'd get here, but when I get a compliment on who he is as a human being, that's very, very special to me.
Tee shot of Martin Kaymer on the way at 17.
Needs to get down. There you go. Squeeze to the right. Beautiful golf shot.
Getting better. Really good shot from Kaymer. We might be able to sell that one at about 6:20 local time this evening, Bill.
And not for just a little either. You could sell it for a lot.
Schwartzel.
You certainly have a nice visual as to what you want to do. Pretty much the same line, carries a little deeper left. That's going to hang up on top.
So back live for our Championship Sunday coverage at the 17. Back live with you at 17. Doug Bell back in. I'm John Swantek. Bill Kratzert following Schwartzel and Keimer for us today. Craig Perks is hustled out of here. He's going to be with our afternoon featured group. That's Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman. What a scene unfolding here at 17. It will be mayhem later today. Doug with his championship on the line.
And look at the trees. The wind definitely a factor. This morning when Tiger and Sergio played the 17th, it was so calm. But as we see every afternoon, the wind starts picking up. Saw Rory Sabatini plunk one in the water. Padraig Harrington very fortunate not to be in the water. And now Schwartzel putting for birdie.
Yeah, and the speed is going to pick up with this putt. Once it gets over this about 3 feet in front of him, once it gets past that crest of the hill, it is down grain, moving to his right, and quick.
Pace was very good, and so was the line. Of the 2 tee shots, it looked like Keimer's was the one more likely to produce a birdie, but it's a 2 for Schwartzel.
Yeah, you should have birdied 16. You don't. You come back with a birdie at 17. All is good.
That moves Charles back to 1 over for the championship. A little ticklish one here for Keimer's birdie.
He's been good with this length putt today. He's made a lot of good 6-footers today. 5-footers. I think he's been very solid with the putter today.
Got the pink shoes, or at least the pink stripes.
Yeah, the pink stripes. That's a nice look. Match your shirt, Doug.
That's right. A lot of pink out there. It's a great scene. And Keimer now with a par at the 18th will shoot 69. That's only his 6th round in the 60s this year. Here it is, the white knuckler, the par 4 18th. Obviously a very intimidating driving hole. We saw Billy Horschel on Friday, one of our featured groups, plunk 2 in the water to the left. If you bail out to the right or block it out to the right, that rough presents a serious problem. Lots of undulation down there near the water. The moguls to the right, trouble. Back right, trouble as well. In a different hole location on this Sunday, it's front left. Just 6 paces on and 3 to the left edge. And of course, everything slopes this direction down to the water. So we'll see what happens here at this fabulous finishing hole of Pete Dye.
Two eagles here this week. How about a couple of holeouts early in the week? Duffner flushed one, and Mark Leishman, who we'll see this afternoon.
Keimer has the perfect ball flight for this hole. Left to right, bring it out up over the water and into the fairway. Sounds easy, huh? He has played well today. It's been fun to watch the German perform, who has had a rough year on the PGA Tour, but you sense that he's getting things together.
Judging from how low that one was teed, we're guessing it's 3-wood here for Keimer.
It is a 3-metal.
265, so you're not running out there. That's, you know.
And that's the voice of Craig Connolly as caddy, and they just tried to pick out the tree on the right-hand side. Now the tree furthest to the right, in their view, 265 run out, and I just don't think that this can get there with this wind direction. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. You can sell that one too, Smiley. You should sell that one for maybe a little bit more than the one at 17.
Yeah, absolutely. Well back, but in the fairway. That's the most important part of the puzzle here at 18.
Quiet, please.
Big stick for Schwartzel.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the why not. +1 for the championship. I think you take it right on the left-hand side of the middle oak tree. Oh, wow. Is this crushed? Watch this one. This is absolutely A1. Could not have walked it out there any better than what Schwartzel did right there.
Flew it nearly on top of where Keimer's ball came to rest. Yeah, that one had some authority with it.
Yeah, that had some nasty on it right there.
Now we'll take a break here, step aside, and come back with the final hole of our morning. Follow a group pairing. There's the clubhouse off in the distance, the backdrop for what will be the finish of this Players' Championship later on this evening.
45 flag. It should come all the way back to that. It will come back all the way back to the flag. You want to be at the right edge of the TV tower there. You want to control it, really, don't you? Yeah. Yeah? Right to the golf channel. Yeah, perfect.
No, it's just the line that I was looking at. You look at the two towers in the back. Hit it at the golf channel emblem. And let everything just kind of work its way down to the left. Great hole location. I love this hole location. That's exactly where it started, and that's where it stayed, and that has to be a wrong club there.
Yeah, contact was certainly solid.
Yeah, that was a good, crisp, clean hit.
300-yard drive for Schwartzel.
And from the angle of the tee, that is a left to right and in wind. Just a monster drive down here. See if he tries to flight the shot like he did back at 15. I thought that was a beautiful shot that didn't turn out well. Same type shot. Better result.
Outstanding shot from Schwartzel after a booming drive down the 18th. We'll have a chance to close with a birdie and a 4-day total of 288 at level par.
Quite a few birdies, several doubles. He had one triple this week. Sand saves 4 of 11, and that'll hurt the scorecard.
1:48 Eastern time. Just about 35 minutes or so from now, that's when Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman will begin their final round work at the first hole. 74 for Westwood yesterday, Doug, and 2 double bogeys on the card to slip onto the fringe of contention here.
Yeah, that hurts. Really fought his way back. 74 could have been much worse. Finished with a bang, so has an opportunity. Leishman has just had a solid year. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see Mark Leishman throw a 67 or perhaps even a 66 up there today.
That's what they'll need, coming from the 4th to last group. Post the number and see what happens. And hope that the wind starts to howl when the last 4 or half dozen players come through this finishing stretch here. This has been a very entertaining group to watch today. We've had a number of good ones this week in our follow group coverage. First time ever we've brought you this content on PGATour.com. 2 live streams going all week. Featured holes as well, mostly the action at 17, but also the par 3 13.
And I think anytime we have the opportunity to follow 2 guys that they both have a major championship to their credit, and then to see some of the shots that they've hit today, especially around the green, it has been fun to watch. And I like to play with the putter here, Swanee. You know, everything is very quick. Everything breaks hard right to left. Everything's down grain. Just get it rolling on the putting surface.
It'd be hard to question any decisions Keimer makes around the greens today. He's been very tidy. Look at the rollout on that one. So that left for a round of 69 and a 4-day total of 287.
I don't know what they're expecting the winds to get up to today, but right now it's starting to gust at a pretty good clip. So it's going to be fun watching Leishman and Westwood play this golf course this afternoon.
Blue skies overhead for now. The only window of shower activity we were looking at was between 1 and 4 Eastern. There's a few dark clouds off in the distance there. All right, Schwartzel for a closing birdie.
2 closing birdies. Really sweet if you make this.
It's a round of 71 for the 2011 Masters champion Charles Schwartzel.
I think he can take a lot of positives out of this week. The main one being that he is producing a lot of birdies. Just needs to organize, maybe clean up the mistakes a little bit. Look for him to play well at Dallas and Colonial. Now Keimer just inside 5 feet for par.
Very good with those all day long. 7 out of 9 from that 4 to 8 foot range. And Martin Keimer will sign for 69. These two enjoyed each other's company today. Good go of it between two major champions.
Yeah, that was his best putting day by far. 33, 32, and 33 putts respectively coming into the day, and today only 27 putts for Martin Keimer. So maybe he's found something with that putter with a long grip. That was a good day for both players. Schwartzel had 27 putts as well.
So the final numbers from our morning featured group. There's the whole location at 18 today. What a finish it will be this afternoon. Remember, it's the final pairing of David Lingmerth and Sergio Garcia. Tiger Woods plays with Casey Wittenberg. Only been a few times in Tiger's career where he has failed to protect a 54-hole lead or co-lead. So they're all at 11 under. Wittenberg's at -10, Stenson and Palmer at -10. Then a little further down here, our afternoon featured grouping of Leishman and Westwood, tied for 11th right now at 7 under par.
Yeah, Lee Westwood, the first 2 days when he shot 69, 66. He had 28 putts on Thursday, 26 on Friday, his best putting day of the year. And then yesterday, had those 2 double bogeys, and he had 32 total putts. So Lee's short game went south on Saturday, hoping to rebound today.
Here at the Players, the third round leader or co-leader through the years has won 16 of 38 times. And the 54-hole leader has not won the Players since Stephen Ames in 2006. Look at Ben Crane, 4 under through just 5 holes today to move to -8. He always plays well here through the years.
Yeah, he does. It fits his eye, and that's what he said before. He just enjoys playing here, and he feels that his game really fits this place. Ben Crane withdrew last week at Charlotte, and it's good to see him back playing well. One of the big-time personalities on the PGA Tour.
There you see Leishman and Westwood off at 148. Just about 30 minutes from now. 5 under par round going for Jimmy Walker today. Now through 2/3 of his final round. And considering the players near the top, guys like Garcia and Woods, who are seasoned champions, especially on this golf course, it's going to be asking a lot for those at 6 under to threaten for the lead. Westwood and Leishman at 7 have a fighting chance. They'll be our afternoon group. Tiger Woods plays at 228 today with Casey Wittenberg. We've talked about Tiger's record here. Not great since he won the championship in 2001. Just won top 10 since then. Sergio threatening to win and become the 5th player to win the Players Championship twice on this golf course. He's in the final pairing with David Lingmerth. We just wrapped up our morning coverage of Follow a Group here on PGA Tour.com with Martin Keimer and Charles Schwartzel. Highlights from the Germans' day and the South Africans as well. Birdie here at the 2nd for Keimer. After 76 yesterday, he was looking to bounce back with something lower today, and did. Made bogey at the 3rd, but then deeper into his round here at 16. Doug, this one for eagle.
Yeah, the putter got going early, and he was using it from off the green, and that portion of his game has been struggling, but not today.
Certainly wasn't trying to make it, but nearly did. And Keimer made birdie at 16, and then he did at 17 after what may be the finest shot we will see for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, this was terrific. There's a ridge right there, about 30 feet to the left of the hole location today. Landed perfectly on that ridge, and that's the result. He would make birdie from there.
Added up to 69 for Martin Keimer, who concluded his week at 1 under par. Schwartzel, meanwhile, double bogeyed the 4th, but then at the par 5 9th took advantage with the short birdie putt.
Yeah, the putting stroke, like the rest of his game, is so smooth and effortless.
Made the turn in 37 and was in the midst of a hot stretch here in the middle of his round. Birdie there at 9. Chance for another here at 10.
Yeah, again, feet close together. Just a simple stroke. And the result, very good. I see his game really peaking as we head to the next few weeks in the PGA Tour.
So birdies at 9 and 10. Keeps the momentum going at the par 5 11th with a beautiful second shot here.
Yeah, he was using a 5-iron and really went after it. Major elevation. And he had a good look at eagle, would miss the eagle. But waving to the crowd, tacks on another birdie. That was a nice run. Schwartzel had it going.
So 3 in a row after the birdie at 11. Could he make it 4 straight at the 12th?
This was his longest putt of the day. And it was a no-doubter. Rattling at the bottom, Swanee.
So 4 in a row, and then drop shots at 13 and 15 for Schwartzel. At the 17th, you saw how close Keimer's was. Charles was closer to 30 feet here. Look how fast this was, but look how beautifully he judged it.
Yeah, watch this. Catch the ridge. He picked the right line and had the perfect speed.
So Schwartzel, after that double bogey back at the 4th, managed to birdie 5 of his last 10 holes. He rallies with a big smile on his face to shoot 71. 27 putts needed to get around the golf course today. Some nice work after missing half his fairways and 7 greens in regulation. And like Keimer, the big number yesterday kind of set his progress back at 75 on day 3.
Yeah, busy scorecard. Not a lot of pars. In fact, that's the story of the week for Charles Schwartzel. But that was the big key. 27 total putts in the final round. The putter got going.
Keimer, 27 total putts needed as well, was very efficient around the greens. And, like Schwartzel, a proven major champion, looking to peak for this major championship season with the U.S. Open just 5 weeks away here.
Yeah, this was his 6th round in the 60s this year. 2 of them came this week on Thursday and now Sunday at the Players. So his game is rounding into form. And you see the fairways, 10 of 14. He had a very good week hitting fairways and greens, top 5 in greens in regulation. So Martin Keimer starting to dial it in and getting his game back as he heads into the second half of the PGA Tour season.
So Jimmy Walker 5 under through 13. Ben Crane 4 under through 5. Those are the best rounds going on the golf course. Keimer in with 69, after which he spoke with Amanda Balionis.
Thanks, guys. Well, Martin, I was just telling you, you're part of our follow-a group coverage on PGAtour.com, so we saw every shot on every single hole, and it was a kind of a challenging round 3 for you, but you were able to bounce back pretty well today.
Yeah, yesterday was a little bit of a tough one for me. You know, I didn't score the way I wanted, but I played okay. It just didn't really go my way, and today I was able to make a few good saves, especially on the first 9, and then had a nice finish with birdie 16 and 17, so shot 69, which is, I think, a good round for today.
It's a great round for today, and let's talk about 16 a little bit. You've birdied it the last 3 rounds in a row, so you like that hole a little bit.
Yeah, I like all the par 5s, actually. You know, you when you're standing on the tee box, you think, you know, it's a good chance to make 4. You're a little bit disappointed if you make 5 because they're all reachable, and especially 16. If you hit the fairway, you should make 4 unless you screw up around the green. But I managed it very well the last 3 days.
Looking forward to the rest of your schedule, where would you assess where your game is at and where you want it to be?
I would say it's okay at the moment. I mean, result-wise, it's not great, but I'm playing really well. It's a tough stretch of weeks for me the last 2 months, but you know, I just have to hold on. I have to play brave. I have to keep practicing. I work really hard, so it will happen eventually.
All right, well, solid round today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Amanda. Very nice, soft-spoken gentleman there, and he's frustrated, Doug. You can tell. It feels like he's playing well, just not getting the results that he's looking for.
Well, he has a great work ethic, and he's young. He's 28 years old. A guy who works hard not only on the course but off the course, in the weight room. Very diligent in every aspect of the game. Has a sports psychologist who works with him week in and week out. I think he's close. I really do. He's won a major championship. He's won all over the world. And it would not shock me to see Martin Keimer perhaps win at the Memorial. I think his game will be in form as he reaches Jack's course at Muirfield.
Getting closer to the start of our afternoon follow-a group coverage at 1:38. That's when Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman will head off. 1:48, actually, about 20 minutes from now. There you go. Let's take a break and come back and continue our live final round coverage on Championship Sunday at the Players.
1, 2, 3, dog!
The goal for every team is a championship.
We know we can win. We have won before. It's just peaking at the right time.
This is how they get there.
A team is built by its adversity and its struggle together.
Go behind the scenes with the University of Washington men's golf team as they compete for an NCAA championship. Exclusively on the PGA Tour's YouTube channel. We are very excited about this project coming soon to YouTube. The Washington Huskies are a hot young team ranked 6th among NCAA programs out of Seattle, Washington, along with their coach Matt Thurman, who's the 3-time Pac-12 Coach of the Year after 12 seasons at the school. Twice he was the Pac-12 Coach of the Year. And they've got a young stud named Chris Williams, who's the #1 ranked amateur in the world, the Huskies' all-time wins leader. A very exciting young team to follow. And here at PGA Tour Entertainment, we are putting it all together, and it's coming soon on the PGA Tour's YouTube channel. Starting to fill up on the hillside here in the thrust of the gauntlet, 16, 17, and 18 at TPC Sawgrass, which Craig Perks conquered back in 2002 to claim the coveted Waterford Crystal.
The greatest finishing 3 holes in Players Championship history right here at TPC Sawgrass. It all started right here at the 16th tee, 5 under par after a bogey back at 15 when you missed a short one. How short was that one?
Let's say 18 inches.
15, this was Perks for par. No, just rounded out.
You busted one. You called it the best drive of your life, and you're right about in this position, right at about 200 yards for your second shot, right?
It certainly was, yeah. It was a great tee shot, kind of took it over the corner, but, you know, I'm faced with this shot. It's, you know, in the situation, even right now, it's an intimidating shot. The concern for me, John, was that the whole location's in the right-hand side, and I'm not a fader of the golf ball.
Craig Perks with just his 4th fairway hit today, but this one was hammered.
And just saw one left to right in there, and it's going a little to the right.
Uh-oh.
Stays up.
Very fortunate.
If you had hit this shot today here at 16, that may not have hung up because this entire green complex has changed in the last decade, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, John. I think they've invoked the Craig Perks rule here. Once they saw my ball stay up. The lie wasn't too bad. It was sitting down a little bit on a slight downslope, but I was just trying to land it at a certain point and then feel like it would just release to the hole. And when it went in, pandemonium broke loose, I can tell you that.
Oh! Eagle 3 moves into 7 under.
So after the pandemonium at 16, you take the lead at 7 under par. You make the 305-foot walk from 16 green over here to 17. You looked, at least outwardly, to be pretty composed. You were engaging fans all along the way.
I was so nervous. I really was. There was the whole atmosphere. You know, TPC, the final 3 holes, trying to win the Players' Championship was nearly overwhelming. You know, when we got to this hole, we were talking about discussing the yardage. We looked at the tower behind the green. It had an NBC sign on it at the time. And he said, look, that's our target. And I really had a perfect club. And I didn't want to give it too much thought because, you know, I've seen the carnage going on at this hole.
This ball a little bit left of the hole. I don't know if it'll catch the ridge or not.
It is safely into the center of the green.
So safely aboard here at 17, which is a good feeling on Sunday, 28 feet away. And although you had missed a couple short ones on the back 9 on Sunday, you had looked very comfortable on the longer putts throughout the day. So you felt good over that one?
I wasn't trying to make that putt. I was really trying to get it onto the crest of the slope and then just let it feed down.
Good speed. That's very good speed. Look at this!
At that point, I did know I had a 2-shot lead, but it still hadn't sunken in yet that I would have a chance to win the Players' Championship.
With the menacing 18th ahead of you. So you arrive at 18 with a 2-shot lead. 5 wins the Players' Championship. You had made bogey the first 3 days here. You reach for the driver.
Well, Johnny Miller did call me idiotic.
Can't even believe he's pulling out of wood. This, to me, is just idiotic.
Here's the bottom line, John, is that I played 3 practice rounds here, hit driver every day. Played 3 competitive rounds, hit driver every day. I thought it was a smart choice at the time.
Now this tee shot block going right for the right rough, John. You could see it coming. He's missed 6 fairways to the left today. He just had to go right with it.
I knew I was in trouble here, and I didn't want to compound my issues and maybe not quite catch it correctly, hit a tree and go off into Never Never Land.
Didn't make it by much, but that's not bad. Good angle where that flag stick is located.
Third shot.
8 iron from 162 yards. This ball a little right of the hole.
That's what I was thinking, Raj. Maybe go long. That's the last thing you want to do is go long there.
This is what you were faced with, up and down to win the Players.
Well, it's a little different today. They've actually cut the rough back. There were so many people on either side, and it was very loud. But I still had a task at hand. As I crested the ridge here and came down to this, I actually saw the lie was pretty decent. The wind was slightly back into my face, and I really didn't have much anxiety with this shot at all. I thought I could kind of pull it off.
Well, that's beautiful.
And that is going to put it away.
There were a few images that really resonated with me. One was the reaction of Stephen Ames on the range in total disbelief. Another was when you dropped the hat over your eyes. What were you thinking at that point?
Well, John, I think it was a lifetime of sacrifice and perseverance, and coming from New Zealand when I was 18. And it was a flood of emotions. When I saw Maureen, I gave her a hug that I think I broke her ribs because I hugged her so hard. And to this day, that's really one of the most vivid memories I have of that hug. And thinking of what we'd accomplished together, and then our life was how much it was really going to change.
It was an emotional roller coaster all day long. 4 fairways hit, 5 pars on the scorecard, but as my man said during the trophy ceremony with Tiger Woods, the easiest 72 he ever shot.
Trophy ceremony that year, Doug, was tremendous. Tiger was in disbelief at that finish, as we all were, and when he handed him the trophy, he said, "Man, you're unbelievable."
Yeah, that in my estimation, maybe the most exciting finish here at the Players. And what a genuine person Craig Perks is. And he was getting a little choked up just reminiscing with you in that feature.
Well, so David Lingmer,
who knows,
the Goliaths today, trying to find the magic as Craig Perks did back in 2002. Perksy, we always enjoy watching that. We hope you do as well. It's always great to work this championship with you each year.
Yeah, it was a fun piece that we did, John, and I've said this all week. It's funny. It seems like a lifetime ago that happened, but the memories are so vivid. I talked about hugging Maureen and nearly breaking her ribs. Another fond memory I had was last year while we were working this event, and my family, my kids came, Nigel and Megan, for the first time, and Nigel walked the back 9 or the front 9 on Sunday with the leaders, and Megan and my lovely wife sat out there on the 17th and watched it all and the regalia of it all and the Mother's Day, and it's so much fun to come back here, John and Doug, and to relive some of those memories, and to see my name every time I walk by the Circle of Champions. It's an honor, it's a privilege to not only play the PGA Tour but to be considered a Players Champion.
Well said. And Craig will be with the afternoon grouping that we're following for you here on PGATour.com. Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman. They're just about 10 minutes away from beginning their quest for the crystal here. Both players 4 shots off the lead at 7 under par. We'll take a break, and our Players Championship Sunday coverage continues when we come back.
when he was 4 or 5 years old. That's all he wanted to do, was be a professional golfer. So I never questioned or doubted if he can get there. I was able to find someone who said that he would give lessons to Ricky, who requested, "Mom, I want to take lessons." And I'm like, oh great, now what do I do?
She's been basically that person since day one, not just as being my mom, but getting me to tournaments, whether it was waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and driving to the desert when I was 9 and 10 years old, to now being on the road with me, making sure that the day-to-day life is as easy as possible for me to be able to go out and just play golf.
What he chose was up to him. If it was going to be, you know, from a mountain bike to a motorcycle, something dangerous, I still would have supported him regardless. It just happened, luckily, to be golf.
It was nice to kind of have no restrictions in a way. They were never holding me back. It was kind of like, this is what you want to do, go ahead and go do it. A few rules set early on. If you break a club, I'll take it from you. So
I think it was if he had like a temper or a bad attitude.
yeah, if
or
he hit a tree while I was swinging.
No, if he
we
said
replace
something that he shouldn't say, then I would say I'm taking a club for like every cuss word or every tantrum. Definitely proud as a mom that like my role somewhat is finished and I can relax because I see him so successful with being a good person. When I see the kids appreciate from the clothes he wears to who he is, and that they really look up and see him as a role model. Overall, it's a proud moment, but I know that energizes him, that he has a big role out here other than just hitting the ball.
She's always gonna be my mom. I'm always gonna respect what she says, and you know, if she steps up and is getting on me about something, I'm most likely gonna listen. So, I mean, she may only be 5 foot, but she's still got the strength to take me down.
That's for sure.
Happy Mother's Day. I love you. I wouldn't be here without you.
Perfect.
Jeez.
It's a tweet that Ricky sent out a little bit earlier today, Doug.
Yeah, that's nice. Loves his mom on Mom's Day. Very nice.
My mom has done everything in her power to help me get where I am today. Can't thank her enough. Happy Mother's Day. I love you. At Ricky Fowler, PGA, a prolific tweeter and a good follow as well. Traditionally, Father's Day has fallen on the final round of the U.S. Open, and
right.
Since this championship moved to May, it's been a Mother's Day finish. It's a very nice tie-in with the pink out through the years, including today with a lot of players wearing pink, including Lee Westwood, who's part of our afternoon marquee pairing with the big fella from Australia, Mark Leishman, in the background there. They are 3 minutes away from beginning their final round over at the first, where the grandstand encircling this tee box is jam-packed. For the final 4 pairings of the day.
Well, Swanee, they're 4 shots off the pace. I know Craig, they're running that line. They need to play very, very well and then have the leaders not play so very well. I mean, even if they shoot a 68 or a 69, they're going to have the leaders do something on the negative side. So let's see what happens. It should be exciting. I think there will be a factor. I don't think there's any question about that. And I think Lee Westwood will bounce back after yesterday's disappointment.
Craig Perks is tracking this group. They have to have a low number in mind, these two, huh, Craig?
They certainly do. What, 4 back starting today, this afternoon, championship Sunday here at the place. It's gorgeous out here. It really is. Low humidity, very little wind. I think they've got to be thinking in their mind, maybe get out in 32, 31, put a little bit of pressure on the leaders, post that score, maybe 66, 65, get it to, what would that be, 14 under par. That might be good enough, especially with the gauntlet to close this championship.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't wait until Westwood and Leishman get it going here in just a couple of minutes. 148 10 minutes after them, Greg Chalmers and Hunter Mahan. And Jeff Maggard and David Lynn at 2:08. Lynn just went to a playoff last week in Charlotte, losing to Derek Ernst. Ryan Palmer plays with Henrik Stenson at 2:18. And the penultimate group, Casey Wittenberg, Tiger Woods at 2:28. And the final group of the day, David Lingmerth and Sergio Garcia at 2:38.
It's been a good week for Lee Westwood despite the troubles yesterday. Fairways hit, he's 7th so far this week, 76%. Greens hit in regulation, 74%. That's tied for 10th. And up until yesterday, was putting out of his mind. 28 putts on Thursday, 26 on Friday, 32 putts yesterday. So Lee Westwood looking for a big bounce back in his final round here at the Players.
Double bogey the first and fourth holes yesterday. Dug himself a pretty deep hole. And it was a nice fight back for Westwood to shoot that 74.
There's the Crystal Trophy that Craig Perks hoisted 11 years ago. Boy, that is a beautiful, beautiful piece of crystal.
Leishman opened with 72. His low round of the week came on Friday during the second round. Punctuated by an eagle 2 hole out at 18 to shoot 66. 71 for the Australian yesterday to stand at 7 under.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our 1:48 starting time. First on the tee from Australia, Mark Leishman.
A host of Australians were chasing the green jacket at the Masters. Adam Scott, the eventual champion, of course, Jason Day as well. And this man, whose tie for 4th was his best ever major championship finish. He was 9th the following week at Harbour Town. He's got a driver, a long hitter.
And this is too much club. Playing downwind, the fairway's going to run out at about 320 yards down the left. He could hit this in the bunker. Going to have to take this down the right, which he has, and gets a favorable bounce through the mountain and nearly all the way to that fairway. Should be okay.
Next on the tee from England, Lee Westwood.
We thought coming into the week that such a proficient ball striker as Lee Westwood would have a good week here, and he certainly has been trending this way. 10th in Houston, 8th at the Masters, 4th last week in Charlotte, and begins his final round 4 shots off the lead. And Westwood going with driver as well.
Especially with the scrambling, he's really improved that part of his game this year. Worked extremely hard on it during the off season. Aiming down the right, so he's probably going to follow his fellow competitor Mark Leishman. This ball starts kind of right on the right edge of the fairway, hanging in there. And a bad bounce back into these moguls to the right.
And we saw Schwartzel and Keimer both there earlier today. It's all dependent on the lie. Follow a group all afternoon here on PGA Tour.com.
The first hole straightforward, but tricky as always when you pick the mind of Pete Dye. The water does not come into play, and the players move it past that fairway bunker. In fact, Mark Leishman in the right-hand rough, just past those moguls on the right side. It's the green that is very, very tricky. There's all sorts of swales and hollows on this first green. In fact, a little bit of a false front here. Huge swale there and a swale right there. And the whole location today, it's 37 paces from front to back here at the first. It's 29 paces on and just 4 from the left side. And there you see it, back left, whole location here at the first.
It was a nightmare hole for Lee Westwood yesterday. He was up against a tree left to the fairway. His club grazed the tree coming down, causing a whiff and leading to that double bogey. Second shot here.
Yeah, 129, ball below his feet. His whole location just 5 paces short of that back fringe, and then it goes down dramatically. So expect to see this landing in the front third of the green. And it comes up just short of the green. Didn't hop out of that Bermuda rough like he thought it would with the iron. They'll test the touch and the nerves early on in round 4.
Leishman was rewarded for his aggressive choice of driver off the tee here, Craig. He's just outside 100 yards.
I have him right at 109 yards. Lie is very good, so it's no problem at all. You like it when you make an aggressive play off the tee and you get a good break. Got out of the deep rough. Again, he has to land this probably 30 feet short of the flag. And let it release. Will it stay up on that top shelf? Yes, it will indeed, and got it hole high. Beautiful shot there from the Australian.
Excellent distance control out of the rough. It'll be a relatively flat birdie attempt for Mark Leishman.
He is a power player, 6'2", 200 pounds. Actually looks bigger when he plays against smaller golfers, but still a power player, Mark Leishman, and had a golden opportunity at Augusta and really played well. Just not as good as Angel Cabrera or eventual winner Adam Scott.
So the 2 doubles on Westwood's card yesterday, very surprising given the way he started the week. Doug, he was bogey free through 36 holes.
Yeah, that was a tough way to start, and was very lucky he didn't injure himself. As he whiffed that shot, he came down with a lot of force and felt a tug in his left wrist, but kept playing. Says he's no worse for wear. But that was a rugged start, and he never recovered from the double bogey at the first. That set him off in a negative light, and he just couldn't quite bring it back.
He was 3 over through his opening 4 holes yesterday. Nice fight back on the back 9, including birdies at 16 and 17 this morning. Remember, there were still 10 or 12 players on the golf course when they blew the horn just before 8 o'clock local time last evening. So they came back at 7:10 a.m. this morning to conclude the 3rd round before repairing, cutting new holes, and beginning the final round. Now Westwood's 3rd from just in front of the green.
Yeah, there's a spine that runs right of this flag. He doesn't have to deal with that. Pretty much flat part of the green, pitching up. Just needs to get up a little bit. And as is always the case when you're trying to make a move to win a huge championship like this, you're always left with a 10-footer for par on the first.
Early test for Westwood here, whose short game, and it's been well documented, has been the hole in his game for many years. He's worked extremely hard to organize that aspect of his game, and it's much improved.
Lee is 40 years old, Swanee. So he's reached that level where some say it's now or never if you're going to win a major championship or a players championship. I still believe that he has several really good years ahead. Keeps himself in great shape and still works at his game very diligently. Maybe more so than he did as a young man.
7 career top 3 finishes in major championships.
And you know he's made the commitment to win those major championships. He's moved his family down to West Palm Beach, Florida, brought them all over here, and he feels like better weather in Florida, making that whole commitment for the latter part of his career to try and get that all-elusive major championship. Now, big part here, I think, the lead, just to keep momentum moving forward. 4 shots back. You'd hate to start this opening hole in the final round with a bogey.
14 feet. Very nice work after a double here yesterday. Craig, you said it. You don't want to go 6-5 here over the weekend. That's a good start for Westwood. Heel the putter up in the air there, a la Steve Stricker.
Yeah, I was wondering if he's had an opportunity to work with Steve, who is open to giving anybody advice if they ask him. But you're right, that looked just like Stricker. Similar result.
Leishman for an opening birdie.
Just inside right hedge, hit it firmly enough. Nice start. 29-year-old Australian. That's the way to go.
So Leishman quickly to 8 under, within 3 of the lead. Winner in Hartford last year. The U.S. PGA Tour breakthrough for Leishman, who was Rookie of the Year on the PGA Tour back in 2009. Secured freshman honors on the tour without a victory. Just a very consistent season. As Westwood all smiles, heads over to the second. Sporting a goatee which was necessitated, Doug, by a scrape he incurred diving into his pool down in South Florida. He misjudged how shallow it was when he went in there face first.
Well, the par 5 second is where Mark Leishman hopes to pick up his second straight birdie, and Lee Westwood obviously hopes to pick up his first birdie of the day. It moves from right to left, and the players can either hit that draw off the tee and catch the power alley down the left side. You see the little swale in the fairway. It's like a trampoline, and then it takes off. Or the power fade would put you in the belly of the fairway right before that fairway bunker takes off down the right side. And then slightly downhill approach to this accessible green. And check this out, the false front. And then all the way in the back, it goes off. You have the swales here. These pot bunkers are not recommended. In this area here, catches so many second shots, and it's just a matter of what the lie is. Gives you an opportunity. It's 24 paces on and 3 from the right edge. We're seeing a lot of those Sunday hole locations. We'll see if these players can at least get on the green to give them an opportunity for eagle here at the par 5 second.
9 eagles made here this week. 182 birdies. And as Craig said earlier in his comments before these two began their final round, they're looking to put some pressure on the leaders. Go out in 31 or 32 on the front side. They have to get after the par 5s beginning here at the second. Leishman just 1 under for the week here. And he's going with 3 wood this time.
Well, that's an interesting selection of club. Hit the driver on the first hole, which I thought was very aggressive. This hole back into the wind and from the right. Run out down the right-hand side. The camera crane down there. It's about 290, so imperative to turn it over. This ball starts in the center of the fairway, and a gorgeous tee shot right down the pipe.
Was it ever? Piercing shot into the breeze there for Leishman. With a little bit of run out. Westwood going with driver.
He's a classy driver of the golf ball. John really can shape it both ways. Doesn't move it a lot in the air, but he can if he so chooses. I think with the wind, you take it on the right quadrant of the fairway and just let the wind kind of tap it to the left. There's really no need to turn it over.
8th best in the field in hitting fairways for the week.
Ball starts down the right hand side, hanging there, needs to turn a little bit to catch the fairway.
Yeah, it hopped into the rough, settled down there a little bit as well, Craig. We'll see how that will affect Westwood's strategy with his second shot here. When we come back with our continued live coverage from the 40th Players Championship after this.
No more waiting on a sign. The lights are up and it's showtime. No more talk, no more waiting on a sign. The lights are up and it's showtime. Go. Showtime.
We drove all the way from St. Louis. We grew up from Orlando.
We are from New Jersey.
We come down on a golf vacation, have a big time.
I've been here every year since I've been born.
I've been coming since 1978, and I just wouldn't miss it.
Go, kid, go. The pusher say, go, kid, go. The money say, go, kid, go. The jailer say, go, kid, go.
Everybody's here. A bunch of big names. All the stars.
This is the best field. This is their house.
We just love to see the players up close.
I like Rick Feller, Jim Furyk.
Who is it you want to be?
We like Phil. He's a lefty. I'm a lefty.
Go, Sergio! Go, Father say, go, kid, go. The anger say, go, kid, go. The angels say, go, kid, go.
All the volunteers, all the jobs, all the money that it brings to the city.
Seeing the whole community come together for a good cause.
It's a great way to spend time with my children and family.
There are so many things that you can do. We love the island green at TPC Sawgrass.
But who is it you want to be? Who is it you want to be?
The Players is the ultimate experience for a golf fan.
Here you go. No more talk, no more waiting on a sign. The lights are up and it's showtime. No more talk, no more waiting on a sign. The lights are up and it's showtime. Showtime.
And what a show it is each and every year here at the Players Championship. Green has cleared here at the second. And it's go time for Leishman and Westwood.
Yeah, 250 yards for Mark Leishman. 225 front. Wind in their face from the right. Hole location the right, so anything left is fine. This was a miss hit coming out very low. If it can kind of kick right, it might scoot to the front and all the way into the middle of the green. That was a good miss. Nice bounce forward. Will it stay there?
Yeah, just off the back edge, Craig. It's going to hang up on the crest of the bank there. It wasn't pretty, but that gets the job done for Leishman.
Yeah, it does indeed. The ball of Lee Westwood is sitting down. It's an old divot that has grown in the Bermuda rough, and he's got an overhanging tree about 30 yards in front of him that he has to kind of keep it under. Shouldn't be any problem, but it's a 3-iron for Lee. Up in the air. Needs to get a good forward bounce to get to the front of the green and land very softly. A little unlucky there coming out of the rough with the long iron, not to jump forward.
So Westwood with a nice up and down back at the first, looking to replicate that here at the par 5. Grab a birdie.
Yeah, Mark Leishman's ball, amazingly, it hung right there, just off the back of the putting surface. And by the time he gets up there, gravity may take hold and send that to that bottom of the collection area. But you never know. It's hanging tough right now. So Leishman, if he can get up and down from that location, would start out birdie and get to 9 under.
Best round on the golf course at the moment is Ben Crane, who's 5 under through 9 holes. And Crane has jumped into a tie for 7 at -9. Check that. Jimmy Walker 7 under on the day through 16. Walker began the day at 1 under par. He's jumped to -8 within 3 of the lead.
Yeah, Jimmy Walker is a guy who I predict will win this year on the PGA Tour. He's getting close all the time now. And what a day.
Zach Johnson 4 under par as well. Martin Laird, who shot that 63 in San Antonio during the final round to win for the 3rd time on tour. Doug, you're the cooler, because Jimmy Walker just hit it in the water at 17. He's putting for double bogey. We got that graphic up just in time, didn't we?
Well, the wind is picking up, and it's coming at an angle at 17. And with that front right hole location over there in that swell on the right side, the wind's playing havoc with some tee shots at 17. There's no question, and it's only going to get worse. The wind's only going to get healthier and healthier as the day goes on.
Got such an interesting collection of players on the leaderboard. We always seem to at this event. You've got proven champions like Sergio Garcia and Tiger Woods, but David Lingmerth is just 25. He's a rookie. No rookies ever won the Players Championship. What will his nerves be like when he starts his final round at 238 alongside Sergio?
I wonder if he can do the "We Pig Sooie" chant from the University of Arkansas. David Lingmerth. He's from Sweden. Surely he picked that up. Spent a couple of years in Fayetteville.
2 Swedes in the top 5. Henrik Stenson, 2009 Players Champion, looking to win here at Sawgrass for a 2nd time. All right, back to our group here around the green. Westwood will be first to play. How's it look down there, Craig?
Yeah, he will indeed. It's an awkward little pitch. He's got to come over the crest of a brow that comes off from the right-hand side of the green. If he goes directly at the flag, he's got to fly it over that. If not, he's actually going to have to potentially pitch this in the rough and hope it kicks to the left. If you get a little frisky with this one, send it long, it's downhill beyond the flagstick and go over the green.
Well, the numbers certainly speak to the improvement that Westwood has seen in the short game area. He's 8th best on tour in scrambling this season at 66%. 7th best this week, 11 for 15 getting up and down.
He did change clubs. He had the lofted L wedge, and now he's going to go with a little bump and run. This will have to get up in the fringe, I believe. He's pitched it in the fringe to get it close. If he just decides to land it on the green, best he could do is probably about 8-10 feet left. Beautiful shot. Pitched it into the upslope actually of the fringe, and once it got on the green, went pretty straight. That's good touch. Have not seen that out of Lee Westwood in the last couple of years.
He's had a big week in that area. He's shown a lot of imagination, a lot of touch, as Craig mentioned, that we haven't seen from Lee in quite some time now. Mark Leishman is only about 47 feet away. And I think this is makeable. I think he can take a good run at this, Craig.
Absolutely, Doug. Simple pitch shot. Pitching the first where he lands this ball will be into the green, so he can be aggressive. There's very little slope, left to right, right to left. It's really back up the hill. On an instant like this, Doug, you just got, if you have the mentality of trying to make it, you may whip it on by 6 or 8 feet, but just try and knock it up there close, and if it happens to fall in, so be it.
Exactly what he did, Craig. He wasn't trying to force the issue because he knew, gosh, a birdie start sets him up for a very nice possibility here on a Sunday. And he's about 3.5, maybe 4 feet away from going 9 under par.
29-year-old Mark Leishman from Warrnambool in Victoria, Australia. And they had cameras there at his home course, watching those riveting final round moments from the Masters. Westwood just about 6.5 feet for a birdie.
Yeah, if anything, John, this will fall to his left. He's got to be committed to the line, hit the putt solid. I'd hate to start the final round 5-5. Good opportunity though. Yeah, well done.
It's really comfortable around the greens these days, doesn't he, Craig?
He does. There's a lot less going on, a lot less hinging and uncocking and opening and closing the club face. He had a tendency to scoop a lot of shots from closely to the mown areas. Got a stiffer wrist approach, which certainly works the best. You look at Luke Donald, Steve Stricker. That's the method they've implemented, and it's paid dividends for many years.
Lee Westwood moves to -8, within 3 of the lead. Leishman looking for a birdie start here to get within 2.
Solid.
Big Aussie out of the blocks quickly. Moves to 9 under and 2 off the pace.
Yeah, the belt buckle is an Australian flag for Mark Leishman.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Pretty snazzy.
Leishman 2 back. Westwood 3 off the lead. As we're getting closer to the start time for the final few pairings here. Stenson and Wittenberg. Stenson and Palmer, rather, are just 2 minutes away. You've got 9 players within 2 of the lead now, including Leishman, who has birdied his first 2 holes of the day. Wittenberg and Tiger 12 minutes away, and then Garcia and Lingmerth, the final pairing of the day. Hope the weather cooperates, Doug, and it doesn't get too difficult out there. I mean, that's a challenge in itself, but we could see some fireworks today with the conditions we have right now.
Well, the one thing that you need to keep an eye on, to the left of the scoreboard, you see the flags there at 17. They are really blowing in the breeze, and the wind has picked up in the last hour considerably as it comes ripping over the hill to the left of number 3, and it's almost like one of those wings on the back of a NASCAR racer. It comes over that hill and just creates this huge effect to this very difficult par 3. It looks rather benign, but it's not. It's a difficult green. The bunkers, by the way, are perhaps the easiest bunkers on the course, especially the ones to the left of the green. They're very flat and they're on an upslope, so if you're in this bunker, it really is an easy up and down, but this green is anything but easy. There's all sorts of swales and hollows, and everything points in that direction. The players would be glad to take a 3 and scamper off to number 4. The last ace here was 2001, Chris DeMarco. That's a long time.
56 birdies on the week here at the third. Stroke average just above par. That's a good seat up on Dad's shoulders. You can stand 3-4 back and still get a look at Mark Leishman here.
Wind gusting right now, but it is back into their face from the left. 180 yards, back left hole location. A little knockdown 6-iron for Mark, and this is going to miss the green left. Don't want to short side yourself on a number of these holes, especially here at the third. That'll be a very difficult up and down with very little green to work with.
Yeah, missed the bunker and settled on the upslope over there.
Yeah, he'd have been much better off in that bunker, because that's the bunker that's flat, slightly. It's an upslope all the way down. That would have been an easy up and down, but from where he is, that's going to be tough.
Not the visual that Lee Westwood was looking for there, that's for sure. One of the many terrific vantage points out here is that hill up there. You can track the action here at the third, second green off in the distance, and the practice range behind you.
And I like the club selection of Mark Leishman with the 6-iron knocking it down. I believe this is a 7 for Lee. Going to hit this a little higher up into the wind, maybe take the flag out of play. Hit the center of the green. This ball starting at the flag, hanging on a pretty good line. Come up well short, but on the surface is okay.
Yeah, just about a half club short perhaps for Westwood, but he'll take it. Tough hole today at the third. A birdie chance for Westwood, who's 3 off the lead when we come back. Mark Leishman off the mark, left to the green with his tee shot here at the third.
He's got a good break, John. The ball is sitting up very nicely on an upslope. That's the good thing. The bad thing, probably only about 15 feet of green to work with, and he's well below the level of the green. Don't get careless here and try and get too fancy and leave it in the bunker. So maybe 6-8 feet past would be a good shot. That's what he's done. He's flown it all the way to the flag. Just tough to get a lot of spin on it. I like the play. He's given him, what, 12 feet for his par. Certainly make that one.
Almost grazed the flag stick as it went by. His victory in Hartford last year was one that he didn't expect to kind of fall in his lap there, Doug. He finished at 14 under 2.5 hours later as he watched all the challengers fall by the wayside, including Charlie Hoffman, who had that tournament in his grasp. But the title of TPC River Highlands went to the Australian.
And he hopes to finish early today, post a score, and hopes the same thing happens. And now Lee Westwood for his second birdie in a row.
Not really a birdie attempt, Doug, coming up the hill the entire way and moving right the entire way. Well, I think he'd be very happy getting into just a comfortable tap and range.
Yeah, that's a good effort, Craig. And you notice the color of the greens, Swanee, they're dry. They're getting crusty, what you want on a Sunday. And as the day rolls on and the wind picks up, many of these putts, that was uphill for Westwood, but many of these putts are going to be rolling out 4 or 5 feet by. That's when things get exciting.
Doug, the wind is switching a little bit to the northwest and very little humidity in the air right now, so that would help dry them out as well. Still a lot of grass on these greens, a lot of grain as well. That's something that players haven't had to deal with for the last 4 or 5 years. Putt now that's straight downwind, so they'll have to factor that into it, and straight down grain. Very quick putt.
After birdies at the first 2 holes, Leishman would love to keep the traction of his round here. And he's done it. Wow. Confidently struck. Very nice up and down. Had to execute a less than easy shot from the bank down there. And Leishman 2 under through 3.
Keeps the big Mo headed in the positive direction. This guy's got a lot of moxie, Mark Leishman. I remember at Cog Hill 2 years ago in the playoffs at the BMW, posted a great score on Sunday to make the Tour Championship, the final 30. Knew exactly what he had to score. Went out and did it.
Yeah, played with Tiger that day, in fact. Westwood cleaning up.
The heel of that putter, Swanee, that really is up in the air, isn't it?
Don't know how long he's been employing that method. It's worked very well this week for Westwood, who's 3 off the lead. Leishman 2 back as they head over to the 4th. There is the clubhouse here on the property at TPC Sawgrass. Had a concert here on Wednesday, Dierks Bentley, which was the conclusion of the military appreciation ceremony, all part of the festivities of Players Championship Week here. It is an event to behold here in North Florida.
Well, bigger is not always better, but in the case of the Players Week, bigger is definitely better. The entire week, from the concert to Military Appreciation Day to that clubhouse to the scene at 17, really from start to finish, this is by far the PGA Tour's greatest week in every way, shape, and form. And it's an honor to be here. It really is. It's fun to be a part of. It's all planned. Every nuance is perfectly planned out, and it's what you would expect. for the premier event in the PGA Tour.
Yeah, the fan experience is spectacular as well out here on the property, and they have poured through the turnstiles this week, close to 170,000 strong. And they've been treated to some high caliber championship golf once again. We've got a shootout on our hands with 13 players within 3 shots of the lead, including our featured pairing this afternoon of Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman, who get set to hit their tee shots here at the devilish 4th.
It is an exciting par 4, that is for sure. Elevated tee shot, and the players will not see the water at all. That doesn't come into play. The huge fairway bunker down the right side definitely comes into play, and even to the right of that bunker sometimes for wayward tee shots. But a fairway metal of some sort, even an iron, puts the players in the belly or the heart of the fairway and sets you up for this green with a huge swale in the front, which shouldn't be a factor today, but it's 3 tiers or 3 different areas on this green complex, plus 17, 3 from the left edge. And that's what is inviting the players. They can use that backstop, huge gallery, stadium seating. They'll get terribly excited when that ball comes roaring back down the hill.
Leishman's played it very well this week as you look at the numbers for the week, with 102 birdies made here, what has been the 8th easiest hole on the course. Leishman had a par in the opening round and has made birdie here the last 2 days.
Sound of a birdie. Perhaps that's a good omen for Mark Leishman and Lee Westwood.
Well, it is exactly the start that Leishman has been looking for today. There it is. Birdies at 1 and 2, and a very nice up and down back at the 3rd.
Yeah, that save at 3 is almost like a birdie. And Mark is going to use an iron off the tee. But he's backing off as the group ahead just departing the landing area.
Yeah, waiting on Jeff Overton, who hit it second shot in the water and in all sorts of trouble. I like to play 280 through on the left. Wind pretty much just straight right to left for Mark Leishman. They probably started over that bunker down the right, which he's tried to do, and just safely turn it. Nice shot. Good result.
So a driver, a 3-wood, and an iron off the tee for Leishman in the first 4 holes, showing us the full arsenal here. Fairway wood for Westwood.
Yeah, I think what he'll do with the 3-wood is he'll cut it back up against the wind. If this rides the wind at all, it'll go through the fairway left, and some nasty stuff over there. Aimed well left. This ball starts down the left, cutting back. This should find the fairway as well.
Excellent tee shots here for both players. And Swanee, we should mention our friend Jason Sobel from the Golf Channel. How about this tweet comparing Mariano Rivera, the Yankees, as a closer to Tiger Woods? Tiger is actually a better closer than Mariano. 92.9% of the time Tiger closes. The great Yankees reliever only 89.5% of the time. How about that?
And Woods will look to close down his second Players Championship in the second to last group of the day. Westwood and Leishman have found the fairway here at the 4th. And Westwood will be first to play.
Swanee, I have him right at 115. No, excuse me, 129. 115 is Mark Leishman.
Good nice feel for the strength, yeah.
If he decides to take this online, there's only 6 cover over the water line with the flag, but it's not necessary. Take it to the right, maybe 15, 20 feet. Landed a little short, so maybe landed over that ridge, probably about 122, and it'll kick forward and then release to the left. No need to challenge the water on the second here at the 4th. Just his pitching wedge. This ball has started out to the right.
Here it comes.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, they're asking it to be right. It is. It really is. Look out, too.
Great shot for Lee Westwood. Look at, he's all smiles. And I told you in our whole description, it's so exciting when it comes peeling off that ridge, especially on Sunday here at number 4.
Yeah, it was a beauty. Kick-in birdie for Westwood. We'll get him to 9 under.
He actually flew it over that slope into the back part of the green where there's a little backstop, and then it had some side spin on it. Gorgeous shot. 115, Mark Leishman. Sand wedge. This ball a little heavy and a little right. May miss the slope. No, that's going to go left, but come up a little short of the flag. It was a pretty safe, conservative play with that club in his hand, but all in all, a pretty good result.
It's a couple of mishits from Leishman. His second shot back at the par 5 second also that resulted in good position. We'll have a look at birdie here to get to -10.
Yeah, he's gotten away with a couple of wayward swings. And it was very fortunate at the par 5 second that ball hung up on the ridge without rolling down to the collection area. One more look at Lee Westwood's fine shot here at number 4. Looks like he maybe carried it a little too far, but there's a ridge, a spine that goes right through the center of that green. Had a lot of side spin, and that was almost an eagle too.
We've seen a few here through the years. Yeah, Lee, that close. And now Leishman's, which was struck a little bit heavy. You heard him begging for it to go, go, go. Well, it went just enough. And from about 15 yards closer, landed a little more softly. That one filters down underneath the hole about 5 feet away. Leishman to get to -10. And these guys have come out firing today. And the crowd hanging on the bulkhead at the 4th appreciates the effort.
Yeah, those were 2 terrific shots. Leishman hits lower trajectory than Lee Westwood, and Westwood went ahead and just tapped his in for the birdie. So Lee Westwood, after that terrific par save at the 1st, birdies the 2nd, and now birdies the 4th to get to 9 under.
Leishman at 9 at the moment. Jeff Maggard also at -9. They're all tied for 7th, 2 off the lead. Leishman looking to join Wittenberg, Palmer, and Stenson at 10 under.
Yeah, Lee Westwood was only 10 inches from the cup, so he taps that in. Mark Leishman now just inside 5 feet. Actually more like 4.5 feet here for birdie.
Doug and John, you got to believe this guy is motivated. He played with Adam Scott in the final, second to last group, and watched Adam win the Masters. Mark finished 4th himself, gained a great deal of confidence, came back the next week, finished 9th in Harbour Town, and I would not be at all surprised. Listen, Norman's won here, Elkington has won twice, Adam Scott has won here. I wouldn't be all surprised that the serious motivating factor playing alongside Adam Scott at Augusta could potentially carry him to the winner's circle this afternoon.
He's 9 out of 13 this week from 4 to 8 feet. birdies in his opening 4 holes, and Mark Leishman is a shot off the lead at 10 under.
Well, we talked about this guy having a lot of moxie, and I remember at the Masters final day, rain coming down, did not have a great lie at the par 5 15th. Normally you would have laid up, but he knew that he needed to force the issue, and he went for the green. Left it in the bunker on the right, but I said, you know what? That guy has something inside. Did not hold back, and he just threw caution to the wind and really had a terrific week, Mark Leishman. And here we are now at the par 4 5th hole. Again, elevated tee. The bunker all the way down the right side. This is a very difficult fairway to hit. The left-hand rough catches so many tee shots. And we've seen quite a few in that big bunker on the right side. Again, the green stretches 36 paces from front to back. And we have a middle right hole location. It's 20 paces on and just 4 from the right edge. So right in that vicinity will be your hole location today. It is a tough get, but the way Mark Leishman is playing, who knows? Maybe the Aussie will keep the pedal to the metal here and get to 11 under par and a tie for the lead.
4th toughest hole of the golf course. 4.18 has been the stroke average. 44 birdies from this elite field this week. 91 bogeys, 14 doubles or worse. And they are all bunched up on the leaderboard now. 12 players within 3 shots of the lead, including Ben Crane, who's got one of the low rounds of the day. 4 under through 11. Jimmy Walker had it to
I'm going to England on Thursday.
7 under par at one point before double bogey at 17. Walker shoots 67 today.
Yeah, in Palm Beach. Then I'm just going to see my mum and dad and some friends for the weekend, and then go down to the PGA on Monday. Yep.
Westwood and Leishman were talking about plans for next week, and Lee said going back to England next week. We'll go back and play on the Euro Tour next week. I think he's going to return to action at Jack's tournament, the Memorial.
Yeah.
2 weeks in front of the U.S. Open.
Used to be like 4-4. If you didn't finish 4-4, you were disappointed.
Lee Westwood is very busy on Twitter and a huge NBA fan. And he's pulled Rory McIlroy and Ian Poulter the friendly wagers on some of these NBA playoff games. Loves to watch professional basketball in this country. Soccer's their sport, there's no question. But has really learned to appreciate the NBA.
Right in the heat of the NBA playoffs at the moment.
That's the operative word, heat. I think they may be repeat. I think he is a big Miami Heat fan.
He is.
Well, the 5th hole straight downwind today, and I think you've got to take less than driver. Maybe even less than 3 would run out through the fairway, probably about 300 yards. This ball has started down the right and cutting. Praying hopefully hits a bunker. No, that is in the water.
That wasn't even close to covering the corner there, Craig.
Yeah, that's 75 yards from the center of the fairway. You're going to have to drop that a long way back. That was cutting right off the tee.
So much for the 3-birdie start for Mark Leishman. In danger of squandering it in a hurry here. Westwood going with less than driver as well. It's a 3-wood.
Well, the fairway kind of sits diagonal to the tee shot. Lee has no problem at all moving it left to right. I think he started down the left, especially after seeing a fellow competitor in the water, and just kind of cut it back, race it down the fairway. This ball starts in the left-hand rough, and he's actually hooked it.
That better be careful. Easy. Those 2 shots had to be 200 yards apart.
At least 200.
What in the world is going on here at the 5th?
Never felt anything like that.
Westwood wondering the same thing.
A huge hill on the left side, and I've never seen a drive over where Lee Westwood's ball is. Never.
Yeah, that's the back of the practice fairway.
Yeah.
The pros are allowed back there. There is water back here. There's a bulkheaded kind of lake, but I believe it is not in that. I'm wandering over here right now, and oh my goodness.
No, it's okay. It stopped on the hill over there.
Yeah, the grass very thick. The mower doesn't get over in that area very often, and that's below where the gallery walks, and so that'll be a thick lie for Lee Westwood. And now Mark Leishman has to drop on this up tee, hitting his 3rd shot. And he'll be very fortunate to end up with a double bogey here.
Well, be careful here because the fairway really pinches in, and there's water through the fairway, through a bunker. So he could, if he wants to give it a go, he might get within 50 yards of the green. But if he hooks it and mishits it, he could hit this 3rd shot after the drop in the water left, which is, you know, 70 yards short of the green.
Well, he's pulled an iron here, Craig.
Yeah, yeah. Just look, just bunt it down the fairway. Maybe have just an 8 or a 9 on, and try and make a bogey the hard way. It's a bullet. It's low. It's turning to the left, but landed very softly, and that's where he wanted to hit his tee shot. But that was a smart decision.
So Leishman there in 3, and we'll sort out the mess that Westwood has on his hands when we come back. Lee Westwood's tee shot. Fortunate to hang up on that hill there.
Well, John, that was a good break, but nothing here really. Can't got a couple of pine trees in his way. He's got water 100 yards in front of him. If he takes a direct line at the flag, I think you just pitch it back out into the fairway. Really, all you can do.
Okay, you can go that way. You can go yeah, you're fine. You can come this way.
If he gets aggressive here,
Thank you.
It's on such an upslope, and he's got to keep it low, certainly under the second tree, but then get it up. There's a clump of trees probably 50 yards in front of him.
Well,
I would never say never, but I think just listen, you made a huge mistake off the tee. Get it back in play, and you'd only have 100 yards for your third.
Yeah, he's off the shot link grid too, Greg. We don't even have a number to the front.
I don't either. But he's looking. I actually just heard him discuss with his caddy, Mike Kerr, just about there's a crosswalk in the middle of the fairway, and I think that's a clear line to that crosswalk, and that's really all he needs, to be honest with you.
Oh, the lie is horrendous too. It's nearly completely buried down there. He's got something. He's pulled something pretty lofted here.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. It's very. That's a good, smart, mature decision. You're going to probably try and carry this 80 yards and just get it back in play. And he's done it. Well done.
Yeah, just damage control now, trying to manufacture a 5. Maybe even steal a 4. Who knows? Still well back as he will play his third here.
You need to avoid the huge mistake here. Take your bogey, move on. And in the case of Mark Leishman, give yourself an opportunity to get up and down for bogey. But if you have to take the double, take your medicine and move on. Nothing bigger than that.
Fourth shot here now for Leishman.
Straight downwind. Lease is on the left side of the fairway to try and access that hole location. Launched it up in the air and left to the flag.
That's fine. Berkshey's got a chance now to say bogey.
It's a tough putt. And I think that at least he made the smart move. Forward tee, just an iron, get it back. Really what he was trying to do there was to avoid making 7. He'll probably end up making 6, but he'll still be under par on the round and keep moving forward.
Yeah, 25 feet from Mark Leishman. It'll be his bogey putt when he gets to the green.
So the third shot upcoming for Lee Westwood now.
Ball sitting nicely, straight downwind. He's going to have to carry this all the way to the flag, get over the huge mound that guards the front right of this green. It's launched up in the air, just a little left of the flag. Good looking shot if it's up.
All right, he'll have a chance to scrape a 4 out of this.
Wayward tee shots set up both players for a bad number here at number 5.
Now it's an opportunity to secure your tickets for the 2014 Players Championship. Log on to PGATour.com. Lock them up for next year. And Westwood never panicked though after that horrendous drive, and he's put himself in position to escape with a 4 perhaps.
Still very early in the round, and it's so difficult to go around this place without a bogey, although Westwood did it Thursday and Friday, 36 holes without a bogey, and then opened Saturday's round with that unfortunate double bogey where he actually whiffed, attempting his second shot right up against a tree at the first hole yesterday.
Well, we wondered about how David Lingmerth's nerves would be today, Doug. Birdied the first to take the lead at 12 under.
Good for him. You know, he lives here now, practices here, very comfortable at this course. And he says he was very comfortable in the surroundings coming back out this morning playing the 18th. That had to be a little pressure. Teeing off the 18th for his third round finish at 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and made bogey there, and then began his day with a 14-foot birdie over at the first.
Guys, that was a nervous-looking bogey. I watched that this morning. But listen, coming back with a 2-shot lead at 7:10 in the morning on number 18, that's always going to be a nerve-wracking hole. And I think he's going to be fine. He won last year on the Web.com Tour, gained some experience. That was also the TPC course up at Potomac at Avenel Farms, up in the DC area, and he's I don't think he's going to go away. He's not going to make too many mental mistakes.
Now 25 feet. Mark Leishman for bogey. Berksy.
Yeah, it's a putt that's actually coming back up the hill slightly, but it is down green and will move to his right. He said it online as he hit it. Oh, that was a great putt. It just didn't go in. Fantastic effort.
So 2/3 of that 3-under par start for Mark Leishman squandered here at the 5th with a double bogey.
The good news, he's still 1 under for the day. And still 8 under par. David Lingmerth, by the way, his last 10 starts, Swanee, a tie for 51st, 50th, and 8 missed cuts. So he was well off anyone's radar coming into this week. Saw him last week at Quail Hollow where he missed the cut. David Lingmerth.
So Leishman drops from a tie for 5th into 12th place at 8 under with that double. Tiger Woods birdies the 2nd a moment ago. So sees a share of the lead with Lingmerth at 12 under. Westwood trying to steal a par here.
Westwood be stealing after that tee shot. It's a little bit of a different angle this fellow competitor have. But if anything, it will die to the right at the very end. Left edge, be committed to the line.
Oh, it did. It just died, dove underneath the hole, so it'll be a drop shot for Westwood. Both players get what they deserve here after dreadful tee shots. Try and regroup over at the 6th. Both of them slipping back into a tie for 11th now at 8 under par, 5 holes into their final round. The 6th awaits them.
Well, the 6th is that short par 4, that famous tree that Perksy always talks about. Really doesn't come into play, but it had some bad karma for him. The bunkers down the left side do catch some tee shots, but you want to catch the fairway there in the belly of the fairway, and that sets you up for a wedge into this green. It's 25 paces on, and again 4 from the right edge. We're seeing a lot of those 4 from the edge, and we'll see if the players can get close. Like all these greens here at TPC Sawgrass, there are a lot of undulation to them, and a lot of that fall off on the edges drastically.
Hey Doug, that tree comes into play. I bet LeBron could dunk over that tree.
No question. It seems like it gets lower, just a little lower every year.
4.05 the stroke average here at the 6th. As Westwood pegs it.
It's a tee shot that you only have to hit probably 260 yards. Wind in their face from the right. Fairway's pretty much just dead straight, but trouble left, bunkers and water, and it's jail to the right of the cart path. A lot of pine trees and pine straw. It's tough coming back after a dreadful tee shot, as you said, to come back and try and rip one right down a pretty narrow fairway. See if the 40-year-old can do it. This ball starts in the center of the fairway and a piercing ball flight. Beautiful.
Just when he needed.
Yeah, tied for 12th in fairways. Lee Westwood now at 72%. And he's 10th in the field this week. Greens hit in regulation is 73%. So it's been a good ball striking week for Lee Westwood.
Leishman going with an iron again, as he did back at the 4th.
Yeah, I like to play. Very low. Little bullet draw, but this may miss the fairway. Need a good kick to stay in it, and he did not get it. That kicked horrendously to the left.
May have skirted the bunker over there, but it will not be fun for Leishman, who is shaking his head after his last couple of tee efforts. Back at the 6th on Championship Sunday after this.
We're set up for a wild finish on this Sunday at the Players. Tiger and David Lingmerth at -12, but Sergio has a very short birdie putt at the second to get into that -12 category. Ryan Palmer right there.
Well, David Lingmerth, he has about a 6-footer to take the lead solo once again.
So look out.
Great start by Lingmerth.
Absolutely.
I mean, to come out, finish the round off, start out the afternoon after going back home, resting, knowing that it's probably the biggest day in your professional golf career. To come out and maybe birdie the first 2 holes in this final round. That's the dream start for Lingmerth.
Yeah, Lingmerth.
Now, Leishman.
155, Billy, and a fiery lie in the left-hand rough. 6 cover on line. And this is over the green. All she wrote. Touch them all, folks.
That was a heater. And you get this Bermuda grass, Greg, that's 2.5, 3 inches long. You get it dry and crispy, you can hit some unbelievably long irons, especially the short irons.
You always want that on a par 5 when you've got about 230 and you just take the 8 iron out and let it run all the way out, but not with a shot that required a little bit of touch and feel.
That was 154 to the hole. Had a wedge in his hand.
Should have hit less.
Not sure he had much less.
36 for Lee Westwood. Fortunate enough to just skirt a divot in the fairway. Can take a little right of this flag and kind of hook it down to this left hole location. This is launched way up in the air, basically just taking direct route at the flag. Underneath the hole, good shot.
Really good shot. Have that uphill putt. I like what he did there. I like that abbreviated follow through. Good solid contact.
All right, Billy, let's talk a little David Lingmerth, a young man who so far this year, I mean, he's had his ups and downs, lost in the playoff at the Humana, but then a tie for 51st and a 50th. His best finish, 5 missed cuts coming into this event. Finds his game.
He does practice here. You did mention that. He works with the lead instructor here, Jorge Prada, and you know, Jorge does a lot of nice work. He works with Jonas Blix. He works with 2 or 3 of the players, and you know, all you need to do is find. That's the intriguing thing about a tour player, is that they're just one swing thought away from winning. And you know, whatever they clicked on or whatever happened, I listened to his interview last night. He said even though the results have not shown it, he felt as though his ball striking was getting better and better and better. So coming into the week, there was not a lack of confidence, even though there probably should have been by the results he's got.
Well, he's hanging right there with world's #1. And Sergio playing with him also will soon be. Actually, Sergio misses that putt, so he stays at -11.
Ooh.
Now Mark Leishman looking over this tricky location.
Yeah, very close to a drainage cover. I don't think he's standing on it. It's going to be between his stance and the ball. Doesn't look like he's going to take relief. The ball's sitting down. Mr. Cratchit, nearly impossible in my opinion. It's where he's pitching this ball, if he lands on the green, it is pitched straight downhill, and the green, it's so grainy that it looks like it's white from this angle.
Well, we get a side view of it there, Craig, and I kind of think he has to go with that shot that we saw earlier from Martin Keimer, but that's not the rehearsal we're seeing. I like trying to slow the ball down with a lot of trajectory, but he's got a little mini stroke going.
Yeah, a little bump and run, maybe just in the fringe in front of him, might take some of the ball. This is a risky shot.
Scuffed it. Absolutely scuffed it.
Yeah, the mentality there is that you kind of think it's the right shot, but you know, halfway through the stroke itself, you go, man, I should be flopping this, and there's the result. Doesn't matter what you choose to do, what type of shot shape, you just have to commit to it. And I think the key there was even if he hit the major flop and it landed perfectly, it would have been tough to keep that on the green if it started getting down that slope.
Well, now he's got a quick one, and trying to judge the speed here, the pace, try to hit it the proper weight.
Yeah, at least it's coming out of the fringe, so you better put a little bit of spin on it.
Yeah, again, you're kind of in that. I don't want to make any more than 5.
He's missed the slope.
Well, he's going to make, unless he makes that putt, he's going to make back-to-back double bogeys. Although it's just gotten a little bit better.
That's how fast that was. That had stopped on just prior to the slope, got onto it, and went another 15, 18 feet down the hill.
But if he doesn't make that, that's back-to-back double bogeys after just a dream start, just racing off 3 under through 4. Now you've got to think, I'm at 10 under par. If I can get through the 5th, the 7th hole, get on a little bit of a roll.
Leishman still 12 feet to avoid his second straight double bogey.
You just have to hit this putt so easily that it's really difficult to get the ball started on line. It's like you're kind of willing it down the hill.
Nice putt, really a nice putt.
All right, so he's given back the 3 birdies, but it could be worse. He's back where he started the day at 7 under par. That is now 5 behind our leaders, Tiger Woods and David Lingmerth. Now Lee Westwood lining up this birdie try. This will be just outside 9 feet.
Can be pretty aggressive putting back up the hill. Should fall to his right. After the wayward tee shot at the 5th, make the bogey, it'd be a great bounce back if he could make it in.
So Westwood will settle for a par. Still 1 under on the day. And 8 under for the championship. That last hole temporarily derailed both players.
Well, that was a great opportunity for Westwood right there to come back with a birdie. And as Craig said, you just up the hill into the grain. You kind of get these low collection areas on some of these greens. You get in these pockets of the green where the grain is just so strong. You go a little uphill, you're into the grain because of all the drainage and the rain. They haven't been able to get the grain out. They haven't been able to use the brushes or verticut the greens. You get in that wrong spot, you just can't believe how slow some of the putts are.
So our featured group moves on now to the 7th. Par 4 playing 441 yards today. Very quiet area of the golf course.
Westwood has the 3 medal out.
Yeah, Billy, basically straight down, one little out of the left. You can run through the fairway at about 325, 330, so I like this play.
Well, with the driver, he likes to work it straight to maybe letting it fall just a little right, but I'm in agreement with Perksy here that really not necessary to actually go into the attack mode with the driver. Just avoid that last bunker, that 3rd bunker you see down on the right hand side.
296 to that, Billy. This ball starts down the left hand side, cutting back to the fairway. Beautiful tee shot.
So that's 3 for 6 today, just avoids the divot. Had a good week hitting fairway, 72%. That's 12th in the field. That's an interesting scorecard. Just 1 par through 6 holes.
Interesting choice of clubs here, Craig, going with the iron.
Well, the big fella can hit these irons a long way, and that's starting down the left and hooking. That's not going to find the fairway. Kicks dead left into the middle of that bunker.
2 holes in a row. Ooh, that's up against the edge. But 2 holes in a row where he's hit an iron and missed the fairway. If you're going to hit an iron, you got to put the ball in the fairway.
Yeah, it's been a tough day so far, Billy. 2 for 6 in fairways, and he's tried the driver, the 3 metal, now an iron. Struggling a bit.
Well, the reason you use the iron is to find the fairway.
Still searching. Our feature group, Leishman and Westwood.
Well, the 7th hole, the par 4, 441 yards. You can see the 3 bunkers down the right-hand side, and as Craig Perk said, 297 to that last one that you see. But this is kind of the area that the guys want to hit the tee shots in. Put it in this area right there. You can operate from there. That's about 160 to 140 into this whole location that is in that back right-hand portion, 25 paces back, 10 from the back, but only 4 from that right-hand side.
Mark Leishman with another miss to the left. You see Lee Westwood right smack dab in the middle. He hit it 278. Speaking of Westwood, he'll have 163 to the hole remaining. But Leishman, his troubles continue.
Awful spot here, Doug. It ran through the bunker up against the left lip and then came back in and kind of settled down in its own ball mark. I've got him at 195 yards, ball well below his feet. This would be a great shot just to get it on or around the putting surface. The contact is good.
Ooh, that's starting to fade a little bit to the right here.
Really good. I cannot tell you how good a shot that was. That is incredible.
And great camera work. Wow. That was a heck of a shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of leverage. Big man, tall man. Good shot.
Again, Westwood 167 to the hole. 140 or so to the front edge.
This ball is 53. I mean, even if they keep carrying on under the ball, it's going to really.
He and his caddy Mike Kerr came to agreement when he stood over that ball. Pardon me, that the wind was straight down, then it moved from left to right, and the flag up by the green is showing straight down, but the American flag above the camera tower behind him is showing left to right. I think you aim this at Mark Leishman's ball and then just kind of let it fall to the right. Don't take on this flag, miss it to the right, short side yourself down in one of those collection areas.
over, it feels like it's blowing there. Right, thinking a pin on halfway up is 50 head. Okay.
Well, he had the 9-iron. I believe he's gone back to the 8. 167 wind more from, should be more from the left anyway, but helping. Ball starting in the center of the green and staying right there, right at kind of Mark Leishman's ball. Little indecision probably taught him to shoot away from the flag.
That's kind of that same area that I saw Martin Keimer make his par putt.
Well, you might have heard a roar while Westwood was getting ready to hit, and that was over at number 4, where Tiger Woods has taken the lead with another birdie.
Well, when the whole location was on the left-hand side on Friday, when he hit that really good shot, he was able to work it with the slope, get it down there close to the hole. Even though he only has the 1 win here and the 1 runner-up, he understands the golf course. You look at the number of drivers that he hits. You look at where he positions the ball, and so Tiger Woods, you know, this is a round that he's just going to kind of navigate his way through. He's not going to make any mistakes, I don't think.
Well, that last shot of Tiger's will probably be on the 2013 Players official film. To order, go to shop.pgatour.com. $14.95. And this one looks like it's going to go all the way down to 16, 17, and 18 today.
The gauntlet.
Yep. That's going to be fun. Tiger, for the moment, has a 1-shot lead over David Lingmerth, 2 over Sergio. Ryan Palmer just 3 shots back. But as the wind picks up, things get very interesting here at the Players on a Sunday. You can see the flags blowing at 17. And there's no let up in that breeze right now. It's consistent.
Yeah, once you get to the 16th, 17th, holes that are a little more exposed to the wind, you have the 11th, the 14th.
Lee Westwood, 21.5 feet.
I would certainly think that the tendency of this putt would be to move down towards the front of the green.
Yeah, once you get beyond this flagstick left of it, it's flat. It's certainly flat, but you're 100% correct, Billy. The grain is moving it to the right. There's not enough slope, in my opinion, to have to play this outside the hole if you have the correct speed. If it loses speed, it certainly will die across the hole.
A little bit short. So Westwood with 2 pars in a row will stay at -8. Two birdies, 1 bogey so far. And Mark Leishman, after that terrific shot from the fairway bunker, just has 14.5 feet.
That was a good shot, Craig.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know, you had so many things could have gone wrong, but in the ball below your feet, it kind of helped cut it, but it was a dreadful lie. But here, again, not much in this. You talked about the grain moving from left to right. The wind is kind of right to left. So I think you just play this straight, hit it with some conviction.
That was not his best. Sounds like a country western song. So many things could go wrong.
There are a lot of possibilities there with the wind and the grain. Tough par 4, and Leishman for the moment has stopped the bleeding after the double bogey at 5 and the bogey at 6. And he's even for the day at -7. Lee Westwood is -8 and tied for 10th. You can hear the wind starting to pick up now at the par 3/8.
210 yards today. I love this whole location. Right on the front of the green. PGA Tour staff, the rules officials, they've actually moved the tee markers up. So at 210 yards, the wind direction, a trailing breeze for these players, and the whole location is right there in front, and they have a little bit of a slope there that they could certainly work it down there. But I would think that probably their landing point is right there on the front, and then let it release up a little bit to the hole. And earlier on our featured group, we saw Martin Keimer hit a really good shot right behind the hole, about 12 or 14 feet. Didn't make the putt, but it's been a tough hole this week, but this is as short as it's played.
Michael Thompson recorded that ace on Thursday. And I tell you what, a hole-in-one at this par 3, you deserve more than just a pat on the back. See if Westwood can get it somewhere in the vicinity to make a run at it.
The difficulty here, gentlemen, is that with this whole location, only 11 on, the first, well, up to the very front of the green is kind of pitched back into them. So if it lands, 3 or 4 yards short of the green, I don't think it can release all the way on. I think you carry it on now that the golf course is dried out. Very difficult to, get it, stop it anywhere near this flagstick. But I agree with you, Billy. I like what they've done. Moved it up to the very front of this tee, 210. We saw Charles Schwartzel try and hit the 7-iron. I think this 6-iron should be just a comfortable club for Lee Westwood. This ball launched up in the air and going right at it. Needs to get up. Oh, watch out.
Pretty good.
I guess.
A lot of opportunity to get it close here as we take another look at it and look at this reaction. Oh, come on, move right, move right. Oh, did it just miss? When this man is on, when Lee Westwood is on, he is on. But now Leishman.
I think you can go ahead and hit the 7-iron for Mark. He's got plenty of power. I like going after it because you can launch it way up in the air, and got to feel comfortable watching Lee Westwood land it on the front of the green.
That is.
This was way mishit, well short of the green.
In fact, he's going to get a little bit of a break that it ran out just a little bit, but that was right on the bottom line of the iron. That's about as close to a top as you can get.
For Lee Westwood, with perhaps the shot of the day at the par 3/8, our featured group. Well done. our featured group. Mark Leishman from Australia, Lee Westwood, a highly ranked Englishman. And Leishman, with a poor tee shot here at the par 3/8, has left him just in front of the putting surface.
Pretty straightforward pitch shot here. Got 30 feet of green to work with. Pretty fast though, straight down green. Give it.
Good job.
Yeah. And that shot, Billy, that shot that Lee Westwood hit, that ball mark was 1.5 feet on the green. That's exactly where you have to land it in order to get it this close.
Yeah, you kind of take that chance. You land it on the front, and if you get the result as Leishman taps in, you get the result that Westwood got. It's great if it just happens to stop quickly because of the pitch in front of the green. You got a 30-foot putt straight up the hill, and you saw how easy Mark Leishman made it look getting the ball up and down. I think you always just have to, you kind of have to play up to the hole on number 8. You just can't play from beyond the hole.
Westwood 5 feet 10 inches to get to 9 under par.
You hit this putt like it's about a 2-footer. Not much movement straight, really down the hill.
Westwood has the putter sitting right on the toe.
Yeah.
Very much like Stricker. The heel's up in the air. Different result than Stricker.
Thought that was going to come back, and it just stayed out.
It's a little bit more exaggerated than Steve Stricker, isn't it?
It is
significantly
I
more.
mean, if we, the next good close look we have of Westwood with the putter, I'd really like to get in there and see how much the heel of the club is off the ground.
Yeah, it's up significantly. Steve Stricker just subtly off the ground, but Westwood making concerted effort to lift that heel off the ground.
Well, I think it kind of locks everything in. It locks the wrists in. At least that's the way I view Steve Stricker as a putter. It just kind of locks everything in, and then he rocks the shoulders, and who better than Steve Stricker with the putter?
So Westwood stays at -8, and Leishman, with that nice up and down, will stay at -7. That's where he started the day. Here comes the big Aussie. And again, that belt buckle is the Australian flag. And he was carrying that flag along with Adam Scott at the Masters a few weeks ago.
Take a look at the 9th hole now. Tee markers, they've been pushed up a tee box. So now only 540 yards. So as you look down the fairway, the aiming point is the bridge. No longer is it this pampas grass right there. It is the bridge. You must take it down in that tongue of the fairway. Then you have a decision to make. Do I go for this par 5 and 2? Hole location, 5 paces on, just 3 from the right, so right in there. So you better be precise. We saw earlier that you can get the ball up and down out of the left bunker like Schwartzel did, and Keimer had it just outside the pot bunker. So I think it's worth the risk going for this par 5 today in 2.
Agree with you, Mr. Kratzer. Up 40 yards, a run out down the right, about 280. And through, really down the left-hand side through the fairways, about 330. Back into the wind today. So if you're hitting driver, you cut the fairway in half. Better go left. Which makes that second shot you have to come up and over those trees.
Oh.
This ball starts in the center of the fairway and cutting. May need to get down.
That could be in the hazard. Ooh, got a soft hop, and it's fine now.
Lee has hit a couple of wayward tee shots. The one at number 5 was severely to the left, came over the top of that one and just yanked it. Blocked that one out to the right, and now Leishman trying to find the fairway. That's been tough for him the last few holes.
Yeah, having trouble finding the golf course, and to me this looks like an iron. Probably
it is, and he's just already said, I'm not going to challenge this par 5.
Yeah,
that's left too.
It is. Yeah, kicks left and goes in the primary cutter rough.
This man, he's way off. He can't find a fairway with an iron.
Yeah, now 2 for 7 on this front side. That's bad. That's right around 30%. Hadn't been the case all week. He's lost it today. Welcome back. Our featured group is Mark Leishman and Lee Westwood. I'm Doug Bell with Billy Cratchit and Craig Perks, the 2002 Players Champion. John Swantek will be along shortly. We've thoroughly enjoyed taking you inside the ropes every day of this 2013 Players. We've heard terrific conversation between the players and their caddies. Of course, when Billy's out there, you talk to everybody, don't you?
I do.
And which is great, by the way.
Walked along with Billy Horschel and Ernie Hills when Dustin Johnson withdrew. So half a dozen conversations with Ernie Els and Horschel walking the fairways. Good lie for Leishman here, Perksy.
Yeah, he's 290 to the front. The lie is fine. No real chance to go up the screen. I think
you see the white cupola on top of the clubhouse. That's the aiming point.
What'd you call that, Billy?
You wouldn't understand.
You're right. Isn't it a steeple of some sort?
It's a cupola.
Just hit this about 195, 200 yards. He's actually laid even further back than that, but in the fairway, give him a full shot into that front hole location. Well done. I know what a coulee is. That's a little stream down in the bayou.
You've got some time. Go ahead and Google cupola.
I had to turn my phone off.
Now, is Westwood going to wait for Overton
Yeah, they're not even to the green yet. Jeff Overton's got a greenside bunker shot. Lee, 260 to the front, lying in the first cut of rough. You know, obviously it was a huge miss hit. Fortunate enough that it stayed short of the water. He's going to give it a go. 265 flag, and good angle. No real issue at all.
Yeah, Billy, you mentioned the tees are up today, and you would think that would increase the percentage hitting the fairways.
One would think that, but with the tee up, now you bring in all the rough down the right-hand side, and it sits diagonally to the player. So now, if you're going to take a driver like many of the players have done, now you've got to make yourself go to the left. You've got to hit it at that bridge. So effectively, the fairway has actually gone from 50 yards wide down to about 30 if you're going to hit a driver. So I kind of understand why it's gone to 71%, and the guys that are hitting the driver, that's the reason that it's only 71%, is because they're trying to fit it down there, much like Schwartzel did earlier today, and he was able to take an iron at the green.
Yeah, it really bottlenecks the
Absolutely.
farther you go down.
Yeah, behind Westwood, you can see the pampas grass there. You need to keep it between the pampas grass, more at that bridge with that driver, and you hit it in that sliver of fairway that you can see on the far left-hand side of the screen.
And you can see how fortunate Lee Westwood was that his ball did not go in the water. And
is the ball sitting below the level of his feet, Craig?
Just barely.
Okay.
Just barely. Not much, but it is. But it's sitting nicely in the first cut.
Well, the older I get, the more I like those fluffy lies.
Yeah, especially with a 3-wood. These fairways, although they're getting ready to tear them up, put that new celebration down, are very tight.
Again, Lee Westwood waiting for the green to clear before he takes a rip at this par 5. Westwood is 1 under for the day and 8 under for the championship. Mark Leishman is even for the day and 7 under. And for Mark Leishman, he's found only 2 fairways so far today in this front 9. He's been all over the lot, but got off to that great start, 3 birdies in 4 holes, and then fell back.
Yeah, 3 fairways missed with irons. You miss this fairway with an iron, that's a bad miss.
And all of them in the same direction, just low pull hooks.
Yeah, it's almost like he's trying to hit it too hard and too low.
Yep.
Too hard and too low.
Obviously, if you hit an iron, you're laying it up anyway, so why just get its normal number out of it?
Agreed. You know, we saw the other day when you were following Bubba Watson, he clicked out a 3-iron 269, another 3-iron 269, another 3-iron 271, back to back to back. Really wasn't trying to do anything with it other than put it in play, and that's exactly what he did.
And you see the players in the distance walking off into the crowd, and so the green is clear, and Westwood gets ready to pull the trigger.
Wind into his face, 260 front, 265 flag.
Just one more look up at the trees. Watch how much his head drops at impact.
This ball mishit and may not even get to those moguls on the right. Yeah, it takes a big bounce and gets into him. Poor shot now. That's very difficult. No green to work with coming out of a nasty one.
So Westwood lies 2 in those moguls to the right of the green here at the par 5, and now Mark Leishman, this will be his 3rd shot.
Well, back late off the tee, and now just inside 130 yards, Craig.
Yep, going with the gap wedge. We have to jump on this. Be careful not to spin it too much. Ball's flighted down a little left of the flag. If it's up, it's a really good looking shot.
Yeah, that looked like a really comfortable golf swing. You could see how softly the arms folded. Excellent result. That's what he should be doing off the tee. Just kind of that same type swing. You know, there was no forcing the issue there. Nice, comfortable gap wedge, as Craig said. And now a great opportunity to get his 4th birdie and get to under par.
Well, how about Tiger Woods now at 13 under? David Lingmerth just 1 shot back. Sergio just birdies the 5th to go 11 under. Martin Laird is making a run here on the back 9.
You get Martin Laird, okay, 14, 15, okay, 16. He gets a couple of more birdies, and you start sitting in the clubhouse. I'm not saying he's going to win, but it's a comfortable position, and you post that score, then everyone knows what they have to do. And a lot of times when you post that number and people are looking at it, strange things happen.
Brent Snedeker moving to the top 10 with Kevin Streelman, and then our feature group, Lee Westwood, in that tie for 7th. Mark Leishman with a birdie here at 9 would also move into the top 10. I tell you, on Sunday, especially at the Players, you can make a serious move into that top 10 and cash a serious paycheck.
Between that and the FedEx Cup points,
wow.
It is a double bonus. That's why if you're in the middle of the field, you go out and you just play a solid round of golf. Whether you shoot 69, 68, 67, 70, if you're in the middle, you can almost assure yourself you're going to finish in the top 20. If you start somewhere around 35, half the field, upper half, you can almost bet you're going to move up 20 spots with a good solid round on Sunday here at the TPC.
And David Lynn, a fellow Englishman, a friend of Lee Westwood's, who earned his way on the PGA Tour with that runner-up finish at Kiowa, the PGA Championship a year ago, has already won over $1 million and could finish top 10 here this week. What a year he's putting together. And look at that lie for Lee Westwood.
Yeah, it's a horrendous lie, but the advantage on the upslope and back into the wind. But he's going to, I like what Billy you've said about this shot. It's more height than it is forward. But he's going to have to give this a pretty good go.
This is an easy one to pull, isn't it, Craig?
Yeah, and if he pulls it, 10 feet left of the flag, it might go off the green down into that front collection area.
Well, he's aiming well right, playing for that pull.
Got a little backstop too, 10 feet right of this flag. Good shot right over the flag, beyond it. It's about all he could have wished for from that line.
How high did that go? It just looked like it went straight up in the air.
Well, the MetLife blimp had to duck.
So Lee Westwood in position for another birdie as we look at the FedEx Cup points system. And the Players worth 600 points. It'll be a big week for a lot of players if they can come through here in the final stages of the Players on this Sunday. I think the FedEx Cup has added so much excitement to the PGA Tour.
Yeah, and tweaking the system and getting it to the point where it is right now. It's pretty much at the point where you're going to get the best players, the ones that have played the best throughout the year in Atlanta for the Tour Championship. And you look at the year that Billy Horschel's had, even though he missed the cut, made 23 straight cuts. He's third on that list. Matt Kuchar, who did not play well. yesterday. He's fourth. Kevin Streelman, just a banner year. Mickelson, he's okay. He's sixth. Adam Scott, but 600 points, huge this week.
Not to mention the $9.5 million they're playing for. We don't talk about money anymore, but 22.5 feet for Lee.
Now here, you get a good look at the putter right here. And that enables him to just kind of lock those wrists in, then rock the shoulders.
In the hole!
Oh, that was a Steve Stricker looking putt right there.
Nice roll. So Westwood will shoot 35 with the tap in par. He's 8 under heading to the back nine. That was a good roll.
Yeah, that was a very good roll. Very good look. Saw that same reaction many times from Adam Scott on Thursday.
Mark would have got a good read from Lee Westwood, pretty much the same line. So just a little more out on the right, a little more speed. Ah, you can't leave that short.
Certainly had the right line.
Well, you've got a long walk over to the 10th hole. Okay, kind of have a little self-talk all the way over there. Get focused. You had a great start, then a couple of missteps with the double bogey and the bogey. And it's time just to kind of collect your thoughts and know that if you can get it to 10 under by day's end, it is going to be a very good week.
Well, you see the sun behind those clouds, and our hope is the clouds will be the only thing we see today. No moisture. The 2014 Players, you can buy tickets at PGATour.com. And I've met so many people this week from all over the country that have come down and just made a week of it. Enjoyed the weather and the festivities. And it really is a week celebration of the PGA Tour.
Yeah, and leading into the week, it was a little sketchy, but boy, the weather, other than yesterday, just a little interruption. But today, perfect. And next year, May 5th through the 11th. And the first time in history, a sellout this year. Unbelievable. I mean, the support from the community, from people coming in from all over the country, it's just been a grand week for the players.
And with the stadium design, a sellout doesn't make it, it doesn't seem like it's super crowded. I mean, the flow is just unbelievable here. And the vantage points for the fans.
Yeah, vantage points. You can see the golf. They have stations all over the golf course to where you can go in, you can relax. There's a lot of shade when it gets hot. I was walking by the area in the back where they have the food court and everything. They have those cool seats.
Aren't those great?
You can sit down in those. And some of our camera guys should probably take a little trip back there. They've worked so hard this week. And by the way, our camera guys, they have been absolutely on the money all week long. They've been flawless.
Yeah, I agree. The shots have been off the charts good. And Lee Westwood now will have the honors at the 10th.
Got to add my thanks to our runner, Billy Cratchit. John has done a phenomenal job getting us out in front of all these people as we made that long ride from 9 to 10. This hole now downwind from the left, run out about 280 down the right.
Westwood with a 3 medal.
I like this shape. He actually turned it back up against the wind. We'll find the center of the fairway. Well done.
So good job for Lee Westwood. He's now 4 out of 8, right at 50% in fairways hit so far today.
Oh, here goes the iron again. 3 straight irons pulled left. And left here, you're dead. Bunker in the trees.
That just looked like just a low bullet.
Yeah, and it looked like he was a little bit more in balance. The transition was smoother. And it was rocketing right down the center of the fairway.
Well, he's a big guy. You're a big guy, and I think the harder you go at it, the harder it is to keep your balance in what you're talking about. I agree with you.
Let's look back at our featured group. Lee Westwood, all smiles, especially at the par 5 second. And this is for birdie to get to 8 under.
That's a really good start for Westwood.
And then at the 4th hole, this was a terrific play. They got the big gallery up above the green. Terribly excited.
You've got that little bank on the right, trying to bring it in, trying to utilize the slope. And why not? 25 feet right of the hole. And look at here, we've got some action. Tap in, kick in. Yeah, I'd smile too.
10 inches away for Lee Westwood. And at that stage, he was 9 under. Mark Leishman, boy, what a start for the Aussie, especially at the very first hole.
See, I think this is a pretty good hole location for this first hole on that upper left portion of the green. Kind of a little bit of a fall off to the right, so you have to be pretty precise.
Let's see if he can make it 2 in a row. That's his 3rd shot, his eagle try here to the par 5.
Just a nice little bump, little chip. Kind of toe in a sand wedge, play it back in your stance.
And he would birdie the par 5 second. Gets up and down for par at the 3rd, and now his 2nd shot to the 4th.
Well, the key to setting up this shot is finding the fairway. You can't play from that bunker or from the left rough. And Leishman running it down that slope. About 4.5 feet.
And Leishman would convert that birdie. But then the wheels fell off with a wayward tee shot at number 5 that resulted in a double bogey. caught a flyer out of the rough at number 6, and then somehow managed to get pars at 7, 8, and 9 after some wayward tee shots there.
Yeah, the pulls with the irons, just trying to get a little too much out of it, I think. And, this was a good tee shot here at the 10th. It's a nice weapon to have in your bag, that 2-iron, to where you can just flight it down, you can get it running, you can make it release down the fairway and get yardage out of a shot on the ground. But when that becomes a go-to shot most of the time, that usually has some effect on your rhythm, the transition. And I'm gonna be interested in the next tee shot, even though it's a wide fairway. I'm going to be interested in the next tee shot on 11, because he'll go with the driver there to see how accurate he is with that tee shot.
Mark Leishman, 273 off the tee with that iron, and Lee Westwood 257 off the tee.
Well, 273. That's kind of in bubble land. But now we'll take a look at the 10th hole, the par 4. Just a nice, gentle dog leg, right to left, 429 yards. Avoid those pine trees on the right, but you still want to hit that tee shot that is shaped from right to left. Then you kind of get it in this portion of the fairway. Then you have a hole location that you're looking at back left. Green sits a little diagonally to you. You have a little bit of a crown here. You have a low area here. You have the flag stick back in this area of the green. So with these 2 good tee shots, you go into attack mode here.
172, Billy, for Lee Westwood. Wind is basically pretty much not a factor. Got to be very precise. With the distance control, you do not want to go long over this green.
Yeah, it's one of these greens that's kind of tucked in amongst the pine trees.
Yeah, landed right in the swale, and it kind of killed it, but that will retract away from the flag down in the lowest part of the screen.
Yes, correct. Not going to affect the hole.
So that'll be a difficult birdie try for Lee Westwood. And Mark Leishman, after banging that iron, that's his best iron off the tee of the day, and has 158 remaining to the hole.
Yeah, this should be just a comfortable 9-iron. Just make a smooth swing. Don't try and force it back there. Hit it solid, it should be plenty. Ball kind of hanging out there to the right. Needs to come down. Oh, that is collected in that, gone down in that collection area.
Ooh, and that appears to be sitting down. That's not the best of lies. That ball could have easily sat up on top of the Bermuda, but chose to go down to the bottom of it. Not going to be happy when he sees that lie.
So Mark Leishman has had an up and down day as we take a look at the leaderboard. As the leaders get closer to this back 9 on Sunday at the Players, and Tiger Woods bounces back with a birdie at 7 to retake the lead at 13 under. David Lingmerth is really hanging in there. Sergio just 2 behind. Martin Laird making a run on the back 9. 49-year-old Jeff Maggart 3 off the pace. Kevin Streelman continues his stellar play this year in 2013. And Ben Crane loves this place, Billy.
What is it about this golf course that brings out the best in Ben Crane?
Every year, Ben Crane seemingly rises to the occasion. How about Brandt Snedeker?
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Sneds was in our featured group earlier this week.
Yeah, we just kind of stay back in the pack, and then when it gets to Sunday, here we go.
And Lee Westwood and Mark Leishman, our featured group. Leishman 1 birdie away from moving to that top 10.
Yeah, and Webb Simpson playing well this week. Even with a shank.
He does that about every 3 weeks.
He'll throw a hosel rocket out there.
Hosel rocket sounds better than shank. They're both bad, but that just sounds better.
Okay, well, let's go with it.
Yeah, Hazel Rocket.
Hit it right off the piping.
Mm-hmm.
Go with that one, too.
You know, working with you, Billy, is an education. I take away a lot of good stuff.
Oh.
That is a terrible lie that Mark Leishman has found himself in.
Well, Doug, it's only 20 feet from the flag, and it's surrounded by grass, but the behind the ball is a little thin. So I think you just kind of put this back in your stance, close down the most lofted wedge, and just kind of pop it onto the fringe or barely on the green, just let it release. It's not as bad as it looks, and it's really not as tough a shot as it looks.
That's why you were a good chipper.
Spot, please, guys. Thank you.
Nothing looked hard to you.
Some of those ones that your boys had this morning looked difficult. I like leaving the flag in because if it comes off a little hot, rattle into the flag and stop it.
Go.
I may have chunked that slightly, maybe a little grass between the club and the ball.
Leishman will throw down the mark, and Lee Westwood has to come up that ridge 36 feet away for Lee Westwood.
Well, Doug and Billy, coming up that ridge is precisely correct, but into the grain, going up that ridge, and then once it crests, it's going to move significantly to the right and then down grain. So tough to judge the speed, and this one can get away from you in a hurry.
Yeah, and we saw this putt earlier. Keimer had the same type putt, the same description, and back over at 14, same type, and this is kind of the same look to me. It looks like an easy putt that you could run 5 or 6 feet by the hole, Craig.
I would agree with you. Trying to hit it firm enough to get it up the hill into the grain, and then whoops, here she goes over the crest.
It's pretty good. Dead end. Once again, the line is good. This he might be onto something here, Craig, with this new style.
Well, I think he's kind of done the same thing, not getting the heel off the ground, but with the chipping action, he's taken a lot of the wrists out now. It's just the kind of the rocking, which I love. And you incorporate that into your putting. Why wouldn't you just have your whole short game with the same kind of mechanics?
And we just saw his reaction like, oh, another one on line that I left short.
So for Westwood, that's 14 total putts through 10 holes. It's been a good putting week for Lee Westwood, who's tied for 6th in putting. And now Leishman for his par.
Maybe just a little bit of a hook putt here. You see the tilt coming off of Leishman's right. You look over at the fringe and you can see the tilt in the green. A little bit back into the green.
Nice up and down from Mark Leishman to stay at -7. He's even par for the day.
A lot of white slacks, a lot of white belts.
What do you think? Back when you played, Billy, Nicklaus wore white occasionally.
Johnny Miller.
Yeah.
He wore white.
You guys just had Sansa belt, didn't you, back then, Billy?
No, at least I saw Johnny Miller on TV with the white belt. That's what I meant to say.
Everything returns, you know. Goes through cycles.
Okay, well, we're going to go through the cycle of looking at this par 5, 529 yards. The bunker you see really not in play, but there's a little bit of a slope that the players will hit their tee shot in. If they can carry it over that slope, then they can get down there to where they can put an iron in their hand. But this is where you have to kind of make the decision. This whole location 5 paces on. I actually think that anything in this bunker in front of the green is a good play today. Even in the pot bunker you see to the left, it's going to be okay, but you have the flagstick just 5 paces on, so you have to be a little careful. But I think in that bunker, but if you can put it on the green, give yourself an eagle opportunity, that'd be great. But I think this is a hole that you just, the guys have to absolutely jump on today.
I'll be interested to see if Leishman, well, he has his driver. So that's the first driver since number 1 that he's hit today.
If you don't hit a driver here, you've got the yips with a driver. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Well, unless it's downwind and you bring that bunker 330 down the left, but you're right, back into the wind today from the right. You better be hitting driver.
Yeah. You know, if you don't bring it out here, we're going to go have a talk.
Billy, that's the same thing with you and I. Me with chipping, everything looks easy. You with the driver, you could drive it down a bowling alley.
Well, thank you. But I just want these guys to play, and I just love it. This guy right here, I think he is the ultimate competitor.
I think you start this down the right and just turn it a little bit and let the wind carry it even more. Don't cut it back up against the wind. And that's what he's done, taking it down the right. He's trying to turn it.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be in the first cut. It's going to be just fine.
See, I kind of think this could be a year that he breaks through also with that first major win, as Adam Scott did. I really do. I think from here on out, everything sets up well for him.
Yeah, Marion and Muirfield. Ball strikers courses.
Yeah, and Oak Hill. Now, Leishman.
This ball just staying just inside Lee Westwood's ball. If it gets a kick left, it may catch the fairway. Oh, it's fine. Fine indeed. Way, probably 30 yards, 35 yards by Lee Westwood.
Yeah, in that first cut of rough, decent lie.
Only 2 drivers today for Mark Leishman. Both have missed the fairway, but he's even par for the day. Our featured group marches on.
Back live as our final round Players Championship coverage continues. John Swansick with Bill Kratzert, Craig Perks on the ground following Mark Leishman and Lee Westwood. Both gentlemen have hit drives here at the par 5 11th that have rested in the first cut of rough. Leishman about 20 yards in front of Westwood here. Head cover coming off. Green is clear.
Well, PGA Tour official Dillard Pruitt has joined the group up in front, so they are starting to move along nicely.
With that. I mean, the other one to me is going to pitch 10 short of the green, so this is the only one that's got a chance. It's good.
253 I have front. I like what you said, Billy. Just even if it's in that front bunker, with the whole location just 5 paces on, it's a pretty simple up and down if you get a decent lie.
Looks like he's trying to maneuver this in just a little left to right, Craig.
Ball starts just on the left edge of the green, holding its line. And it's come up short, not in the bunker.
That's kind of in that same place that Keimer was in earlier. At least that's what it looks like from here, Craig. He might be on the upslope, so that may be okay. Good. That'll be okay then.
Leishman about 20 yards closer here.
Yeah, 229 front, 234 flag. Lies good in that first cut. Solid iron shot. Starting at the flag, turning, needs to get up if it can.
Favorable kick, and he's just off the fringe. And it looks like he's drawing a pretty good line. Excellent golf shot.
Let's take a closer look at the action of both of these players in our afternoon marquee grouping, beginning with Westwood.
Okay, you can see the setup, perfect setup. I like the lines, the shaft of the club pointing more towards the belt buckle right there. That's perfect. As he takes the club back, you can see it's a one-piece takeaway. The club stays out in front of the hands. Just a very big shoulder turn. You can see that the face of the club, the left hand, all in the same line. But then when he starts down, you'll notice that that left knee leads. The only oddity about Lee Westwood is that the head moves down at impact. The left arm shortens, but he compensates that, and you'll see that the right leg is pretty straight. That's against the grain for a lot of players, but he's done it for years, and you can see the well-balanced finish. And that's why he produces a lot of great golf shots. Now, Leishman, about 3 inches taller, and you can see that a good setup once again. The back very straight as he works the club back. You can see that there's a little bit of an outside motion there, but great width to the swing, and you can see the hands, the arm in between the right shoulder and the back of the neck, but a great turn. Right hip turns minimally, and now as he starts down for a big man, works from the ground up. You can see the right foot working up, and look how straight the right arm is. That delivery right there, that is awesome right there. That means that that is fully released at impact, and as he goes through, you can see him go down the line, high finish. And that too with a good tee shot here at 11. And there's a reason why Mark Leishman can absolutely clock it. When you release that right arm at that point in the golf swing, that is a full release, and you probably have as much club head speed, ball speed that you could possibly attain in a golf swing.
So both players going to work around the greens here. Westwood will be next to play.
Yeah, the lie is decent, slightly on the upslope, John. The only disadvantage, I think about 12 feet of green to work with. If he can loft this up in the air, that's back into the wind, so that may help bring it down softly.
Yeah, it looks like the wind's starting to pick up a little bit.
Beautiful shot from Westwood.
9 out of 10.
Yeah, at least. That was
okay.
nicely done. Good contact. Had to accelerate through the ball and had to get it going up first before it went forward.
When I get Lee Westwood smiling after a little pitch shot around the green, that's at least a 9 out of 10.
He's smiling nearly on every pitch shot this year, Billy.
And it's nice to see that the hard work has paid off for him. There was a reason that he moved to Jupiter, Florida, that he could practice, work on his game. He understood that the clock was running out in order for him to win a major championship. He's made all the right moves. And I just have this feeling that along with Adam Scott, he's going to capture that first major.
Well, he's picked up 170 spots in the scrambling category this year, in the top, within the top 10, I believe, coming into this week.
Flag stick out for Leishman.
Yeah, just inside 20 feet.
And a relatively simple up and down for Leishman.
Tap in with the sandwich. Why not?
Birdied 3 of his first 4 holes and has now gotten it back to 1 under with an easy birdie here at 11. -8 for the championship. That is 5 back of Tiger, who's over at the 9th, including his opening 9 holes. Now Westwood to move to -9. And into a tie for 6th. Kevin Streelman, Henrik Stenson, Lee Westwood. 4 shots off the lead. Both these guys played that hole in nearly identical fashion. And both will put 4 on the scorecard as they head over to 12.
Played it pretty quickly, too. I like that. Thought the round was a little long this morning.
Yeah, a little bit. Take a look here at the shorts. Par 4, 12. A lot of options off the tee.
There are, but with the wind direction, I just can't see hitting a driver. You just lay it up on this. It's a positional par 4, 365. You have the whole location that's deep into the green, but give yourself a shot from 90, 95 yards. When they sand capped the golf course and they redid the greens with the mini verde, you'll see that here the whole location is right in this area right here. But I like what they did with this green because they perched it up. You've got 3 little pot bunkers. The one in front sometimes comes into play. The one on the left, guys know that if you hit it down in that little pot bunker that you're going to make an automatic bogey just about. But it's a whole location today, as I said, 23 paces back, that should be gettable, and the key shot is to put the ball in the fairway.
A birdie, a par, and a bogey at the 12th this week for Mark Leishman. While Westwood has 2 pars and a birdie here at the short par 4. 365 yards is the number today.
John and Billy, the wind pretty much just straight left to right. I think the ideal play is, hit at about 250, 260 off the tee. Down the right. If you go left at all, you'll be blocked out, as we saw Charles Schwartzel this morning.
Westwood's poorest performance off the tee to this point of his round. Missed only 2 fairways back on Thursday. Just a hybrid club here.
Just a low piercing ball flight starting down the left-hand side. Should catch the fairway, and it does.
Yeah, just kind of wiggles back to the right. It's going to get better and better. Just stay out of a divot and everything will be fine.
It did not. It actually finished in a divot. A lot of divots in that area. It's pretty much where the majority of the field have hit their tee shots.
Leishman has favored iron off the tee on a number of occasions today. That's the choice again here.
This ball starts right in the center of the fairway, and that's exactly where it'll finish.
Two good ones. Although Leishman's lie looks a little bit cleaner, Westwood's looks as if it settled into a divot there. Back with more live coverage on Sunday at the Players Championship on PGATour.com. Missed opportunity for birdie over at the 9th hole for Tiger Woods, so he makes the turn 2 under for the day. 13 under for the championship. He's got a 2-shot lead. Lee Westwood 4 back at 9 under as he places second into the 12th.
It appears as though Leishman might be first.
He certainly is, Billy. I've got him at 107 to the flag. Only 4 paces beyond this flagstick is the back of the green. Collection area long left, collection area kind of hole high right. The nice thing is about 15 feet short of this flagstick, there's a kind of a slope you can maybe land on the down part of that and then kick it forward. Do not want to fly it all the way back here. These things are starting to get that tint to them. Starting to really firm up. Lee Westwood's ball is in the middle of a divot, and the divot is kind of going left of the target. A little bit of a bad break for Lee.
This fairway's really thin. Really have to catch it clean.
He's brought it in low. He's going to land it on that downslope. Will it kick forward? Landed it right where he needed to do it. Just landed very softly. Didn't kick forward.
Grass is pretty thin on this fairway. This is one of the fairways that catches a lot of shade. But we take a look at the lie that Westwood has in the divot.
It is sand filled as well. They come out every night and sand fill these divots. You just put the ball back in your stance, hit down on a little bit more, which I think it, can't say it's an advantage, but the ball flight certainly maybe land it just right at Mark Leishman's ball and let it kind of release back to the flagstick.
Yeah, thank goodness the hole is located
in the back. Yep.
In the back portion of the green. You can see the abbreviated follow through.
Yeah, it's come up well short, Billy.
Craig, would you like to see players be able to take relief from sand-filled divot in a situation like that?
No, not at all. Rubber the green.
Billy?
Oh, I'd rather see the spike marks tapped down prior to doing the sand-filled divots.
There's Westwood at 9 under, share of 6th place with Kevin Streelman, the winner in Tampa Bay earlier this year for his PGA Tour breakthrough. Henrik Stenson, the 09 Players Champion, hanging around. Martin Laird with a hot day on this warm afternoon here. 5 under through 15. Laird already a winner this year. He shot that 63 in the final round in San Antonio to win the Valero. And there's Leishman with a share of 10th place, along with Snedeker and Ryan Palmer, who's 2 over par for his final round.
I'll tell you, Stenson is my comeback player of the year.
Amazing.
Already. I mean, lock, cinch, done.
And he would have lost his card were it not for the 5-year exemption that came from winning the Players in 2009.
And then to go to Houston and finish runner-up, to get into the top 50, into the Masters field. Fabulous.
And this is the best golf we've seen from Henrik Stenson in a few years. Began the day at -10, just a shot off the lead. The longest putt Westwood has made today came at the opening hole. That was a 14-footer for par. This one closer to 40 feet.
Yeah, it's a tough one too. Going to come putting down green the first third of it and downhill, and then coming up through that swale and then peeling to the right.
Yeah, even though it has become a birdie hole, or has always been a birdie hole, I should say. Now you're just trying to not walk away with anything more than 4 after the bad break with the divot in the fairway and not being able to 100% execute the shot. But just understand the situation. 2 putts here. Continue on. Still plenty of holes left. They're just 4 shots behind.
Excellent pace once again from Lee Westwood. So Westwood remains 4 back of Woods at 9 under. Leishman a chance to join him there from 22 feet.
Yeah, would have got a good look at the lie. Had to actually move his coin one to the right. And obviously was able to judge the speed nicely, so it's always a little easier committing into the line and the speed when you've seen your fellow competitor do a good job from the same line.
Ooh, slow down.
Aggressive roll that time from Mark Leishman. A few feet coming back to stay 5 off the lead. Martin Laird has just grabbed another birdie over at 16. That's 6 on the day without a drop shot. And Laird has risen from 18th to start the final round into a tie for second. He's 2 back of Woods. Looking to put together the kind of round that he did in San Antonio to win that event a week before the Masters. Leishman in for a par to stay at -8. Four-way tie for second now. Laird joined by Maggart, Lingmerth, who was the 54-hole leader, and Sergio Garcia, who's even through 8 holes. That's the final pairing of the day. The Swede and the Spaniard. They're playing the par 5 ninth. Westwood and Leishman are set to play the 13th, measuring 170 yards today on Mother's Day at the Players Championship. It is a pink out. Lee Westwood representing, as many of the competitors in this elite field attired in pink today. Beautiful pink flowers around the property as well. And it is warming up out there. It's a hot, dusty breeze that's kicked up in the last couple of hours as well.
It's going to be interesting because Martin Laird is 6 under through 16, a couple of holes left. The wind direction earlier in the day, a little left to right and in, so could be interesting with Mr. Laird as we take a look at the 170-yard par 3 13th hole. Hole location down in that little bowl to the left. So now you're looking at the flag stick, and then everything just races that way. Players will try to bring their shot in like this and utilize that slope to get it down close to the hole. I think it's one of the easiest hole locations on the 13th hole, but you cannot afford to do what Schwartzel did earlier today, and that's miss it left of the flag stick. Got plenty of room to the right, 25 feet to the right of the hole, just like you did at number 4. Just toss it out there and let gravity take over.
Hole-in-one here yesterday from Chris Stroud. His first ever hole-in-one on the PGA Tour. Said he had made 6 in his lifetime, but never won as a member of the tour until yesterday. Yeah, your point about Laird is a good one, Billy. If you can grab one more birdie coming in, 17's tough with the whole location back right. 18 front left might be doable. If he posts 12, you never know, but he's got to be thinking
right.
One more.
Understand, Tiger has 2 par 5s to play. The 11th hole, if he hits a good drive, he's going to hit an iron in there. And the 16th hole, he hits a good tee shot, he's going to have an iron in there. So, you know, two holes that you think that he would birdie, and okay, so you kind of put him at 15. But they're, as we've seen, the 14th hole, the 18th hole, the 17th hole, you can make major mistakes out there at any time. And if Martin Laird gets in at 12 and posts it, that's a whole different story.
Well, Laird's got 48 feet for birdie over at 17. Came up well short with his tee shot as Westwood gets set to fire here at 13.
You've already mentioned 170 yards wind from the right. That'll help. I think you land this probably about 162 yards, and then probably about 15 feet right of the flag.
How about that? The 2 towers behind. How about the tower on the right? Is that a good line?
Maybe split the towers,
okay.
Billy.
Okay.
8 iron. Elite.
Ball starts at the towers, turning left. It's come down a little.
That's a big 8-iron right there. See the wind direction more down. It just never grabbed at all, Craig. It just kind of pitched forward and never really grabbed the slope.
Yeah, it flew by the entire slope, so it kind of runs off on that back part of that green. Probably need to carry that about 15 yards shorter than he did. He carried that one about 176.
Leishman now, as you saw, has done most of his damage on the front nine this week.
Maybe now that it is slightly downwind, hit the 9-iron. This launch way up in the air and out to the right, and this is carrying deep as well.
That will help a little bit.
I don't know how much you can get help from over there.
Man.
The only thing that's going to help you there is a garden hose. Water it down, baby, because it's going to be slick going down that slope.
Beautiful late afternoon here in North Florida. Just about 15 minutes in front of 5 o'clock Eastern time. As Mark Leishman, Lee Westwood traverse the green here at 13. There's a look from across the water. Leishman studying this one from all angles. He's got a lot of real estate to deal with.
He's going to have to. I think potentially he could hit this putt about 15 feet left of the flag up into the slope and let it die to the right. If he takes a more direct route, this is going to gain a lot of speed once it crests that slope about 15 feet in front of him.
Looking left. Not bad at all.
I think he's a little surprised that came up short, Greg. I know I am.
Yeah, I can't believe that one came up short. He kind of hit it uphill first and then let it die to the right. You'd think it would gain a little bit more speed going down the hill.
Both of these guys at that point in the round. The pars are not helping. Birdies are the order of the day at this point. 14 is such a tough hole. 15 as well. So Westwood really in a position of having to have one here.
First 10 feet back up the hill into the green, and then the last 15 or so feet were breaking significantly to the right and down green.
He's actually looking to the right.
Oh, he's going to miss it right if he does that.
Yeah, a little frustrated, a little exasperated. Another tap-in par for Lee Westwood. Remains 4 shots back. Carried the tee shot maybe a couple yards too deep. They filtered real close to the hole, much like the iron he hit back at the 4th, which led to a kick-in birdie. It's a par for Martin Laird over at 17. He remains 11 under, 2 off the lead. Low round on the golf course. Leishman to stay at 8 here.
Really not much in this. Good low look at it from there. Just kind of sneaks in the left side.
Running out of holes, these two, as they head over to 14. Jeff Maggard has moved into a second place position through 12 holes.
Well, he's going to come to this hole, the par 4, 14th, in a couple of holes. And it is a man-sized par 4, 461 yards, mounding to the right, bunker and water down the left-hand side. You drive to that plateau, then the green sits down below. We saw Keimer hit a great shot in here just behind the hole, released to about 45 feet. Now today's hole location, 13 paces on, 6 from the right-hand side. So a little bit of slope coming off of that right side of the green that the players, they can utilize and kind of work it if they happen to miss-hit it to the right. But I would think most shots that the players are thinking about hitting into here will be left of the hole. Westwood with driver.
Yeah, back to the wind's back to where it should be, back into their face from the right. Kind of swirling around 13 green. Ball starting down the right-hand side. May need a good bounce to get in the fairway. Kick back out actually to the right into those moguls. That's not a good spot.
He's hit a couple of hangers with the driver the last 2 times he's pulled it, hasn't he, Craig?
Yeah, he has. He likes to move it left to right, and he's hanging on a little too much. Just release it. Generally a very good driver, the golf ball.
Leishman, also driver.
Ideally, you want to be down the left-hand side to get into that right hole location, but bunker and water over there. This ball is hammered, hanging down the right, but very solid. Will catch the fairway.
That looked like just a hard cut. Beautiful tee shot. That ball's still rolling.
Big one from Leishman here at 14. He'll be in attack mode. Westwood will have a little more difficulty with his second shot. Jeff Maggard through 11 holes has moved to minus 12 after a 66 yesterday. He's one back. There's the updated leaderboard. Woods leads Maggart by 1. Garcia even par on the day. Laird 6 under on the day. Stenson began the day at 10 under. They're all chasing Woods right now, including Lee Westwood, whose pursuits of the lead just became a little bit more difficult with this tee shot at 14 and this lie that he has to deal with here.
Horrendous lie sitting right down at the very bottom of this 3-inch Bermuda rough. 185 to the front. That's probably the only number he's thinking about. 98 all the way back to the flag. Very narrow little chute to get it up to the front of the green. Bunkers left and right.
How close can he get to the green if he chooses to take on the bunker to the left? Because that's not a bad play.
Yeah, I think he could probably get this 5 yards from the green. It's not going to come out hot. Sit down too much.
You just can't miss it right.
Ooh, got tangled up in the branches of that big tree there, but it spit it out right in the middle there.
It's a great break because you were right, Billy. Get short side yourself right, and everything from that front right-hand quadrant of the green slopes away from the flagstick.
Big drive for Leishman here, Craig.
Yeah, hammered it down the right-hand side. Just left himself 170 yards to the flag.
Same exact yardage as 13. The hole he just played.
Yeah, this is an 8-iron. The wind is more in his face. This ball starts left to the flag, and he's cutting it back towards the good-looking shot right of the hole.
Very good-looking shot. Just underneath the hole, a little bit right of it.
Yeah, it looks to be about 8 feet underneath the hole. Really nice shot. Chance for Leishman to get another one. Get it to -9. Right now, -9 in the top 10.
Solidly. Already a top 5 finish in a major championship this year at the Masters. So Jack Nicklaus, 3 times a Players champion, 3 different courses. Atlanta, Inverary, and then Sawgrass Country Club just east of us here. Tiger would join Jack as a 3-time champion, or as a 2-time champion. He would join Sutton, Couples, Elkington, and Love to do it on this golf course. Davis Love with a very good week here, by the way, in his first appearance in a few months, although he shot 76 today.
It's still okay. Come back from surgery that quickly. Now Westwood's going to go up and get a little bit better peek at what's in front of him there. I think this is a hard shot right here, Craig.
Yes, it is. Ball lying nicely in the fairway. I think he's got to try and clip this and fly it all the way, you know, maybe 10 feet short of the flag. If he mishits this at all and leaves it short and right, it'll maybe even collect back off the green. Long and left will collect back away as well. But this will put this new short game to test.
This is where you want the club. You want the grip of the club, the shaft, everything exiting to the left. You want to make sure that this is a body release. You don't want any hands in this at all, if you can help it.
And the contact was good. Bring it in low. Will it spin? No, it will not.
it's just a hard shot to put close to the hole. Probably a good shot would have been 7 or 8 feet.
Players Championship official film is available by visiting shop.pgatour.com. $14.95 to relive all the excitement and drama of the PGA Tour's flagship event.
Filling up over there, Swanee.
Mm-hmm.
And behind, chalets all are full around the 17th, 16th. Got a lot of friends up there in the chalets.
Great theater over there in the midst of what they're calling the gauntlet, 16, 17, and 18.
Billy, when I pass by, I'll say g'day to them all for you.
Thank you. They weren't there earlier today when I passed through. Go in there and grab you a snack. Feel free.
Not sure if I have time to do that. I'm firmly ensconced in this action.
32 feet for Westwood here.
Now this is the same putt, Craig, earlier that we saw Martin Keimer, and he raced this by about 8 feet. But there's a great look at just how high the heel of the putter is off the ground. Third or fourth putt today, Craig, that has been right on line.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the putting. The speed, I mean, that's just barely short. The speed has been good. His lines have been very good. I tell you what, if those putts, those length putts, if he makes mistakes, start going in, and then the ones when he whips those irons in close for birdie, he would be very dangerous when a golf course got extremely difficult. To your point, major championships.
Drop shot for Westwood. He's tied with Leishman now for 10th place. And Leishman can jump inside the top 10 with a birdie here.
Putt moving from Mark's right to left. Got some swing late.
Oh, just
yeah.
Cuts right across the front of the hole. So with that tap in, Lee Westwood with his bogey. All moved to a tie for 10th.
Yeah, just the 6th miss for Leishman inside 10 feet this week. He's been very good, 7th best in the field, but a good chance there at 14 to pick up what would have felt like a shot and a half, as difficult as that hole is. So they'll take their chances with the 15th. Both players tied for 10th at 8 under. 5 shots off of the lead of Tiger Woods, who is playing the 11th. And we'll take a look at 15 here.
Really good par 4 that moves from left to right, 448 yards. Yesterday, Hunter Mahan stuck it in one of the pin oaks on the left-hand side, but if you can just kind of maneuver a driver left to right, kind of go alongside the bunker, that'll leave you in this area right here. Now the whole location today, 29 paces on, 4 from the left-hand side, kind of in that back left-hand corner. Now you have a little bit of a low area here. You want to avoid that by all means, but the whole location back in this area, tough hole location, but they're putting the short iron in their hand. It just all depends how greedy you want to be here at the 15th.
There's the stroke average for the week, 4.13. Only 42 players have made birdie here. Leishman will be first to play.
Stand still, please. Hold up.
He's got the driver out.
Don't have a problem with the driver, John. Back into the wind from the left, 315 run out down the left. Although the further you go left, you're kind of heading across the green away from that back left hole location.
With this club, better move it from left to right.
Yeah, and that's what he's set up to do.
Ball starts down the center of the fairway and is hammered, hugging that right side. Excellent tee shot.
Two good ones in a row for Leishman at 14 and 15.
Yeah, I'll say. Yeah, he's not. You can't get a more open look than what Leishman has down that right-hand side.
Westwood has hit 70% of his fairways for the week. He missed the fairway at 11 and 14, however. Both to the right.
Well, he's hung on to some tee shots of late, and if you hang on to this one, it's going to be in that lengthy bunker, and further you get up, you got that tree to deal with. You must commit to getting that ball started left.
That looked okay.
Yep. Good tee shot, hugging down the right. It should catch the fairway. Barely.
Ooh, it actually took a little hop to the right. Actually can't tell if it stayed out of the bunker or not.
It did. It's out of the bunker. It might be in the primary cutter rough, but looks like it's sitting very nicely.
Good.
Second shot's upcoming at 15 for Westwood and Leishman when we return. Well, we'll be over there at 17 in the midst of all the action and the madness in short order. If we can squeeze in there, there's not much room up on the hill, though, is there? Our group playing 15. Drives have been struck from Westwood and Leishman. They have both pretty much run out of holes here to threaten for this championship at 8 under par. So now you would think it's down to the guys at 10 under or better. There are 7 of them, including Sergio and Lingworth playing together. They're both 1 over for the day. Martin Laird in the house with a 67. Stenson at 11 under. Just grabbed another birdie. Maggart's at 12. Tiger leads the pack at 13 under par. Doug Bell back with us, along with Bill Kratzert, 4-time PGA Tour winner, and Craig Perks, the 2002 Players Champion. I'm John Swansek. Follow group action all week long here on PGA Tour.com. We've enjoyed it. It's been our pleasure to bring you this additional content on the website this week.
Yeah, and after McIlroy played so well in that opening round, I was curious to see how he would handle the rest of the week. Shot a 2 under par 70 today, finished at -7th right now, currently in a tie for 12th. Great week for the young man. I thought coming into the week he was playing well, and he continued his good play from Wells Fargo. I think everything with the equipment is a non-issue now. Play hard, Rory.
Doug, he'd never broken par on this golf course before.
Yeah, truly amazing. Saw him play the 17th. Just saw Martin Laird with an incredible 2-putt at 17. Of course, he bogeyed 18.
Now Leishman.
156 yards for Mark. Good angle to that back left hole location, but he's hung this out well to the right. Hole high, but good 50 feet from the flagstick. Not a good one.
Westwood, a couple yards closer. The lie looks okay over there, Craig.
Fantastic lie. It's not, it's nearly better than a fairway lie. Sitting up beautifully.
Boy, it is.
Just 1 yard close. I got him at 155. I think you've got to turn this into this wind. Try to get to that flagstick. Sliding it down. Suppose you may need to get up. Right on line. Just maybe a half a club short. Protecting from going long.
Pace on his long putting has been excellent today. Westwood will look to roll that one in. Move back to 9 under. And bounce back from that bogey at 14. Players Championship tickets for 2014 are available. Just log on to PGATour.com. How about the weather today, by the way? After a 2-hour delay yesterday, it was our only issue of the week. And at one point, the radar and the forecast for today didn't look that great, but it has been ideal. Temperatures in the low 80s. A little ocean breeze coming off the Atlantic, less than a half a mile east of here. But between the heat and the wind, this golf course is baked out. These players in contention are going to have to hold it together over the final half dozen holes here.
Yeah, pretty spectacular week, given the fact that they had to work so hard to get the golf course ready to play for a championship. Everyone was a little worried that the golf course was really going to be way too soft for the players. We saw great scoring on Thursday and Friday. It's kind of leveled off a little bit. But Martin Laird with a good round today. Jimmy Walker also shot 5 under. Tim Herron, lumpy, bringing it home at -6. Tied for 15th. And Ben Crane tied for 12th, right there with Rory McIlroy. Snedeker dropped a shot at the last hole, so he's in a tie for 12th.
There's an overhead look at the Players Stadium course, the home of this championship since 1982. 4 players have won here twice on the property. Tiger Woods looking to become the 5th later today.
You can see all the way up over there. There's the par 3, 13th. Leishman, first to putt here at the 15th, Craig.
Yeah, it's a lengthy one. Got it hole high very quick and straight, pretty much down grain the entire time. Not a lot of slope either way. I've got him 35 feet 6 inches according to the big board left of the green.
Well, every putt moving in this direction, you can see the grain. Every putt, every player is looking for this thing to duck a little bit to the right at the end. Oh. That was a great effort there,
If that had ducked right, that would have been dead center. Good read there, Billy. It's like you've been around this track a few times.
I've logged a few rounds on this golf course.
You live in the area just across the street, Marsh Landing.
Leishman in for a par. 3 holes to play. Now Westwood.
Yeah, it was really fun to see Leishman win. Just a nice young man. What does Westwood have here?
Well, I've got this green certainly going to the left. He's got to come up through that, and kind of a little bit of a swale initially in the putt. Speed has been good. His lines have been good. Can he make one of these from outside 30 feet?
I think he has to start this left at the beginning, and then once it starts losing speed, it'll just stay there. You look for it to move, and it just doesn't.
It's going to be another tap-in par for Lee Westwood.
See that little thing on the bottom of the grip? That's kind of a counterweight. That means it's back weighted. He's putting more weight into the grip. It's pretty interesting. More and more players are starting to do that. We'll get a better look at it on the 16th hole. But again, it's all in an effort to try to take the hands out. Try to balance the putter to where the overall balance of it is more equal. You still have a little bit of head weight, but that counterbalancing, the back weighting, takes a little bit of the hands out. 16th hole, the par 5. Oh, you just go out. You're going to have to clock this one. You're going to have to hit a tee shot that works a little right to left. Get it in this position right here. Then today's hole location, 16 paces on, 5 from the right. Schwartzel tried to force a 6-iron out of the left-hand rough onto the green earlier. Keimer, after a good tee shot, hit a 5-iron. Today's hole location, maybe near that area that Craig Perks chipped in. It's a little bit of a low area here. You have an area here, and then you have a little shelf over here. But everything just kind of flows towards the 17th green.
16 played its shortest distance yesterday at 496. Today, 512 yards there. 9 eagles made during the week.
Well, both had Pelt hit a drive where he only had 170 and change. In fact, he hit an 8-iron.
That'll work. A few folks making their way across the crosswalk there.
Tiger let the 11th go. Did not get a birdie at the 11th.
So Woods remains 13 under. The lead is a slender 1 stroke over Maggard.
There's the look from the crane that sits over the 17th green. He catches the shots from above. Martin Laird, bogey at 18.
Jimmy Walker double at 17.
Yeah. Jason Day, quiet week. I think that's the first time I've said his name this week.
And Van Pelt first off this morning. Played with the marker and just shade over 3 hours.
That must have been, that was just leisure.
Bo's probably home in Tulsa right about now.
Either that or Dallas. Let me get ready. I shot 68 at the stadium. I'm ready to start tomorrow.
HP Byron Nelson Championship this week. And then Colonial and Fort Worth, Little Texas two-step. Two wonderful events there in the Lone Star State.
It's been a good year for Martin Laird. And that final Sunday at the Valero Texas Open, still, I think, the best round of the year on the PGA Tour. No bogeys at a tough, tough track. 9 birdies, no bogeys. Not bad.
That's close to the perfect round.
Withstanding a charge from McIlroy. Remember how well Rory played that week, adding that event to his schedule the week before the Masters. And a very productive week for McIlroy here at the Players Championship as well. That's where we stand. A half dozen or so holes remaining for the final 3 or 4 groups. That's where Rory checks in, tied for 12th after that 70 today. Our boys Leishman and Westwood tied for 10th. Here we go. Leishman ready to fire.
Well, down, right to left. So they can just go ahead and just hammer it down the right-hand side and turn it. That's what he's tried to do. Started to the right.
Yep. That sounded like a little bit of a recoil there where immediately the club hit the ground.
Westwood squeezed all the way over to the right-hand side of the tee box there.
And I like that, John. It kind of opens up the fairway a little bit if you want to hug it down the left-hand side.
Yeah, it kind of straightens this shot out.
It does. It does. This ball starts in the trees down the left or over the top of them. And it has clipped the trees and dropped it straight down. 2 poor tee shots in this group.
Well, we've located it. Not sure what kind of look Westwood will have for a second, though.
That's a little further back than where Davis Love was.
Tiger let the 11th go and then birdied the 12th to grab a 2-shot lead here. Back with you at 16. Tee shot of Mark Leishman went right. Tee shot of Lee Westwood went left. Craig Perks right in the middle of the two.
Yeah,
of
you're
them.
going to have to hustle, Perksy, to see both those.
Well, I got him. Both will certainly have a shot at the green. I have Lee Westwood about 215 front. Lies decent in the pine straw, but he does have to carry a couple of small pine trees in front of him, get it up quickly. If he can do that, then he can take this at the green, no question.
All right, and how about the Westwood situation to the left there?
Well, I was actually made mention of Westwood. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's fine. It's 215 front, carried up and over the pine trees. Mark Leishman to the right. The lie is not so good, and he's kind of heading all the way across that water from a very jumpy lie.
Jeff Overton aboard the 16th green and 2. He's got a chance for an eagle up there. While we wait, Leishman grabbing some shade over there.
Yeah, the tip's all right.
Meanwhile, over at 17, that's the group of Steve Stricker and Kevin Streelman. Strick's just staked one in there about 2.5 feet. Streelman's at 10 under. He's got a chance for birdie to move to minus 11.
Stenson, 11 under.
It's amazing what happens when the weight of winning for the first time is shed from a young player like Kevin Streelman, Doug, who finally broke through on a tough golf course on the west coast of Florida, Tampa Bay, earlier this year.
Yeah, he over the last 5 years, I've followed Kevin a lot, where he's gotten off to a good start early in the tournament and then faltered on the weekend. But his confidence level is such a high level now after the win. It's almost like a different player. I mean, you see that all the time. The total transformation.
You do. And when I saw him at Augusta at the Masters, it was a different person. You could tell it was just kind of a different walk. It was more confident. I say different person outwardly.
Right.
He's the same guy. I mean, he's not going to change whether he wins 3 majors or 20 more tournaments. He's going to be the same guy inward. But outwardly, you could just see he just kind of carried himself a little more on a kind of a, you know what, I finally did it, and I'm a confident player now, and I think I can get the deal done more.
Mark Leishman knows the feeling. A winner in Hartford for the first time last year. I think there's a measure of respect in the locker room, Billy, that's probably elevated as well once you win for the first time.
I think so. And when you look at the way that Streelman went out there and won, he just kept stamping shot after shot. He down the fairway, at the flag. The 72nd hole or 71st hole, went in there, tough par 3, hit an excellent iron shot in there. Boom. Certainly made the last hole, the 72nd hole, a lot easier.
And for the guys that break through, Doug, like Leishman did last year in Hartford, it's relief more than exhilaration in a lot of cases. The second win that they're now chasing brings the validation that I think they're looking for.
Yeah, and sometimes that second win can be even more elusive than the first.
All right, Westwood ready to pull the trigger here, Craig.
Well, it looks like now he's just decided to lay up. He only had 215 front. The guys are actually in front of him are still on the green. It was a risky shot if he wanted to go at the green, but at this stage of the game, I'm not sure why he wouldn't pull it off. But he's advanced at about 120 yards down the fairway, and we'll try and make 4 the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, conventional birdie in the offing for Westwood, perhaps. Try to grab a couple more between here and the house. Get to double digits under par. That'd be a very good week on this golf course. Now Leishman.
Well, 200 front, 216 flag. He's got himself a jumper here, fellas. So I think you have to shoot this away from the flagstick, even maybe left of that pot bunker that's in the middle of the front of the green.
Yeah, you just don't want it spitting out to the right.
7-iron, you better get it. The wind is helping. This ball has come out left. That was not solid at all.
It was way left and short of the bunker and under the tree. Be interesting to see what he does from there. Reaches in the pocket, grabs a tee. He might be there a while digging that dirt out of those grooves.
I think it's just dust he's trying to get out of those grooves. That was a real dry, fiery lie.
Third upcoming for Lee Westwood here. Just about 100 yards, right in that range. This will be 4 straight strong performances for Lee Westwood, beginning with a 10th place finish in Houston, 8th at the Masters, 4th last week in Charlotte. We talked about the fact that he's been trending, and were it not for the over par round yesterday, remember he was bogey free through 36 holes. A couple of doubles really stung yesterday. He was digging himself out of a hole. Never able to get much generated today. 2 under through 4. Not much happening since then.
He's kind of hanging at that same number.
Tree short and left of the screen is not in play. He's got a clear direct line to the flag. A little wrapper flying across the fairway. He can actually start this maybe just right of the flag, and with the wind helping from the right, should be fine. Got to fly it all the way to the flag, because if it's got any spin, a lot of slope back towards the front right of the screen.
You get a good look at it there, what he has to deal with, and that's the oak tree that Craig was talking about. He went down after that one.
Yeah, came over the top of that one and pulled it, and dreadful shot, as Mr. Swantek would say.
Trying to get better working down the slope.
It is indeed.
And it's gone from dreadful to acceptable.
Yeah. Well, that was at least, that's come back at least 15 feet.
Oh, you just crushed Swanee up here in the booth.
You get a little harsh after 4 hours in the heat, don't you?
At 4. How about,
don't drag me down into your world of negativity.
Well, when that ball landed, would you consider that a good shot?
By Westwood standards, probably below average, but now it's more in the average range.
He was luck. That was pure luck. That ball came back down the hill.
Good. Well, you tell Lee that.
I will. I'll have a little chat with him.
Lee, by the way, headed to England, where he'll take a week off and then play in the BMW PGA Championship at Wentworth, which is a terrific layout. And that's one of his favorite tracks over in England. And then he always plays in Memphis prior to the U.S. Open.
Well, he's won there twice.
Yep.
They've toughened up that golf course there, TPC Southwind.
They needed to.
Well, it was smart in advance of the Open to
Right.
attract
They
a tougher
needed to.
field.
They needed to. I mean, it became a birdie fest. And Wentworth, Ernie Els kind of redesigned that. That's a very tough golf course now. Talk about finishing holes. 18th hole there. Put that in your top 10. Tough shot here, Craig.
Yeah, it is. Ball below his feet, not lying very well. He's got to keep it low, and he's got to come over right on the edge of that bunker. They could utilize the slope left of the flag. Very sandy lie. Bumped it short. Will it catch the slope?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it needs to settle down a little bit.
It's all right. He's going to be on this, down on this level where the hole is located. That's going to be just fine.
Boy, it's so taxing out there. Every shot that you hit, you can see it on their faces at this point of the week.
Yeah, once the golf course becomes firm, has a little fire in the fairways, a little fire in the greens, get that dry air. You only need about 8 to 10 mile per hour wind to make this golf course catch your attention on every single shot.
Over at 13, Tiger had 61 feet at the par 3. Managed to get it down in 2 to maintain the 2-shot advantage of 14 under. You like that winning score right in that 12 to 15 under par range for this championship, Bill?
It doesn't bother me because I don't think people want to come out here and watch guys struggle and shoot 4 under. I mean, it was tough when David Duval won. I just don't think that's enjoyable for the spectators to see, and I don't think that's what this golf course is all about.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a good balance, Doug, between a birdie fest and.
Yeah, I think as long as you get somewhere between 9 and 14 every year, I think that's great.
Leishman's birdie attempt on the way. Easy.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point of the stadium golf. You get as many people in here as possible. It's the biggest crowds of the year on the PGA Tour. They have great vantage points. They're comfortable, and they want to see birdies. They want to see exciting shots. They don't want to see bogeys.
Totally agree.
And that's what makes this
that's
so exciting, so special.
You know, and you look at other major championships. You look at the Open Championship. You know, one year the scores may be low. You may have an Oosthuizen who shoots 17 under par. Well, the weather was perfect, and that's exactly what should have been done. You should have shot a low score. So I like this. I like the number that they're shooting, but again, I like this method that Westwood is using with that toe. Oh, and that's another good putt that just doesn't. But that grain is so strong going towards the 17th green. Just kept that putt from turning. I think this is a good method for him, Craig, for Lee Westwood, with that toe up to where it kind of locks everything in.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It takes the wrists out, takes the flipping out. You know, sometime he had a little bit of open and shutting of the face, and you're going to be very consistent if you kind of lock that in, lock the wrists, and keep the loft on the putter constant throughout the stroke. You'll always get a good roll, and that's why I think we've seen it, the speed of his putts. Very consistent today.
Jam-packed into the hillside, across the water at 17. Leishman about 5 feet here.
Now you're starting to look at where am I going to finish after 72 holes. Now you start looking at how many points can I accrue going forward. I'm in a tie for 9th. I don't want to take a misstep. These are all, I mean, very critical right now. You have Leishman at -8, Westwood at -8, Casey Wittenberg at -8. Ben Crane, McIlroy, Snedeker, Jimmy Walker, Heron, they're all finished. But you stay at -8, you're sure to finish into the top 10.
Westwood now 28 total putts through 16 holes. Leishman 24 total putts. And I know Westwood is won't be happy with those eventual numbers. But I think his putting's better, don't you
But
agree?
I think if you look at the quality of the putts
Yeah.
that he has hit, it's not whether they go in or not, it's whether they have a chance. And he's hit a lot of putts that have had a chance to go in. They just haven't gone.
Applause will build as these guys make their way over to the tee box at 17. A nice ovation for the Floridian Lee Westwood. Although he's heading back to England after this championship.
And what a scene here at the 17th. Take a look at the grandstand behind the tee box. That's 3 tiers, and it goes all the way down the left side. The number of people, I've never seen anything like it in golf. I mean, that's incredible, the number of people there on just that one hole. And with the big scoreboards behind the green and then behind the tee box, so you can see a scoreboard no matter where you're sitting. It's other tournaments ought to try to copy it some way. Because
You know,
it's neat.
I know you referenced it early in the week, but you get those chalets and that tiered, storied look, the red flowers, the Derby.
If you had the Twin Spires up there, it would look just like the Derby, yeah.
The lead for Tiger at the moment is 2, but he's just driven it left and into the water at 14.
Well, now you got the horse race we're talking about.
We're going with the old Colt, Jeff Maggart now.
49-year-old Maggart hanging around as Woods makes an unanticipated critical mistake at 14.
Yeah, that hole has been the thorn in his side for many, many years.
What did we say early in the week when we had him in our featured group? That is a tee shot that does not look good to him in any way, shape, or form. The only way that tee shot's going to look good to Tiger, is if it's straight downwind. And into the wind, that just becomes a tee shot that he is quite uncomfortable with.
So the leaderboard's going to look a little different in about 15 minutes. Let's see how Woods recovers from the tee shot and the hazard at 14. Jeff Maggart, meanwhile, is over at 15. He's got 3 feet for par.
Well, the snapping turtle's back. It's made its way to the front of the tee, and Volunteer picked it up. Then he dropped it, and then the snapping turtle scampered back into the water just in front of the tee. A little high drama, high comedy going on here.
At least someone showing some hustle.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, gentlemen, the wind is really whipping from left to right. It's not showing down at the flagstick. Once you get above the large pine trees beyond this green, beyond the amphitheater, it's whipping. So if you're going to flight it in there, you better keep it low. 135 yards. I think you take it at the right TV tower and utilize that slope. Do not go at this flag.
All pars at 17 for Leishman this week.
Jimmy Walker earlier hit a pitching wedge over the flagstick into the water. Sabatini earlier today hit a pitching wedge, and the gust of wind hit it, came up short in the water.
Well, he took a couple of club lengths back, Billy, so I've got to assume this is well, I'm getting a signal. It looks like a pitching wedge. Better knock this down. Playing quickly, which I like. Really flighted it down. Good looking shot going right over the bunker. Will it catch the slope?
Almost.
And that's about all you want on this hole. I promise you the leaders coming to this hole would take that in a second.
Tied for 9th right now. Actually tied for 9th and 2 shots behind the guys in front, Stenson, Laird.
Birdie here for Westwood. It came early this morning when they came back out to finish up the 3rd round. In fact, he hit it to a couple feet. Front left hole location for round 3.
Well, he is just barely inside that tee mark.
He is. This is the wedge also for Lee. Good flighted down, but this is left center of the green, well left of Mark Leishman's ball. Very, very conservative play there from the Englishman.
David Lingmerth and Sergio Garcia have just made birdie to move to -12. Tiger's driven it into the water at 14. Things are getting interesting here. Back at 17, tee shots of Leishman and Westwood have been struck here. Meanwhile, over at 14, Tiger Woods, after taking his drop following the tee shot into the hazard, has hit it to the front of the green, 44 feet away, lying 3. So in all likelihood, it will be a bogey and a drop shot for Woods over at 14. And the lead would then be sliced to 1 over Maggart, Lingmerth, and Garcia, all 3 players at 12 under. Streelman in with a 67 at -11. That's the clubhouse lead right now.
This could really be interesting if Jeff Maggart birdies the 16th hole.
Maggart's driven it to the right rough. He's got 220 to the hole over at 16. Westwood here at 17, a birdie attempt.
55 feet. He's probably going to have to aim this 20 feet left, get it to a point, and then just let it kind of die sideways to the right.
It's got to go.
Yeah, got to go.
Ooh. Oh, boy.
Really just difficult because he's putting straight uphill into the green, and once it gets over that slope, maybe another 5-8 feet in front of him, that's where it accelerates and moves significantly to the right. So that it may look like a poor putt, but it wasn't much away from being, you know, wandering down there inside 5 feet.
Well, this hole could make you look foolish, not only from the tee box, but on the greens at times, especially with this hole location that we see every year on Sunday.
Leishman now just outside 27 feet.
Well, it's a putt that's going to die and move significantly to the right. It's probably he's looking at a spot, I'd say maybe 18 feet in front of him, that he wants to have it slow down significantly, and then it will just move nearly the 90-degree angle, wander towards the hole.
Almost dove right in. Meanwhile, back at 14, Tiger Woods has 6 feet for bogey. If he misses, it's a 4-way tie for the lead at 12 under.
Lee Westwood has not had a 3-putt all week. Take a pretty good putt here to avoid his first one.
Yeah, 26 feet, Doug. At least he got the line and the speed from Mark Leishman. They just have to be so defensive. He's hit this with some pace. This is not really close either.
Oh, he still might not have a 3-putt this week.
So tough to maintain your focus and your concentration when you've been grinding throughout the day and the week. As we update the leaderboard, Woods did not convert that 6-footer for bogey, so it's a double at 14, and just like that, 4 tied at the top. Westwood to avoid a 4-putt here at 17. There you go. That'll drop Lee to 7 under. That's tied for 10th right now. Even par final round. Leishman backs up right to the edge of the bulkhead there. The big man down for a look. Careful, maintain your balance there.
4.5 feet. John, just straight up the hill.
Right now, there's 5 guys at -7, tied for 10th. Really good. Now Leishman in 9th spot all by himself.
Crossed the water at 16. Second shot of Jeff Maggart found the big bunker that surrounds the tree left and short of the green at the par 5. Don't know if he's blocked out. Maggart part of that 4-way tie at 12 under. As our featured pairing heads through the tunnel underneath the grandstand to the nasty par 4 closing hole.
Yeah, fabulous finishing hole, 441 yards with this wind direction left to right. All the trouble down the right-hand side, certainly in trouble because the players are definitely avoiding the water. Now, if they can put it here, They're going to get to a new Sunday hole location. And out there today, I love it. Hole location on that front left. Now it's going to only be 3 paces from the left-hand side, but I just like the fact that it's right here. 6 paces on, 3 from the left. You can bring it in from here. It's going to work down. It works down that way. Everything lends itself to, if you find the fairway here, you're going to be able to engineer a shot in here, get it close, and possibly make birdie. Whereas in the past, a lot of the time, the players were playing defensively, just trying to make par.
2 eagles made here this week. 1 by Mark Leishman. Jason Duffner also holding out here at the 18th. Leishman's 2 came during the 2nd round to shoot 66. It was his final hole of the day.
Well, Billy, you talked about it. I think he's seen the leaderboard. He knows where he is. He's trying to make 4. So he's just hitting an iron off the tee. Little hammer hook down the right, and this is blocked well right.
Well, it just sneaks into that primary rough.
If you hit iron off this tee, Billy, you have to hit it in the fairway. He's going to have over 200 yards right back into the wind.
Yeah, and he's 2 shots behind his 7th place, behind Stenson, Laird. So 4 is the number he wants, and that's it. Nothing less, certainly nothing more.
2 birdies on the week for Westwood here at 18.
3-wood, John. 280 at the V tree through, wind in from the left. This ball starts down the right-hand side, just kind of hanging.
It looks like it's good in the air, and it's just fine.
Good open look from there to this new Sunday hole location at 18. All kinds of drama back at 14, where Tiger Woods just made double bogey to let everybody back into it. 4-way tie at the top. 8 players within 2 shots of the lead. A wild finish on Championship Sunday. as Leishman and Westwood get set to play their second shots here at 18. We can tell you that Jeff Maggart made par at 16. And the 49-year-old, whose first of 3 PGA Tour victories came 20 years ago right here in Florida at Walt Disney World, is part of a 3-way tie for the lead. Along with Sergio Garcia trying to win this event for the second time. Tiger Woods chasing his second Players title as well. Woods is playing the 15th. He's missed the green left with his second at the par 4.
Everybody stay still for both shots, all right?
Give me some info, Perksy.
Well, I actually have Mark Leishman further away. It looks like Lee Westwood. No, it's Mark Leishman. I've got him at 205. He's got a direct line at the flag, but you don't want to shoot at this flag. He's got a serious jumper, very dry. The gallery has trampled this grass down. So if he's going to shoot away from this flag, he's going to have to cut it. With the wind, that may help.
Well, you see those 2 palm trees way in the back. You do not want it going at those. You want to go right at those.
Beat down. This started just right of the flag and is hanging out there. Come up a little bit short. He was expecting more of a jumper. It just never jumped. It's hard to believe.
That's not the easiest pitch shot I've ever seen either.
No, pitching straight towards, into the sun, straight towards the water. But the nice thing is right back into the wind.
Westwood just inside 200 yards here.
It's a 5-iron for Lee. I think if you're going to get this close, you have to little trap draw, start at right center of the green, utilize the slope. He's hit a low hook, and this is going to miss the green left, maybe in the water.
No, look at this hop.
Wow. Wow, what a great break. That kicked significantly to the right. If that had kicked left, that was absolutely in the water.
That was like the Freddie Couples bounce at 16 back in '96.
Oh, we're going to take another look. This bounce was so good. We're going to take another look. There. Maybe he deserves a little bit of a break. I mean, the putts that he's hit today, they haven't gone. Then he 3-putts 17. Good break for Lee Westwood. Chance to get to -8. Now, all of a sudden, he moves to -8. And if Leishman doesn't get the ball up and down, he goes into that tie for 10th. And Westwood is solo 9th.
Westwood looking for his 3rd birdie of the week here at 18. Meanwhile, back at 15, Tiger Woods 8 feet for par, where he drops out of the lead. So Mark Leishman looking to make the President's Cup team a little later this year at Royal Melbourne, or at Muirfield Village, beg your pardon. Top 10 will automatically qualify, and then team captain Nick Price will have 2 captain's picks to round out his team of 12. And there's Leishman at 16th in the standings, so looking to pick up some valuable points here this week.
Pick up some huge points with this finish.
I like that Angel Cabrera as a possible captain's pick. He's playing pretty good right now, obviously, but he played good. Put it together here on the weekend.
Bogey for Lingmerth at 14, so it's Garcia and Woods who share the lead with Maggart at 12 under.
I don't know, but I think Angel Cabrera, with the way he's played this year, I think somewhere along the line he got a shot of ambition somewhere.
Woods converts from 8 feet for his par at 15 to stay 12 under. Leishman plays his 3rd at the last.
How tough is this, Craig?
Well, probably under the circumstances, it's very difficult. There's a lot at stake. FedEx Cup points and money.
I think the best way to play this is land it in the fringe and let it hop forward and then release to the right. I think get a little frisky and try and fly it all the way. You're going to have to put a lot of spin on because it is downhill and down grain. And back into the wind may help, but looks like he's going up in the air. He better have his nerves completely under control. Yeah, he flew it about 4.5, 5 feet on the green, and it's gone by. Yeah, maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah, just inside the coin of Westwood.
He was looking for that one to fall a bit more there.
It's a good look from the chalets to the left of the 18th green, left of the water. Many of the spectators out following Tiger at 15. They'll start drifting over. All the mounds in the back of the green, and they'll just be loaded with people.
Just inside 10 feet for Lee Westwood. 3 birdies, 3 bogeys on the day. Looking for his 3rd birdie of the week, though, here at 18 to close with a 71.
Be nice to see him make this one, Craig.
It would. He really has putted beautifully all day and got nothing out of it. Ball, I mean the green and a slope from left to right. Finish in style. Yeah, that's probably the worst putt he's hit today.
Yeah,
kind of wheeled it to the right and never on line.
That was kind of a quick peak. Everything went forward except the putter head.
So it's an even par final round and a 7 under par week for England's Lee Westwood, currently tied for 10th. Two over par weekend for Westwood after going bogey free through the first 36 holes. Leishman for his par to stay in 9th place at 8 under.
These putts mean a lot to these players. There's so much at stake. These grinds are grind the entire week, and to finish inside the top 10, you know, you're always trying to win trophies, but it's a big putt. Made the mistake off the tee, and he's seen the line. Knows exactly what he has to do. Can he just step up there and do it?
Same thing. It's just so hard to hit a putt coming across your body, putt that moves left to right. But still a good week. It's going to move him down into a tie with McIlroy, Snedeker, Westwood, Crane, all in a tie for 9th. And you can see Leishman telling Westwood that he would have had to have played 18 inches of break to make that putt.
So that's where they finish. Tied for 9th at 7 under par. But this thing is far from over. With 8 players within 2 shots of the lead right now. It's Maggart, Woods, and Garcia. All at -12 with a few holes to play. Streelman one back along with Ryan Palmer and David Lingmerth, the 54-hole leader, to decide the Players' Championship. Well, that's the end of our coverage here on Follow a Group, but be sure to keep it right here on PGATour.com. Our other channel is Featured Holes. We've got live coverage at 17 and also the NBC telecast simulcast right here on the website for the exciting conclusion of the Players' Championship. Who will it be? And will 72 holes be enough to decide the 40th edition of the PGA Tour's flagship event? For Doug Bell, Bill Kratzert, and Craig Perks, the 2002 Players' Champion, I'm John Swantek. Thanks so much for being part of our featured holes coverage and our follow group coverage all week long here from Ponte Vedrea Beach. Aerials captured this week by Sky Golf. The coveted Waterford Crystal is up for grabs. Who will clutch it by this evening?